Chapter 1 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century, from The Journey of Mrs. Piozzi. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI, Chapter 1. Turin and Genoa, October the 17th, 1784. We have at length passed the Alps and are safely arrived in this lovely little city, whence I look back on the majestic boundaries of Italy with amazement at his courage who first profaned them. Surely the immediate sensation conveyed to the mind by the sight of such tremendous appearances must be in every traveller the same, a sensation of fullness never experienced before, a satisfaction that there is something great to be seen on earth, some object capable of contenting even fancy. I had the satisfaction of seeing a chamois at a distance, and spoke with a fellow who had killed 5 hungry bears that made depredation on his pastures. We looked on him with reverence as a monster tamer of antiquities, Hercules or Cadmus. He had the skin of a beast wrapped round his middle, which confirmed the fancy, but our servants, who borrowed from no fictitious records the few ideas that adorned their talk, told us he reminded them of John the Baptist. I had scarce recovered from the shock of this too sublime comparison when we approached his cottage and found the felons nailed against the wall, like foxes' heads or spread kites in England. There are many goats, but neither white nor large like those which browse upon the steeps of Snowdon or clamber among the cliffs of Plinlimmon. I chatted with a peasant in the Haute Maurienne concerning the endemial swelling of the throat which is found in 7 out of every 10 persons here. He told me what I had always heard, but do not yet believe, that it was produced by drinking the snow water. Certain it is, these places are not wholesome to live in. Most of the inhabitants are troubled with weak and sore eyes, and I recollect Sir Richard Jebb telling me more than 7 years ago that when he passed through Savoy, the various applications made to him either for the cure or prevention of blindness by numberless unfortunate wretches that crowded round him hastened his quitting a province where such horrible complaints prevailed. One has heard it related that the goiter or gozzo of the throat is reckoned a beauty by those who possess it, but I spoke with many and all agreed to lament it as a misfortune. That it does really proceed merely from living in a snowy country would be well confirmed by accounts of a similar sickness being endemial in Canada. But of an American goiter I have never yet heard. And Wales, methinks, is snowy enough and mountainous enough, God knows. Yet was such an excrescence to be seen there, the people would never have done with wondering and blessing themselves. As for Mount Cenis, I never felt myself more hungry or better enjoyed a good dinner than I did upon its top. But the trout in the lake there have been overpraised. Their pale colour allured me but little in the first place, nor is their flavour equal to that of trout found in running water. Going down the Italian side of the Alps is, after all, an astonishing journey, and affords the most magnificent scenery and nature, which, varying at every step, gives new impression to the mind each moment of one's passage, while the portion of terror excited either by real or fancied dangers on the way is just sufficient to mingle with the pleasure and make one feel the full effect of sublimity. To the chairmen who carry one, though nothing can be new, it is observable that the glories of these objects have never faded. I heard them speak to each other of their beauties and the change of light since they had passed by last time. while a fellow who spoke English as well as a native told us that, having lived in a gentleman's service 20 years between London and Dublin, he at length begged his discharge, choosing to retire and finish his days a peasant upon these mountains, where he first opened his eyes upon scenes that made all other views of nature insipid to his taste. If impressions of beauty remain, however, those of danger die away by frequent repetition. The men who carried me seemed amazed that I should feel any emotions of fear. "Qu'est-ce donc, madame?" Quote, "What's the matter, my lady?" End note, was the coldly asked question to my repeated injunction of "Prenez garde," note, "take care," end note. Not very apparently unnecessary neither, where the least slip must have been fatal both to them and me. The avenue to Turin, most magnificently planted and drawn in a wide straight line, shaded like the birdcage walk in St. James's Park, for 12 miles in length, is a dull work, but very useful and convenient in so hot a country. It is being completed by the taste, and at the sole expense of, His Sardinian Majesty, that he may enjoy a cool, shady drive from one of his palaces to the other. The town to which this long approach conveys one does not disgrace its entrance. It is built in the form of a star, with a large stone in the centre, on which you are desired to stand and see the streets all branch regularly from it, each street terminating with a beautiful view of the surrounding country, like spots of ground seen in many of the old-fashioned parks in England, when the étoile and vista were the mode. I think there is still one subsisting even now, if I remember right, in Kensington Gardens. This charming town is the salon of Italy, but it is a finely proportioned and well-ornamented salon, happily constructed to call in the fresh air at the end of every street, through which a rapid stream is directed that ought to carry off all nuisances, which here have no apology for want of any convenience purchasable by money, and which must, for that reason, be the choice of inhabitants who would perhaps be too happy had they a natural taste for that neatness which might be here enjoyed in its purity. The arches formed to defend passengers from rain and sun, which here might have even serious effects from their violence, deserve much praise, while their architecture, uniting our ideas of comfort and beauty together, form a traveller's taste and teach him to admire that perfection of which a miniature may certainly be found at Turin, when once a police shall be established there to prevent such places being used for the very grossest purposes, and polluted with smells that poison all one's pleasure. Some letters from home directed me to inquire in this town for Dr. Charles Alioni, who kindly received and permitted me to examine the rarities of which he has a very capital collection. His fossil fish in slate, blue slate, are surprisingly well preserved. But there is in the world, it seems, a crystallized trout, not flat, nor the flesh eaten away as I understand it, but round and, as it were, cased in crystal, like our aspics or fruit in jelly, the colour still so perfect that you may plainly perceive the spots upon it, he says. To my inquiries after this wonderful petrifaction, he replied that it might be bought for £1,000, and added that if he were a ricco inglese, note, rich Englishman, end note, he would not hesitate for the price. "Where may I see it, sir?" said I. But to that question no entreaties could produce an answer, after he once found I had no mind to buy. That freshwater fish have been known to remain locked in the flinty bosom of Monte Uda in Carnia, the academical discourse of Cyrilla di Cremona, pronounced there in the year 1749, might have informed us, and we are all familiar, I suppose, with the anchor named in the 15th book of Ovid's Metamorphoses. Strabo mentions pieces of a galley found 3,000 stadii from the sea, and Dr. Alioni tells me that Monte Bolca has been long acknowledged to contain the fossils now diligently digging out under the patronage of some learned naturalists at Verona. The trout, however, is of value much beyond these productions, certainly, as it is closed round as if in a transparent case, we find, hermetically sealed by the soft hand of nature, who spoiled none of her own ornaments in preserving them for the inspection of her favourite students. The amiable old professor from whom these particulars were obtained, and who endured my teasing him in bad Italian for intelligence he cared not to communicate, with infinite sweetness and patience, grew kinder to me as I became more troublesome to him, and showing me the book upon botany to which he had just then put the last line, turned his dim eyes from me, and said as they filled with tears, "You, madam, are the last visitor I shall ever more admit to talking upon earthly matters. My work is done. I finished it as you were entering. My business now is but to wait the will of God and die. Do you, who I hope will live long and happily, seek out your own salvation and pray for mine." Poor dear Dr. Alioni! My inquiries concerning this truly venerable mortal ended in being told that his relations and heirs teased him cruelly to sell his manuscripts, insects, etc., and divide the money amongst them before he died. An English scholar of the same abilities will be apt enough to despise such admonitions and dispose at his own liking and leisure of what his industry alone had gained, his learning alone collected. But there seems to be much more family fondness on the continent than on our island, more attention to parents, more care for uncles and nephews and sisters and aunts than in a commercial country like ours, where for the most part each one makes his own way separate, and having received little assistance at the beginning of life, considers himself as little indebted at the close of it. Whoever takes a long journey, however he may at his first commencement be tempted to accumulate schemes of convenience and combinations of travelling niceties, will cast them off in the course of his travels as encumbrances. And whoever sets out in life, I believe, with a crowd of relations round him, will on the same principle feel disposed to drop one or two of them at every turn, as they hang about and impede his progress, and make his own game single-handed. I speak of Englishmen whose religion and government inspire rather a spirit of public benevolence than contract the social affections to a point, and cooperate besides to prompt that genius for adventure and taste of general knowledge, which has small chance to spring up in the inhabitants of a feudal state, where each considers his family as himself, and having derived all the comfort he has ever enjoyed from his relations, resolves to return their favours at the end of a life which they make happy in proportion as it is so. And this accounts for the equality required in continental marriages, which are avowedly made here, without regard to inclination, as the keeping up of family. The choice of a companion is considered as important, while the lady, bred up in the same notions, complies with her first duties and considers the second as infinitely more dispensable. The sure-footed and docile mule, with which in England I was but little acquainted, here claims no small attention from his superior size and beauty. The disagreeable noise they make so frequently, however, hinders one from wishing to ride them. It is not braying somehow, but worse. It is neighing out of tune. I have put nothing down about eating since we arrived in Italy, where no wretched hut I have yet entered does not afford soup better than one often tastes in England, even at magnificent tables. Game of all sorts, woodcocks in particular. Purpurati, the so justly famed engraver, produced upon his hospitable board one of the pleasant days we passed with him, a couple so exceedingly large that I hesitated and looked again to see whether they were really woodcocks, till the long bill convinced me. One reads of luxurious emperors that made fine dishes of the little birds' brains, phenicopters' tongues, etc., and of the actor who regaled his guests with nightingale pie, with just detestation of such curiosity and expense. But thrushes, larks and blackbirds are so very frequent between Turin and Novi, I think they might serve to feed all the fantastical appetites to which Vitellius himself could give encouragement and example. The Italians retain their tastes for small birds in full force, and consider beccafichi, ortolani, etc. as the most agreeable dainties. It must be confessed that they dress them incomparably. The sheep here are all lean and dirty-looking, few in number too, but the better the soil, the worse the mutton, we know. And here is no land to throw away, where every inch turns to profit in the olive yards, vines, or something of much higher value than letting out to feed sheep. Population seems much as in France, I think, but the families are not in either nation disposed according to British notions of propriety, all stuffed together into little towns and large houses, entassés, as the French call it, one upon another, in such a strange way that were it not for the quantity of grapes on which the poor people live, with other incessant food enjoined by the Church, and doubtless suggested by the climate, I think putrid fevers must necessarily carry off crowds of them at once. The headdress of the women in this drive through some of the northern states of Italy varied at every post, from the velvet cap, commonly a crimson one, worn by the girls in Savoia, to the Piedmontese plait round the bodkin at Turin, and the odd kind of white wrapper used in the exterior provinces of the Genoese dominions. Uniformity of almost any sort gives a certain pleasure to the eye, and it seems an invariable rule in these countries that all the women of every district should dress just alike. It is the best way of making the men's task easy in judging which is handsomest, for taste so varies the human figure in France and England that it is impossible to have an idea how many pretty faces and agreeable forms would lose, and how many gain admirers in those nations, were a sudden edict to be published that all should dress exactly alike for a year. Meantime, since we left Esséns, no such delightful place by way of inn have we yet seen as here at Novi. My chief amusement at Alessandria was to look out upon the huddled marketplace, as a great dramatic writer of our day has called it, and who could help longing there for Zoffany's pencil to paint the lively scene? Passing the Po by moonlight near Casale exhibited an entertainment of a very different nature, not unmixed with ill-concealed fear indeed, though the contrivance of crossing it is not worse managed than a ferry at Kew or Richmond used to be before our bridges were built. Bridges over the rapid Po would, however, be truly ridiculous. When swelled by the mountain snows, it tears down all before it in its fury and inundates the country round. Genoa la Superba stands proudly on the margin of a gulf crowded with ships, and resounding with voices which never fail to animate a British hearer. The sailors shout, the mariner's call, swelled by successful commerce or strengthened by newly acquired fame. The Dorian Palace is exceedingly fine. The Durazzo Palace, for aught I know, is finer, and marble here seems like what one reads of silver in King Solomon's time, which, says the scripture, was nothing counted of in the days of Solomon. Casa Brignoli, too, is splendid and commodious. The terraces and gardens on the housetops and the fresco paintings outside give one new ideas of human life and exhibits a degree of luxury unthought of in colder climates. But here we live on green peas and figs the first day of November, while orange and lemon trees flaunt over the walls, more common than pears in England. The Balbi mansion, filled with pictures, detained us from the churches filled with more. I have heard some of the Italians confess that Genoa even pretends to vie with Rome herself in ecclesiastical splendour. In devotion, I should think she would be with difficulty outdone. The people drop down on their knees in the street and crowd to the church doors while the benediction is pronouncing with a zeal which one might hope would draw down stores of grace upon their heads. Yet I hear from inhabitants of other provinces that they have a bad character among their neighbours, who love not the base Ligurian, and accuse them of many immoralities. They tell one, too, of a disreputable saying here, how there are at Genoa men without honesty, women without modesty, a sea with no fish, and a wood with no birds. Birds, however, here certainly are by the million, and we have eaten fish since we came every day. But I'm informed they are neither cheap nor plentiful, nor considered as excellent in their kinds. Here is macaroni enough, however. The people bring in such a vast dish of it at a time, it disgusts one. The streets of the town are much too narrow for beauty or convenience, impracticable to coaches, and so beset with beggars that it is dreadful. A chair is therefore above all things necessary to be carried in even a dozen steps, if you are likely to feel shocked at having your knees suddenly clasped by a figure hardly human, who, perhaps holding you forcibly for a minute, conjures you loudly by the sacred wounds of our Lord Jesus Christ to have compassion upon his, showing you at the same time such undeniable and horrid proofs of the anguish he is suffering that one must be a monster to quit him unrelieved. Such pathetic misery, such disgusting distress did I never see before, as I have been witness to in this gaudy city, and that not occasionally or by accident, but all day long, and in such numbers that humanity shrinks from the description. Sure, charity is not the virtue that they pray for when begging a blessing at the church door. One should not, however, speak unkindly of a people whose affectionate regard for our country showed itself so clearly during the last war. A few days' residence with the English consul here at his country seat gave me an opportunity of hearing many instances of the Republic's generous attachment to Great Britain, whose triumphs at Gibraltar over the united forces of France and Spain were honestly enjoyed by the friendly Genoese, who gave many proofs of their sincerity more solid than those clamorous ones of huzzaing our minister about wherever he went and crying, "Viva il General Elliot," while many young gentlemen of high fashion offered themselves to go volunteers aboard our fleet, and were with difficulty restrained. The sea air, except in particular places where the land lies in some direction that counteracts its influence, is naturally inimical to timber, though the green coasts of Devonshire are finely fringed with wood, and here at Lomellino's villa in the Genoese state I found 2 plane trees of a size and a serious dignity that recalled to my mind the solemn oak before our Duke of Dorset's seat at Knoll, and chestnuts which would not disgrace the forests of America. A rural theatre cut in turf, with a concealed orchestra and sod seats for the audience, with a mossy stage, not incommodious neither, and an admirable contrivance for shifting the scenes and favouring the exits, entrances, etc. of the performers, gave me a perfect idea of that refined luxury which hot countries alone inspire. While another elegantly constructed spot, meant and often used for the entertainment of tenants and dependents who come to rejoice on the birth or wedding day of a kind landlord, made one suppress one's sighs after a free country, at least suspend them, and fill one's heart with tenderness towards men who have skill to soften authority with indulgence, and virtue to reward obedience with protection. A family coming last night to visit at a house where I had the honour of being admitted as an intimate gave me another proof of my present state of remoteness from English manners. The party consisted of an old nobleman who could trace his genealogy unblemished up to one of the old Roman emperors, but whose fortune is now in a hopeless state of decay. His lady, not inferior to himself in birth or haughtiness of air and carriage, but much impaired by age, ill health, and pecuniary distresses. These had, however, in no way lessened her ideas of her own dignity, or the respect of her Cavalier Servente and her son, who waited on her with an unremitted attention, presenting her their little dirty tin snuff-boxes upon one knee by turns, which ceremony the less surprised me, as having seen her train, made of dyed and watered lutestring, borne gravely after her upstairs by a footman, the express image of Edgar in the storm scene of King Lear, who, as the fool says, wisely reserved a blanket, else we had all been shamed. Our conversation was meagre but serious. There was music, and the door being left ajar, as we call it, I watched the wretched servant who stayed in the antechamber, and found that he was listening, in spite of sorrow and starving. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Milan. Our weather has suddenly become so wet, the roads so heavy with incessant rain, that King William's departure from his own foggy country, or his welcome to our gloomy one, where this month is melancholy even to a proverb, could not have been clouded with a thicker atmosphere surely than was mine to Milan upon the 4th day of dismal November 1784. Italians, by what I can observe, suffer their minds to be much under the dominion of the sky, and attribute every change in their health or even humour as seriously to its influence as if there were no nearer cause of alteration than the state of the air, and as if no doubt remained of its immediate power, though they're willing enough here to poison it with the scent of wood ashes within doors, when fires in the grate seem to run rather low, and a brazier full of that pernicious stuff is substituted in its place and driven under the table during dinner. It is surprising how very elegant, not to say magnificent, those dinners are in gentlemen's or noblemen's houses. Such numbers of dishes at once, not large joints, but infinite variety, and I think their cooking excellent. Fashion keeps most of the fine people out of town yet. We have therefore had leisure to establish our own household for the winter, and have done so as commodiously as if our habitation was fixed here for life. This I am delighted with, as one may chance to gain that insight into everyday behaviour and common occurrences, which can alone be called knowing something of a country. Counting churches, pictures, palaces may be done by those who run from town to town, with no impression made but on their bones. Candour and good-humoured willingness to receive and reciprocate pleasure seems indeed one of the standing virtues of Italy. I have as yet seen no fastidious contempt or affected rejection of anything for being what we call low, and I have a notion there is much less of those distinctions at Milan than at London, where birth does so little for a man that if he depends on that and forbears other methods of distinguishing himself from his footman, he will stand a chance of being treated no better than him by the world. Here a person's rank is ascertained and his society settled at his immediate entrance into life. A gentleman and lady will always be regarded as such, let what will be their behaviour. It is therefore highly commendable when they seek to adorn their minds by culture, or pluck out those weeds which in hot countries will spring up among the riches of the harvest, and afford a sure but no immediately pleasing proof of the soil's natural fertility. But my country women would rather hear a little of our intérieur, or as we call it, family management, which appears arranged in a manner totally new to me, who find the lady of every house as unacquainted with her own and her husband's affairs as I, who apply to her for information. No house account, no weekly bills perplex her peace. If 8 servants are kept, we will say 6 of these are men, and 2 of those men out of livery. The pay of these principal figures in a family, when at the highest rate, is 15 pence English a day, out of which they find clothes and eating, for 15 pence includes board wages. And most of these fellows are married too, and have 4 or 5 children each. The dinners dressed at home are for this reason more exactly contrived than in England to suit the number of guests. And there are always half a dozen, for dining alone, or the master and mistress tete-a-tete as we do, is unknown to them, who make society very easy and resolve to live much together. No odd sensation then, something like shame, such as we feel when too many dishes are taken empty from table, touches them at all. The common courses are 11, and 11 small plates, and it is their sport and pleasure, if possible, to clear all away. A footman's wages is a shilling a day, like our common labourers, and paid him as they are paid every Saturday night. His livery, meantime, changed at least twice a year, makes him as rich a man as the butler and valet. But when evening comes, it is the comicalest sight in the world to see them all go gravely home, and you may die in the night for want of help, though surrounded by showy attendants all day. Till the hour of departure, however, it is expected that 2 or 3 of them at least sit in the antechamber, as it is called, to answer the bell, which, if we confess the truth, is no slight service or hardship, for the stairs, high and wide as those of Windsor Palace, all stone too, run up from the door immediately to that apartment, which is very large and very cold, with bricks to set their feet on only, and a brazier filled with warm wood ashes to keep their fingers from freezing, which in summer they employ with cards, and seem but little inclined to lay them down when ladies pass through to the receiving room. The strange familiarity this class of people think proper to assume, half joining in the conversation and crying, "Oi bo," note, "oh dear," end note, when the master affirms something they do not quite assent to, is apt to shock one at beginning, the more when one reflects upon the equally offensive humility they show on being first accepted into the family, when it is expected that they receive the new master's or lady's hand in a half-kneeling posture and kiss it, as women under the rank of countess do the Queen of England's when presented at our court. This obsequiousness, however, vanishes completely upon acquaintance, and the footman, if not very seriously admonished indeed, yawns, spits, and displays what one of our travel writers emphatically terms his flag of abomination behind the chair of a woman of quality, without the slightest sensation of its impropriety. There is, however, a sort of odd farcical drollery mingled with this grossness, which tends greatly to disarm one's wrath, and I felt more inclined to laugh than be angry one day when, from the head of my own table, I saw the servant of a nobleman who dined with us cramming some chicken pâtés down his throat behind the door, our own folks humorously trying to choke him by pretending that his lord called him while his mouth was full. Of 1,000 comical things in the same way, I will relate one. Mr. Piozzi's valet was dressing my hair at Paris one morning, when some man sat at an opposite window of the same inn, singing and playing upon the violoncello. I had not observed the circumstance, but my parishionner's distress was evident. He writhed and twisted about like a man pinched with the colic, and pulled 100 queer faces. At last, "What is the matter, Ercolani?" said I. "Are we not well?" "Mistress," replies the fellow, "if that beast don't leave off soon, I shall run mad with rage, or else die. And so you'll see an honest Venetian lad killed by a French dog's howling." The phrase of mistress is here not confined to servants at all. Gentlemen, when they address one, cry "mia padrona," note "my mistress," end note, mighty sweetly, and in a peculiarly pleasing tone. Nothing, to speak truth, can exceed the agreeableness of a well-bred Italian's address when speaking to a lady, whom they alone know how to flatter so as to retain her dignity and not lose their own. Respectful, yet tender; attentive, not officious. The politeness of a man of fashion here is true politeness, free from all affectation, and honestly expressive of what he really feels. A true value for the person spoken to, without the smallest desire of shining himself, equally removed from foppery on one side or indifference on the other. The manners of the men here are certainly pleasing to a very eminent degree, and in their conversation there is a mixture, not unfrequent too, of classical allusions, which strike one with a sort of literary pleasure I cannot easily describe. Yet there is no pedantry in their use of expressions which, with us, will be laughable or liable to censure. But Roman notions here are not quite extinct, and even the housemaid, or Donna di Gros, as they call her, swears by Diana so comically there is no telling. They christen their boys Fabius, their daughters Claudia, very commonly. When they mention a thing known, as we say to Thomas Styles or John O'Noakes, they use the words Tizio and Sempronio. A lady tells me she was at a loss about the dance yesterday evening because she had not been instructed in the programma, and a gentleman, talking of the pleasures he enjoyed supping last night at a friend's house, exclaims, "Eramo posseri ferra in Apolline." Note, we passed yesterday evening as if we had been in the Apollo. End note. Alluding to Lucca's entertainment given to Pompey and Cicero, as I remember it, in the chamber of Apollo. But here is enough of this. More of it in their own pretty phrase, seccerebipur Nettuno. Note, would dry up old Neptune himself. End note. It was long ago that Ausonius said of them more than I can say, and Mr. Addison has translated the lines in their praise better than I could have done. Et Mediolani mero omnio copia rerum, in numerae cultaeque domus, facunda Verorani ingenia, et mores leti. Milan with plenty and with wealth overflows, and numerous streets and cleanly dwellings shows. The people, blessed by nature's happy force, are eloquent and cheerful in discourse. What I have said this moment will, however, account in some measure for a thing which he treats with infinite contempt, not unjustly perhaps, yet does it not deserve the ridicule handed down from his time by all who have touched the subject? It is about the author who, before his theatrical representation, prefixes an odd declaration that, though he names Pluto and Neptune, and I know not who, upon the stage, yet he believes none of these fables, but considers himself as a Christian, a Catholic, etc. All this does appear very absurdly superfluous to us, but as I observed, they live nearer the original seats of paganism. Many old customs are yet retained, and the names not lost among them, or laid up merely for literary purposes, as in England. They swear per Bacco perpetually in common discourse, and once I saw a gentleman in the heat of conversation blush at the recollection that he had said Barba Jove when he meant God Almighty. By the indulgence of private friendship, I have now enjoyed the uncommon amusement of seeing a theatrical exhibition performed by friars in a convent for their own diversion, and that of some select friends. The monks of St. Victor had, it seems, obtained permission this carnival to represent a little odd sort of play written by one of their community, chiefly in the Milanese dialect, though the upper characters spoke Tuscan. The subject of this drama was taken, naturally enough, from some events, real or fictitious, which were supposed to have happened in the environs of Milan about 100 years ago, when the Torriani and Visconti families disputed for superiority. Its construction was compounded of comic and distressful scenes, of which the last gave me most delight, and much was I amazed indeed to feel my cheeks wet with tears at a friar's play, founded on ideas of parental tenderness. The comic part, however, was intolerably gross, the jokes coarse and incapable of diverting any but babies, or men who, by a kind of intellectual privation, contrived to perpetuate babyhood in the vain hope of preserving innocence. Nor could I flatter myself by saying how little I understood the dialect it was written in, as the action was nothing less than equivocal, and in the burletta, which was tacked to by way of farce, I saw the soprano singers who played the women's parts, and who see more of the world than these friars, blush for shame 2 or 3 times, while the company, most of them grave ecclesiastics, applauded with rapturous delight. The wearisome length of the whole would, however, have surfeited me had the amusement been more eligible, but these dear monks do not get a holiday often, I trust. So in the manner of schoolboys, or rather schoolgirls in England, for our boys are soon above such stuff, they were never tired of this dull buffoonery, and kept us listening to it till 1 o'clock in the morning. Pleasure, when it does come, always bursts up in an unexpected place. I derived much from observing in the faces of these cheerful friars that intelligent shrewdness and arch penetration so visible in the countenances of our Welsh farmers and curates of country villages in Flintshire, Carnarvonshire, etc., which Howell, best judge in such a case, observes in his letters and learnedly accounts for, but which I had wholly forgotten till the monks of St. Victor brought it back to my remembrance. The brothers who remained unemployed and clear from stage occupations formed the orchestra. Those who were left then without any immediate business upon their hands chatted gaily with the company, producing plenty of refreshments, and I was really very angry with myself for feeling so cynically disposed when everything possible was done to please me. The Christmas functions here were showy, and I thought well contrived. The public ones are what I speak of, but I was present lately at a private merrymaking where all distinctions seemed pleasingly thrown down by a spirit of innocent gaiety. The Marquis's daughter mingled in country dances with the apothecary's apprentice, while her truly noble parents looked on with generous pleasure and encouraged the mirth of the moment. Priests, ladies, gentlemen of the very first quality romped with the girls of the house in high good humour, and tripped it away without the encumbrance of petty pride, or the mean vanity of giving what they expressively call soggezione to those who were proud of their company and protection. A new married wench, whose little fortune of 100 crowns had been given her by the subscription of many in the room, seemed as free with them all as the most equal distribution of birth or riches could have made her. She laughed aloud and rattled in the ears of the gentlemen, replied with sarcastic coarseness when they joked her, and apparently delighted to promote such conversation as they would not otherwise have tried at. The ladies shouted for joy, encouraged the girl with less delicacy than desire of merriment, and promoted a general banishment of decorum, though I do believe with as full as much or more purity of intention than may often be met with in a polished circle at Paris itself. Such society, however, can please a stranger only as it is odd and as it is new. When ceremony ceases, hilarity is left in a state too natural not to offend people accustomed to scenes of high civilization, and I suppose few of us could return after 25 years old to the coarse comforts of a roll and treacle. Another style of amusement, very different from this last, called us out 2 or 3 days ago to hear the famous Passione of Metastasio sung in St. Celso's church. The building is spacious, the architecture elegant, the ornaments rich. A custom too was on this occasion omitted, which I dislike exceedingly, that of deforming the beautiful edifices dedicated to God's service with damask hangings and gold lace on the capitals of all the pillars upon days of gala, so very perversely that the effect of proportions is lost to the eye, while the church conveys no idea to the mind but of a tattered theatre. And when the frippery decorations fade, nothing can exclude the recollection of an old clothes shop. St. Celso was, however, left clear from these disgraceful ornaments. There assembled together a numerous and brilliant, if not attentive, audience, and St. Peter's part in the oratorio was sung by a soprano voice, with no appearance of peculiar propriety, to be sure. It is now time to talk a little of the theatre, and surely a receptacle so capacious to contain 4,000 people, a place of entrance so commodious to receive them, a show so princely, so very magnificent to entertain them, must be sought in vain out of Italy. The centre front box, richly adorned with gilding, arms and trophies, is appropriated to the court, whose canopy is carried up to what we call the first gallery in England. The crescent of boxes ending with the stage consists of 19 on a side, small boudoirs, for such they seem, and are as such fitted up with silk hangings, girandoles, placed so judiciously as to catch every sound of the singers if they do but whisper. I will not say it is equally advantageous to the figure as to the voice, no performers looking adequate to the place they recite upon, so very stately is the building itself, being all of stone with an immense portico, and stairs which for width you might, without hyperbole, drive your chariot up. An immense sideboard at the first lobby, lighted and furnished with luxurious and elegant plenty, as many people send for suppers to their box, and entertain a knot of friends there with infinite convenience and splendour. A silk curtain, the colour of your hangings, defends the closet from intrusive eyes, if you think proper to drop it, and when drawn up gives gaiety and show to the general appearance of the whole. But across the corridor leading to these boxes, another small chamber, numbered like that it belongs to, is appropriated to the use of your servants, and furnished with every conveniency to make chocolate, serve lemonade, etc. Can one wonder at the contempt shown by foreigners when they see English women of fashion squeezed into holes lined with dirty, torn red paper, and the walls of it covered with wretched crimson stuff? Well, but this theatre is built in place of a church founded by the famous Beatrice di Scala, in consequence of a vow she made to erect one if God would be pleased to send her a son. The church was pulled down and the playhouse erected. The Archduke lost a son that year, and the pious folks cried a judgment, but nobody minded them, I believe. Many, however, that are scrupulous will not go. Meantime, it is a beautiful theatre, to be sure. The finest fabric raised in modern days, I do believe, for the purposes of entertainment. But we must not be partial. While London has 12 capital rooms for the professed amusement of the public, Milan has but one. There is in it, however, a ridotto chamber for cards of a noble size, where some little gaming goes on in carnival time, but though the inhabitants complain of the enormities committed there, I suppose more money is lost and won at one club in St. James's Street during a week than here at Milan in the whole winter. That neither complaints nor rejoicings here at Milan proceed from affectation is a choice comfort. The Lombards possess the skill to please you without feigning, and so artless are their manners you cannot even suspect them of insincerity. They have, perhaps for that very reason, few comedies and fewer novels among them, for the worst of every man's character is already well known to the rest. But be his conduct what it will, the heart is commonly right enough. Il buon cuor lombardo is famed throughout all Italy, and nothing can become proverbial without an excellent reason. Little opportunity, therefore, is given to writers who carry the dark lantern of life into its deepest recesses, unwind the hidden wickedness of a Maskwell or a Monckton, develop the folds of vice, and spy out the internal worthlessness of apparent virtue, which from these discerning eyes cannot be cloaked even by the early taught affectation which renders it a real ingenuity to discover, if in a highly polished capital a man or woman has or has not good parts or principles. So completely are the first overlaid with literature, and the last perverted by refinement. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Milan, Part 2, April 2nd, 1785. The cold weather continues still, and we have heavy snows, but so admirable is the police of this well-regulated town that when overnight it has fallen to the height of 4 feet, no very uncommon occurrence, no one can see in the morning that even a flake has been there. So completely do the poor and the prisoners rid us of it all by throwing immense loads of it into a navigable canal that runs quite round the city, and carries every nuisance with it clearly away, so that no inconveniences can arise. Italians seem to have no feeling of cold. They open the casements for windows, we have none, now in winter, and cry, "Che bel freschetto." Note, what a fresh breeze, end note, while I am starving outright. If there is a flash of a few faggots in the chimney that just scorches one a little, no lady goes near it, but sits at the other end of a high-roofed room, the wind whistling round her ears and her feet upon a perforated brass box filled with wood embers, which the Cavalier Servente pulls out from time to time and replenishes with hotter ashes raked out from between the andirons. How sitting with these fumes under their petticoats improves their beauty of complexion, I know not. Certain it is they pity us exceedingly for our manner of managing ourselves, and inquire of their countrymen who have lived there a while how their health endured the burning fossils in the chambers at London. I have heard 2 or 3 Italians say, "Vorrei anch'io vedere quel Inghilterra, ma questo carbone fossile." Note, I would go see this same England myself, I think, but that fuel made of minerals frights me. End note. To church, however, and to the theatre, ladies have a great green velvet bag carried for them, adorned with gold tassels and lined with fur to keep their feet from freezing, as carpets are not in use here. Poor women run about the streets with a little earthen pipkin hanging on their arm filled with fire, even if they are sent on an errand, while men of all ranks walk wrapped up in an odd sort of white riding coat, not buttoned together, but folded round their body, after the fashion of the old Roman dress one has seen in statues. And this they call gaban, retaining many Spanish words since the time that they were under Spanish government. Buscar, to seek, is quite familiar here as at Madrid, and instead of ragazzo I have heard the Milanese say mozzo di stalla, which is originally a Castilian word, I believe, and spelt by them with the C con cedilla, M-O-C cedilla O. They have likewise Latin phrases oddly mingled among their own. A gentleman said yesterday that he was going to Casa Sororis, to his sisters, and the strange word minga, which one meets at every turn, is corrupted, I believe, from mica, a crumb. Piazz minga, I have not a crumb of pleasure in it, etc. The uniformity of dress here pleases the eye, and their custom of going veiled to church, and always without a hat, which they consider as profanation of the temple, as they call it, delights me much. It has an air of decency in the individuals, of general respect for the place, and of a resolution not to let external images intrude on devout thoughts. The hanging, the churches, and even public pillars set up in the streets or squares for purposes of adoration with black when any person of consequence dies, displeases me more. It is so very dismal, so paltry a piece of pride and expiring vanity, and so dirty a custom, calling bugs and spiders and all manner of vermin about one so in those black trappings. It is terrible. But if they remind us of our end and set us about preparing for it, the benefit is greater than the evil. The equipages on the Corso here are very numerous in proportion to the size of the city, and excessively showy. The horses are long-tailed, heavy, and for the most part black, with high-rising forehands, while the sinking of the back is artfully concealed by the harness of red Morocco leather, richly ornamented, and white reins. To this magnificence much is added by large leopard, panther, or tiger skins, beautifully striped or spotted by nature's hand, and held fast on the horses by heavy shining tassels of gold, coloured lace, etc., wonderfully handsome, while the driver, clothed in a bright scarlet dress adorned and trimmed with bearskin, makes a noble figure on the box at this season upon days of gala. The carnival, however, exhibits a variety unspeakable. Boats and barges, painted of 1,000 colours, drawn upon wheels and filled with masks and merrymakers who throw sugar plums at each other to the infinite delight of the town, whose populousness that show evinces to perfection. For every window and balcony is crowded to excess. The streets are fuller than one can express of gazers, and general mirth and gaiety prevail. When the flashing season is over, and you are no longer to be dazzled with finery or stunned with noise, the nobility of Milan, for gentry there are none, fairly slip a check case over the hammock, as we do our best chairs in England, clap a coarse leather cover on the carriage top, the coachman wearing a vast brown greatcoat, which he spreads on each side of him over the corners of his coach box, and looks, as somebody was saying, like a sitting hen. The paving of our streets here at Milan is worth mentioning only because it is directly contrary to the London method of performing the same operation. They lay the large flagstones at this place in 2 rows for the coach wheels to roll smoothly over, leaving walkers to accommodate themselves and bear the sharp pebbles to their tread as they may. In everything great and everything little, the diversity of government must perpetually occur. Where that is despotic, small care will be taken of the common people. Where that is popular, little attention will be paid to the great ones. I never in my whole life heard so much of birth and family as since I came to this town, where blood enjoys 1,000 exclusive privileges, where cavalier and dama are words of the first, nay, of the only importance, where wit and beauty are considered as useless without a long pedigree, and virtue, talents, wealth and wisdom are thought on only as medals to hang upon the branch of a genealogical tree, as we tie trinkets to a watch in England. I went to church 20 yards from our own door with a servant to wait on me 3 or 4 mornings ago. There was a lady, particularly well dressed, very handsome. 2 footmen attending on her at a distance took my attention. "Peter," I said to my own man as we came out, "Chi è quella dama?" Note, who is that lady? End note. "Non è dama." "She is no lady," replies the fellow contemptuously, smiling at my simplicity. I thought she might be somebody's kept mistress, and asked him whose. "Dio mi liberi," note, God forbid, end note, returns Peter in a kinder accent, for their heart came in, and he would not injure her character. "È moglie d'un ricco banchiere," note, she is a rich banker's wife, end note. "You may see," added he, "that she is no lady if you look. The servants carry no velvet stool for her to kneel upon, and they have no coat armour in the lace to their liveries." "She a lady," he repeated again with infinite contempt. I am told that the Archduke is very desirous to close this breach of distinction, and to draw merchants and traders with their wives up into higher notice than they were wont to remain in. I do not think he will by that means conciliate the affection of any rank. The prejudices in favour of nobility are too strong to be shaken here, much less rooted out so. The very servants would rather starve in the house of a man of family than eat after a person of inferior quality, whom they consider as their equal and almost treat as such to his face. Shall we then be able to refuse our particular veneration to those characters of high rank here who add the charm of a cultivated mind to that situation which, united even with ignorance, would ensure them respect. When scholarship is found among the great in Italy, it has the additional merit of having grown up in their own bosoms, without encouragement from emulation or in the least interested motive. His companions do not think much the more of him for that kind of superiority. "I suppose," says a friend of his, "he must be fond of study. For chi penso d'una maniera, chi penso d'un'altra. Per me sono stato sempre ignorantissimo." Note: one man is of one mind, another of another. I was always a sheer dunce for my own part. End note. These voluntary confessions of many, a quality which, whether possessed or not by English people, would certainly never be avowed, spring from that native sincerity I have been praising. For though family connections are prized so highly here, no man seems ashamed that he has no family to boast. All feigning would indeed be useless and impracticable. Yet it struck me with astonishment, too, to hear a well-bred clergyman who visits at many genteel houses say gravely to his friend, no longer ago than yesterday, that friend a man, too, eminent both for talents and fortune. "Yes, there is a grand invitation at such a place tonight, but I don't go because I'm not a gentleman, perché non sono cavaliere, and the master desired that I would let you know that it was for no other reason that you had not a card too, my good friend, for it is an invitation of none but people of fashion, you see." At all this, nobody stares, nobody laughs, and nobody's throat is cut in consequence of their sincere declarations. The women are not behindhand in openness of confidence and comical sincerity. We have all heard much of Italian cicibesism. I had a mind to know how matters really stood, and took the nearest way to information by asking a mighty beautiful and apparently artless young creature, not noble, how that affair was managed. "For there is no harm done, I am sure," said I. "Why, no," replied she, "no great harm, to be sure, except wearisome attentions from a man one cares little about. For my own part," continued she, "I detest the custom, as I happen to love my husband excessively, and desire nobody's company in the world but his. We are not people of fashion, though, you know, nor at all rich. So how should we set fashions for our betters? They would only say, 'See how jealous he is,' if Mr. Such and such a one sat much with me at home, or went with me to the Corso. And I must go with some gentlemen, you know, and the men are such ungenerous creatures and have such ways with them. I want money often, and this Cavaliere Servente pays the bills, and so the connection draws closer. That's all." "And your husband?" said I. "Oh, why, he likes to see me well dressed. He is very good-natured and very charming. I love him to my heart." "And your confessor?" cried I. "Oh, why, he is used to it. In the Milanese dialect, è assuefato." The mind of an Italian, whether man or woman, seldom fails, for aught I see, to make up in extent what is wanted in cultivation, and that they possess the art of pleasing in an eminent degree. The constancy with which they are mutually beloved by each other is the best proof. Ladies of distinction bring with them when they marry, besides fortune, as many clothes as will last them 7 years, for fashions do not change here as often as in London or Paris. Yet is pin money allowed, and an attention paid to the wife that no Englishwoman can form an idea of. In every family her duties are few, for, as I have observed, household management falls to the master's share, of course when all the servants are men almost, and those all paid by the week or day. Children are very seldom seen by those who visit great houses. If they do come down for 5 minutes after dinner, the parents are talked of as doting on them, and nothing can equal the pious and tender return made to fathers and mothers in this country for even an apparently moderate share of fondness shown to them in a state of infancy. I saw an old marchioness the other day, who had, I believe, been exquisitely beautiful, lying in bed in a spacious apartment just like ours in the old palaces, with the tester touching the top almost. She had her 3 grown-up sons standing round her, with an affectionate desire of pleasing and showing her whatever could soothe or amuse her, so that it charmed me. And I was told, and observed indeed, that when they quitted her presence, a half-kneeling bow and a kind of kiss of her still white hand was the ceremony used. I knew myself brought thither only that she might be entertained with the sight of the foreigner, and was equally struck at her appearance, more so, I should imagine, than she could be by mine. When these dear men assisted in moving her pillows with emulative attention, and rejoiced with each other apart that their mother looked so well today. 2 or 3 servants out of livery brought us refreshments, I remember, but her maid attended in the antechamber and answered the bell at her bed's head, which was exceedingly magnificent in the old style of grandeur, crimson damask, if I recollect right, with family arms at the back, and she lay on 9 or 11 pillows laced with ribbon, and 2 large bows to each, very elegant and expensive in any country. With all this, to prove that the Italians have little sensation of cold, here was no fire, but a suffocating brazier which stood near the door that opened and was kept open into the maid's apartment. A woman here, in every stage of life, has really a degree of attention shown her that is surprising. If conjugal disputes arise in a family so as to make them become what we call town talk, the public voice is sure to run against the husband. If separation ensues, all possible countenance is given to the wife, while the gentleman is somewhat less willingly received, and all the stories of past disgusts are related to his prejudice, nor will the lady whom he wishes to serve look very kindly on a man who treats his own wife with unpoliteness. Che cuore deve avere, note, what a heart he must have, end note, says she. Io non me ne fido sicuro. I shall take care not to trust him, sure. National character is a great matter. I did not know there had been such a difference in the ways of thinking merely from custom and climate as I see there is, though one has read of it. It was, however, entertaining enough to hear a travel gentleman haranguing away 3 nights ago at our house in praise of English cleanliness, and telling his auditors how all the men in London that were noble put on a clean shirt every day, and the women washed the street before his house door every morning. "Che schiavitù mai!" exclaimed a lady of quality who was listening. "Ma naturalmente sarà per comando del principe." Note, "What a land of slavery," says Donna Luisa. I heard her. "But it is all done by command of the sovereign, I suppose." End note. Their ideas of justice are no less singular than of delicacy, but those are more easily accounted for. So is their amiable carriage towards inferiors, calling their own and their friends' servants by tender names, and speaking to all below themselves with a graciousness not often used by Englishmen or women even to their equals. The pleasure, too, which the high people here express when the low ones are diverted is charming. We think it vulgar to be merry when the mob is so, but if rolling down a hill like Greenwich was the custom here as it is with us, all Milan would run to see the sport and rejoice in the felicity of their fellow creatures. When I express my admiration of such condescending sweetness, they reply, "È un uomo come un altro? È battezzato come noi?" and the like. Note, "He is a man of the same nature as we?" He has been christened as well as ourselves, end note, they reply. Yet do I not for this reason condemn the English as naturally haughty above their continental neighbours. Our government has left so narrow a space between the upper and under ranks of people in Great Britain, while our charitable and truly Christian religion is still so constantly employed in raising the depressed by giving them the means of changing the situation, that if our persons of condition fail even for a moment to watch their post, maintaining by dignity what they or their fathers have acquired by merit, they are instantly and suddenly broken in upon by the well-employed talents or swiftly acquired riches of men born on the other side the thin partition. Whilst in Italy the gulf is totally impassable, and birth alone can entitle man or woman to the society of gentlemen and ladies. This firmly fixed idea of subordination, which I once heard a Venetian say he believed must exist in heaven from one angel to another, accounts immediately for a little conversation which I am now going to relate. Here were 2 men taken up last week, one for murdering his fellow servant in cold blood, while the undefended creature had the lemonade tray in his hand going in to serve company, the other for breaking the new lamps lately set up with intention to light this town in the manner of the streets at Paris. I hope, said I, they will hang the murderer. I rather hope, replied a very sensible lady who sat near me, that they will hang the person who broke the lamps. For, added she, the first committed his crime only out of revenge, poor fellow, because the other had got his mistress from him by treachery. But this creature has had the impudence to break our fine new lamps, all for the sake of spiting the Archduke. The Archduke, meantime, hangs nobody at all, but sets his prisoners to work upon the roads, public buildings, etc., where they labour in their chains, and where, strange to tell, they often insult passengers who refuse them alms when asked as they go by, and stranger still, they are not punished for it when they do. Here is certainly much despotic power in Italy, but I fancy very little oppression. Perhaps authority, once acknowledged, does not delight itself always by the fatigue of exertion. Sat est prostrase, Leone, is an old adage with which I perhaps may be the better acquainted, as it is the motto to my own coat of arms. And unless sovereignty is hungry, for aught I see, he does not certainly devour. The certainty of their irrevocable doom, softened by kind usage from their superiors, makes, in the meantime, an odd sort of humorous drollery spring up among the common people, who are much happier here at Milan than I expected to find them, every great house giving meat, broth, etc. to poor dependents with liberal good nature enough, so that mighty little wandering misery is seen in the streets, unlike those of Genoa, who seem mocked with the word liberty, while sorrow, sickness, and the most pinching want pine at the doors of marble palaces, whose owners are as unfeeling as their walls. Our ordinary people here in Lombardy are well-clothed, fat, stout, and merry, and desirous to divert themselves and their protectors, whom they love at their hearts. There is, however, a degree of effrontery among the women that amazes me, and one of which I had no idea till a friend showed me one evening from my own box at the opera 50 or 100 low shopkeepers' wives dispersed about the pit at the theatre, dressed in men's clothes, per disimpegno, as they call it, that they might be more at liberty, forsooth, to clap and hiss, and quarrel and jostle, etc. I felt shocked. One who comes from a free government need not wonder so, said he. On the contrary, sir, replied I, where everybody has hopes, or at least possibility, of bettering his station and advancing nearer to the limits of upper life, none except the most abandoned of their species will wholly lose sight of such decorous conduct as alone can grace them when they have reached their wish, whereas your people know their destiny, future as well as present, and think no more of deserving a higher post than they think of obtaining it. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 3 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mantua, Verona and Padua. Lodi. The first evening's drive carried us no farther than Lodi, a place renowned throughout all Europe for its excellent cheese, as our well-known ballad bears testimony. Quote, "Let Lodi or Parmesan bring up the rear." Unquote. This town, however, bringing no other ideas, either new or old, to our minds, we went to the opera and heard a Moricchieri sing, after which they gave us a new dramatic dance made upon the story of Don John or the Libertine, a tale which, whether true or false, fact or fable, has furnished every Christian country in the world, I believe, with some subject of representation. It makes me no sport, however. The idea of an impenitent sinner going to hell is too seriously terrifying to make amusement out of. Let mythology, which is now grown good for little else, be danced upon the stage, where Mr. Vestris may bounce and struggle in the character of Alcides on his funeral pyre with no very glaring impropriety. And such baubles serve beside to keep old classical stories in the heads of our young people, who, if they must have torches to blaze in their eyes, may divert themselves with Pluto catching up Ceres' daughter and driving her away to Tartarus. But let Don John alone. I have at least half a notion that the horrible history is half true. If so, it is surely very gross to represent it by dancing. Should such false, foolish taste prevail in England, but I hope it will not, we might perhaps go happily through the whole book of God's Revenge Against Murder or the Annals of Newgate on the stage. Mantua. The theatres here are beautiful beyond all telling, and it is a shame not to take the model of the small one and build a place of entertainment on the plan. There cannot surely be any plan more elegant. We had a concert of admirable music at the house of our new acquaintance in the evening, and were introduced by his means to many people of fashion. The ladies were pretty and dressed with much taste, no caps at all, but flowers in their heads, and earrings of silver filigree, finely worked, long, light and thin. I never saw such before, but it would be an exceeding pretty fashion. They hung down quite low upon the neck and shoulders, and had a pleasing effect. Verona, April the 10th. How beautiful the entrance is of this charming city, how grand the gate, how handsome the drive forward, may all be read here in a printed book called Verona Illustrata. But my felicity in finding the amphitheatre so well preserved can only be found in my own heart, which began sensibly to dilate at seeing the old Roman Colosseum kept so nicely and repaired so well. A bull feast given here to divert the Emperor as he passed through must have excited many pleasing sensations, for the inhabitants sat on seats once occupied by the masters of the world, and what is more worth wonder, sat at the feet of a Transalpine Caesar, for so the sovereign of Germany is even now called by his Milanese subjects in common discourse. And when one looks upon the arms of Austria, a spread eagle, and recollects that when the Roman Empire was divided, the old eagle was split, with one face looking towards the east, the other towards the west, in token of shared possession, it affects one and calls up classic imagery to the mind. The collection of antiquities belonging to the Philharmonic Society is very respectable. They reminded me of the Arundel marbles at Oxford, and I said so. "Oh," replied the man who showed these, "that collection was very valuable, to be sure, but the bad air and the smoke of coal fires in England have ruined them long ago." I suspected that my gentleman talked by rote, and examining the book called Verona Illustrata, found the remark there. But this is mala fede, and a very ridiculous prejudice. "A Verona mezzi matti," note, the people of Verona are half out of their wits, end note, say the Italians themselves of them. And I see nothing seemingly go forward here but improvisatori reciting stories and verses to entertain the populace, boys flying kites cut square like a diamond on the cards and called stelle, men amusing themselves at a game called palamaio, something like our cricket, only that they throw the ball with a hollow stick, not with the hand, but it requires no small corporal strength. And I know not why our English people have such a notion of Italian effeminacy. Games of very strong exertion are in use among them, and I have not yet felt one hot day since I left France. They showed us an agreeable garden here, belonging to some man of fashion whose name I know not. It was cut in a rock, yet the grotto disappointed me. They had not taken such advantages of the situation as Lomellino would have done, and I recollected the tasteful creations in my own country, Payne's Hill and Star Head. The Veronese nobleman showed, however, the spirit of his country, if we let loose the genius of ours. The Emperor had visited his improvements, it seems, and on the spot where he kissed the children of the house, their father set up a stone to record the honour. Our attendant related a tender story, to me more interesting, which happened in this garden, of an English gentleman who, having hired the house, etc., one season, found his favourite servant ill there and like to die. The poor creature expressed his concern at the intolerant cruelty of that sect which denies Christians of any other denomination but their own a place in consecrated ground, and lamented his distance from home with an anxious earnestness that hastened his end, when the humanity of his master sent him to the landlord, who kindly gave permission that he might lie undisturbed under his turf, as one places one's lapdog in England. And there, as our lackey de place observed, he did no harm, though he was a heretic. And the English gentleman wept over his grave. Our equipages here are strangely inferior to those we left behind at Milan. Oil is burned in the conversation rooms too, and it smells very offensively. They lament our, quote, suffocation in England and black smoke, unquote, while what proceeds from these lamps would ruin the finest furniture in the world before 5 weeks were expired. I saw no such use at Turin, Genoa or Milan. The horses here are not equal to those I have admired on the Corso at other great towns, but it is pleasing to observe the contrast between the high-bred, airy, elegant English hunter and the majestic, docile, well-broken war-horse of Lombardy. Shall we fancy there is Gothic and Grecian to be found even among the animals? Or is that not too fanciful? Before leaving the plains of Lombardy, I will give my countrywomen one reason for detaining them so long there. It cannot be an uninteresting reason to us when we reflect that our first headdresses were made by Milaners, that a court gown was early known in England by the name of a mantua, from Manto, the daughter of Tiresias, who founded the city so called, and that some of the best materials for making these mantuas is still named from the town it is manufactured in, a Padua soie. Padua. Padua la Dotta afforded me much pleasure from the politeness of the Countess Ferres, born a German of the House of Staremberg. She thought proper to show me 1,000 civilities in consequence of a kind letter which we carried her from Count Wilczek, the Austrian minister at Milan, called the literati of the town about us, and gave me the pleasure of conversing with the Abate Cesarotti, who translated Ossian, and the Professor Statico, whose attentions I ought never to forget. I was surprised at length to hear kind inquiries after English acquaintance made in my native language by the botanical professor, who spoke much of Dr. Johnson and with great regard. He had, it seems, spent much time in our island about 30 years before. The Debtor's Stone in the Hall of Justice has many entertaining stories annexed to it. The bankrupt is obliged to sit there in presence of his creditors and judges in a very disgraceful state, and many accounts are told of the various effects such distresses have had on the mind. But suicide is a crime rarely committed out of England, and the Italians look with just horror on our people for being so easily incited to a sin which takes from him that commits it all power and possibility of repentance. A Frenchman, whom I sent for once at Bath to dress my hair, gave me an excellent tray of his own national character, speaking upon that subject, when he meant to satirize ours. "You have lived some years in England, friend," said I. "Do you like it?" "Mais non, madame, pas parfaitement bien." Note, "No, truly, ma'am, not much." End note. "You have travelled much in Italy. Do you like that better?" "Dieu ne plaise, madame, je n'aime guère monsieur les Italiens." Note, "Oh, God forbid, no, I can't endure those Italians." End note. "What do they do to make you hate them so?" "Mais c'est que les Italiens se tuent l'un l'autre," replied the fellow. "Les Anglais se font plaisir de se tuer eux-mêmes. Paddy, je ne me sens rien moins qu'un vrai goût pour ces gentillesses-là. J'aimerais mieux me trouver à Paris, pour rire un peu." Note, why really, the Italians have such a passion for murdering each other, ma'am, and the English such an odd delight in killing themselves, that I, who have acquired no taste for such agreeable amusements, grow somewhat impatient to return to Paris and get a good laugh among my old acquaintance. End note. Besides the civilities shown us here by Mr. Bonaldi and his agreeable lady, Signora Annetta, we were recommended by letters from the Venetian resident at Milan to Abate Tualdo, Professor of Astronomy, who wished to do all in his power to oblige and entertain us. His observatory is a good one, but the learned, amiable scholar who resides in the first floor of it complained to us that he was sickly, old and poor, 3 bad qualifications, as he observed, for the amusement of travellers, who commonly arrive hungry for novelty and thirsty for information. His quadrant was very fine, the planetarium, or orrery, quite out of repair, and his references, of course, were obliged to be made to a sort of map or chart of the heavenly bodies, a solar system at least, with comets, that hung up in his room as a substitute. He had little reverence for the petrifactions of Monte Bolca, I perceived, which he considered as mere lusus naturae. He showed me poor Petrarch's tomb from his observatory, bid me look on Sir Isaac's full-length picture in the room, and said the world would see no more such men. Of our Maskelyne, however, no man could speak with more esteem or expressions of generous friendship. His sitting chamber was a pleasant one, and I should not have left it so soon but in compassion for his health, which our company was more likely to injure than assist. He asked me if I did not find Padua la Dotta a very stinking, nasty town, but added that literature and dirt had long been intimately acquainted, and that this city was commonly called among the Italians Porcil de Padua, Padua the pigsty. I must not leave the terra firma, as it is called, without mentioning once more some of the animals it produces, among which the asses are so justly renowned for their size and beauty that come un asino di Padua is proverbial when speaking of strength among the Italians. How should it be otherwise, indeed, when every herb and every shrub breathes fragrance, and where the quantity as well as the quality of their food naturally so increases their milk that I should think some of them might yield as much as an ordinary cow? This town, as Abbe Tebaldo observed, is old and dirty and melancholy looking in itself, but Terence told us long ago, and truly, quote, that it was not the walls but the company made every place delightful, unquote. And these inhabitants, though few in number, are so exceedingly cheerful, so charming, their language is so mellifluous, their manners so soothing, I can scarcely bear to leave them without tears. Verona was the first place I felt reluctance to quit, but the Venetian state certainly possesses uncommon, and to me almost unaccountable, attractions. Be that as it will, we leave these sweet Paduans tomorrow. The coach is disposed of, and we are to set out upon our watery journey to their wonderfully situated metropolis, or as they call it prettily, La Bella Dominante. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Venice. We went down the Brenta in a barge that brought us in 8 hours to Venice, the first appearance of which revived all the ideas inspired by Canaletti, whose views of this town are most scrupulously exact, those especially which one sees at the Queen of England's house in St. James's Park, to such a degree, indeed, that we knew all the famous towers, steeples, etc., before we reached them. St. Mark's Place, after all I had read and all I had heard of it, exceeded expectation. Such a cluster of excellence, such a constellation of artificial beauties, my mind had never ventured to excite the idea of within herself. So great is the devotion of the common people here to their titular saint, that when they cry out, as we do, "Old England forever," they do not say "Viva Venezia," but "Viva San Marco." And I doubt much if that was not once the way with us. In one of Shakespeare's plays, an expiring prince, being near to give up all for gone, is animated by his son in these words, "Courage, father, cry St. George." We had an opportunity of seeing his day celebrated with a very grand procession the other morning, April the 23rd, when a live boy personated the hero of the show, but sat so still upon his painted courser that it was long before I perceived him to breathe. The streets were vastly crowded with spectators that in every place make the principal part of the spectacle. It is odd that a custom which in contemplation seems so unlikely to please should, when put in practice, appear highly necessary and productive of an effect which can be obtained no other way. Were the houses in Parliament Street to hang damask curtains, worked carpets, pieces of various coloured silks with fringe or lace round them, out of every window when the King of England goes to the House, with numberless well-dressed ladies leaning out to see him pass, it would give one an idea of the continental towns upon a gala day. But our people would be apt to cry out, "Monmouth Street," and look ashamed if their neighbours saw the same decker-work counterpane or crimson curtain produced at Easter, which made a figure at Christmas the December before, so that no end will be put to the expense in our country for such a fancy to take place. The rainy weather beside would spoil all our finery at once, And here, though it is still cold enough to be sure, and the women wear satins, yet still one shivers over a bad fire only because there is no place to walk and warm oneself, for I've not seen a drop of rain. The truth is, this town cannot be a wholesome one, for there is scarcely a possibility of taking exercise. Nor have I been once able to circulate my blood by motion since our arrival, except perhaps by climbing the beautiful tower which stands, as everything else does, in St. Mark's Place. And you may drive a garden chair up that, so easy is the ascent, so broad and luminous the way. From the top is presented to one's sight the most striking of all prospects, water bounded by land, not land by water. The curious and elegant islets upon which and into which the piles of Venice are driven, exhibiting clusters of houses, churches, palaces, everything, started up in the midst of the sea, so as to excite amazement. It was upon the day appointed for making a new Chancellor, however, that one ought to have looked at this lovely city, when every shop, adorned with its own peculiar produce, was disposed to hail the passage of its favourite in a manner so lively, so luxuriant, and at the same time so tasteful, there's no telling. Milliners crowned the new dignitary's picture with flowers, while columns of gauze, twisted round with ribbon in the most elegant style, supported the figure on each side, and made the prettiest appearance possible. The furrier formed his skins into representations of the animal they had once belonged to, so the lion was seen dandling the kid at one door, while the fox stood courting a badger out of his hole at the other. The poulterers and fruiterers were by many thought the most beautiful shops in town, from the variety of fancies displayed in the disposal of their goods. And I admired the truly Italian ingenuity of a gunsmith, who had found the art of turning his instruments of terror into objects of delight by his judicious manner of placing and arranging them. Every shop was illuminated with a large glass chandelier before it, besides the wax candles and coloured lamps interspersed among the ornaments within. The senators have much the appearance of our lawyers going robed to Westminster Hall, but the gentlewomanly, as they are called, wear red dresses, and remind me of the doctors of the ecclesiastical courts in Doctors' Commons. I have said nothing yet about the gondolas, which everybody knows are black, and give an air of melancholy at first sight, yet nothing less than sorrowful. It is like painting the lively Mrs. Cholmondeley in the character of Milton's pensive nun, devout and pure, sober, steadfast and demure, as I once saw her drawn by a famous hand, to show a Venetian lady in her gondola in Cendaletto, which is black like the gondola, but wholly calculated like that for the purposes of refined gallantry. So is the nightly rendezvous, the coffee-house and casino. For whilst Palladio's palaces serve to adorn the Grand Canal and strike those who enter Venice with surprise at its magnificence, those snug retreats are intended for the relaxation of those who inhabit the more splendid apartments and are fatigued with exertions of dignity and necessity of no small expense. We have been told much of the suspicious temper of Venetian laws, and have heard often that every discourse is suffered except such as tends to political conversation in this city, and that whatever nobleman, native of Venice, is seen speaking familiarly with a foreign minister runs a risk of punishment too terrible to be thought on. How far that manner of proceeding may be wise or just, I know not. Certain it is that they have preserved their laws inviolate, their city unattempted, and their republic respectable, through all the concussions that have shaken the rest of Europe. Surrounded by envious powers, it becomes them to be vigilant. Conscious of the value of their unconquered state, it is no wonder that they love her. And surely the true amor patriae never glowed more warmly in old Roman bosoms than in theirs, who draw, as many families here do, their pedigree from the consuls of the Commonwealth. Love without jealousy is seldom to be met with, especially in these warm climates. Let us then permit them to be jealous of a constitution which all the other states of Italy look on with envy not unmixed with malice, and propagate strange stories to its disadvantage. That suspicion should be concealed under the mask of gaiety is neither very new nor very strange. The reign of our Charles II was equally famous for plots, perjuries, and cruel chastisements as for wanton levity and indecent frolics. But here at Venice there are no unpermitted frolics. Her rulers love to see her gay and cheerful. They are the fathers of their country, and if they indulge, take care not to spoil her. With regard to common chat, I have heard many a liberal and eloquent disquisition upon the state of Europe in general, and on Venice in particular, from several agreeable friends at their own casino, who did not appear to have more fears upon them than myself, and I know not why they should. Chevalier Amo is deservedly a favourite with them. We used to talk whole evenings of him and of General Elliot, the bombarding of Tunis and the defence of Gibraltar. The newspapers spoke of some fireworks exhibited in England in honour of their hero. They were vraiment feux de joie, said an agreeable Venetian. They were not feux d'artifice. Whoever sees St. Mark's Place lighted up of an evening, adorned with every excellence of human art and pregnant with pleasure, expressed by intelligent countenances sparkling with every grace of nature, the sea washing its walls, the moonbeams dancing on its subjugated waves, sport and laughter resounding from the coffee-houses, girls with guitars skipping about the square, masks and merrymakers singing as they pass you, unless abide with a band of music is heard at some distance upon the water, and cause attention to sounds made sweeter by the element over which they are brought. Whoever is led suddenly, I say, to this scene of seemingly perennial gaiety, will be apt to cry out of Venice, as Eve says to Adam in Milton, "With thee conversing I forget all time, all seasons and their change, all please alike." For it is sure there are in this town many astonishing privations of all that are used to make other places delightful, and as poor Omai, the savage, said when about to return to Otaheite, no horse there, no ass, no cow, no golden pippins, no dish of tea. Ah, missy, I go without everything. I always so content there, though. It is really just so one lives at this lovely Venice. One has heard of a horse being exhibited for a show there, and yesterday I watched the poor people paying a penny apiece for the sight of a stuffed one, and am more than persuaded of the truth of what I am told here, that numberless inhabitants live and die in this great capital, nor ever find out or think of inquiring how the milk brought from terra firma is originally produced. The view of Venice from the Zuecca, a word contracted from Giudecca, as I'm told, would invite one never more to stray from it, farther at least than to St. George's Church, on another little opposite island, whence the prospect is surely wonderful. It is to this church I was sent for the purpose of seeing a famous picture painted by Paul Veronese of the marriage at Cana in Galilee. When we arrived, the picture was kept in a refectory belonging to friars, of what order I have forgotten, and no woman could be admitted. My disappointment was so great that I was deprived even of the powers of solicitation by the extreme ill humour it occasioned, and my few entreaties for admission were completely disregarded by the good old monk who remained outside with me while the gentlemen visited the convent without molestation. At my return to Venice I met little comfort, as everybody told me it was my own fault, as I might put on men's clothes and see it whenever I pleased, as nobody then would stop, though perhaps all of them would know me. But it is almost time to talk of the Rialto, said to be the finest single arch in Europe. And I suppose it is so. Very beautiful too when looked on from the water, but so dirtily kept and deformed with mean shops that passing over it, disgust gets the better of every other sensation. The truth is, our dear Venetians are nothing less than cleanly. St. Mark's Place is all covered over in a morning with chicken coops which stink one to death, so nobody, I believe, ever thinks of changing their baskets. And all about the ducal palace is made so very offensive by the resort of human creatures for every purpose most unworthy of so charming a place, that all enjoyment of its beauties is rendered difficult to a person of any delicacy, and poisoned so provokingly that I do never cease to wonder that so little police and proper regulation are established in a city so particularly lovely to render her sweet and wholesome. I've asked several friends about the truth of what one has been always hearing of in England, that the Venetian gondoliers sing Tasso's and Ariosto's verses in the streets at night, sometimes quarrelling with each other concerning the merits of their favourite poets. But what I have been told since I came here of their attachment to their respective masters and secrecy when trusted by them in love affairs seems far more probable, as they are proud to excess when they serve a nobleman of high birth, and will tell you with an air of importance that the house of Memo, Moncenigo or Gratarola has been served by their ancestors for these 80 or perhaps 100 years, transmitting family pride thus from generation to generation, even when that pride is but reflected only like the mock rainbow of a summer sky. But hark! While I am writing this peevish reflection in my room, I hear some voices under my window answering each other upon the Grand Canal. It is the gondolieri, sure enough, and they are at this moment singing to an odd sort of tune, but in no unmusical manner, the Flight of Erminia from Tasso's Jerusalem. Apropos to singing, we were this evening carried to a well-known conservatory called the Mendicanti, who performed an oratorio in the church with great, and I dare say deserved, applause. It was difficult for me to persuade myself that all the performers were women, till, watching carefully, our eyes convinced us, as they were but slightly graded. The sight of girls, however, handling the double bass and blowing into the bassoon did not much please me, and the deep-toned voice of her who sung the part of Saul seemed an odd, unnatural thing enough. What I found most curious and pretty was to hear Latin verses of the old Leonine race broken into 8 and 6 and sung in rhyme by these women, as if they were airs of Metastasio, all in their dulcified pronunciation too, for the patois runs equally through every language when spoken by a Venetian. Well, these pretty sirens were delighted to seize upon us, and pressed our visit to their parlour with a sweetness that I know not who would have resisted. We had no such intent, and amply did their performance repay my curiosity for visiting Venetian beauties so justly celebrated for their seducing manners and soft address. They accompanied their voices with the forte piano, and sung 1,000 buffo songs with all that gay voluptuousness for which their country is renowned. The state of music in Italy, if one may believe those who ought to know it best, is not what it was. The manner of singing is much changed, I am told, and some affectations have been suffered to encroach upon their natural graces. Among the persons who exhibited their talents at the Countess of Rosenberg's last week, our countrywoman's performance was most applauded, but when I name Lady Clarges, no one will wonder. It is said that painting is now but little cultivated among them. Rome will, however, be the place for such inquiries. Angelica Kaufmann being settled there seems a proof of their taste for living merit. And if one thing more than another evinces Italian candour and true good nature, it is perhaps their generous willingness to be ever happy in acknowledging foreign excellence, and their delight in bringing forward the eminent qualities of every other nation, never insolently vaunting or bragging of their own. Unlike to this is the national spirit and confined ideas of perfection inherent in a Gallic mind, whose sole politeness is an applique stuck upon the coat, but never embroidered into it. Among the noble senators of Venice, meantime, many good scholars, many belles-lettres converses, and what is more valuable, many thinking men may be found, and found hourly, who employ their powers wholly in care for the state, and make their pleasure, like true patriots, out of her felicity. The ladies, indeed, appear to study but one science, quote, "and where the lesson taught is but to please, can pleasure seem a fault?" unquote. Like all sensualists, however, they fail of the end proposed from hurry to obtain it, and consume those charms which alone can procure them continuance or change of admirers. They injure their health too irreparably, and that in their earliest youth, for few remain unmarried till 15, and at 30 have a wan and faded look. On ne goûte pas ses plaisirs si on les avale. They do not taste their pleasures here, they swallow them whole, said Madame la Présidente yesterday very judiciously. To try Venetian dames by English rules would be worse than all the tyranny complained of when some East Indian was condemned upon the Coventry Act for slitting his wife's nose, a common practice in his country and perfectly agreeable to custom and the usage du pays. Here is no struggle for female education, as with us, no resources in study, no duties of family management, no bill of fare to be looked over in the morning, no account book to be settled at noon, no necessity of reading to supply without disgrace the evening's chat, no laughing at the card table or twittering in the corner if a lapsus linguae has produced a mistake, which malice never fails to record. A lady in Italy is sure of applause, so she takes little pains to obtain it. A Venetian lady has, in particular, so sweet a manner naturally that she really charms without any settled intent to do so, merely from that irresistible good humour and mellifluous tone of voice which seize the soul and detain it, in despite of Juno-like majesty or Minerva-like wit. Nor ever was there prince or shepherd, Paris, I think, was both, who would not have bestowed his apple here. Meanwhile, my countryman Howell laments that the women at Venice are so little. But why so? The diminutive progeny of Vulcan, the Kabirs, mysteriously adored of old, were of a size below that of the least living woman, if we believe Herodotus, and they were worshipped with more constant as well as more fervent devotion than the symmetrical goddess of beauty herself. A custom which prevails here of wearing little or no rouge, and increasing the native paleness of their skins by scarce lightly wiping the very white powder from their faces, is a method no Frenchwoman of quality would like to adopt. Yet surely the Venetians are not behindhand in the art of gaining admirers, and they do not, like their painters, depend upon colouring to ensure it. Nothing can be a greater proof of the little consequence which dress gives to a woman than the reflection one must make on a Venetian lady's mode of appearance in her zendelette, without which nobody stirs out of the house in a morning. It consists of a full black silk petticoat, sloped just to train a very little on the ground, and flounced with gauze of the same colour, a skeleton wire upon the head, such as we use to make up hats, throwing loosely over it a large piece of black mode or Persian, so as to shade the face like a curtain, the front being trimmed with a very deep black lace or soufflé gauze, infinitely becoming. The thin silk that remains to be disposed of they roll back so as to discover the bosom, fastening it with a puff before at the top of their stomacher, and once more rolling it back from the shape, tie it gracefully behind, and let it hang in 2 long ends. The evening ornament is a silk hat shaped like a man's, and of the same colour, with a white or worked lining at most, and sometimes 1 feather. A great black silk cloak lined with white, and perhaps a narrow border down below, with a vast heavy round handkerchief of black lace which lies over the neck and shoulders, and conceals shape and all completely. Here is surely little appearance of art, no craping or frizzing the hair, which is flat at the top and all of 1 length, hanging in long curls about the back or sides as it happens. No brown powder and no rouge at all. Thus, without variety, does a Venetian lady contrive to delight the eye, and without much instruction to charm the ear. A source of thought fairly cut off beside, in giving her no room to show taste in dress or invent new fancies in disposition of ornaments for tomorrow. The government takes all that trouble off her hands, knows every pin she wears, and where to find her at any moment of the day or night. Meantime, nothing conveys to a British observer a stronger emotion of loose living and licentious dissoluteness than the sight of one's servants, gondoliers, and other attendants on the scenes and circles of pleasure, where you find them, though never drunk, dead with sleep upon the stairs, or in their boats, or in the open street for that matter, like over-swilled voters at an election in England. One may trample on them if one will. They hardly can be awakened, and their companions, who have more life left in them, set the others literally on their feet to make them capable of obeying their master's or lady's call. With all this appearance of levity, however, there is an unremitted attention to the affairs of state, nor is any senator seen to come late or negligently to council next day, however he may have amused himself all night. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in public domain. Venice. The sight of the Bucentoro prepared for gala and the glories of Venice upon Ascension Day must now put an end to other observations. We had the honour and comfort of seeing all from a galley belonging to a noble Venetian braggadoon, whose civilities to us were singularly kind, as well as extremely polite. His attentions did not cease with the morning show, which we shared in common with numbers of fashionable people that filled his ship and partook of his profuse, elegant refreshments. But he followed us after dinner to the house of our English friends, and took 6 of us together in a gay bark adorned with his arms, and rowed by 8 gondoliers in superb liveries made up for the occasion to match the boat, which was, like them, white, blue and silver, a flag of the same colours flying from the stern, till we arrived at the Corso. So they call the place of contention where the rowers exerted their skill and ingenuity, and numberless oars dashing the waves at once make the only agitation of which the sea seems capable, while ladies, now no longer dressed in black, but ornamented with all their jewels, flowers, etc., display their beauties unveiled upon the water, and, covering the lagoons with gaiety and splendour, bring to one's mind the games of Virgil and the galley of Cleopatra by turns. The Bucentoro holds 200 people, and is heavy besides with statues, columns, etc., the top covered with crimson velvet, and the sides enlivened by 21 oars on each hand. Musical performers attend in another barge, while foreigners in gilded pageos increase the general show. Meantime, the vessel that contains the Doge, etc., carries him slowly out to sea, where in the presence of his senators he drops a plain gold ring into the water with these words: Responsamus te mare insignum veri perpetuique dominii. Note, we espouse thee, O sea, in sign of true and perpetual dominion. End note. Our weather was favourable and the people all seemed happy. When the ceremony is put off from day to day, it naturally damps their spirits and produces superstitious presages of an unlucky year. Nor is that strange, for the season of storms ought surely to be passed in a climate so celebrated for mildness and equanimity. The praises of Italian weather, though wearisomely frequent among us, seem, however, much confined to this island for aught I see, who am often tired with hearing their complaints of their own sky now that they are under it, always too cold or too hot, or a skirrock wind, or a rainy day, or a hard frost, che gele fin ai pensieri, note, which freezes even one's fancy, end note, or something to murmur about, while their only great nuisances pass unnoticed. The heaps of dirt and crowds of beggars who infest the streets and poison the pleasures of society. While ladies are eating ice at a coffee-house door, while decent people are hearing mass at the altar, while strangers are surveying the beauties of the place, no peace, no enjoyment can one obtain for the beggars, numerous beyond credibility, saucy and airy and odd in their manners, and exhibiting such various lamenesses and horrible deformities in their figure that I can sometimes hardly believe my eyes, but am willing to be told, what is not very improbable, that many of them come from a great distance to pass the season of Ascension here at Venice. I never indeed saw anything so gently endured, which it appeared so little difficult to remedy. But though I hope it will be hard to find a place where more alms are asked for and less are given than in Venice, yet I never saw refusals so pleasantly softened as by the manners of the high Italians towards the low. Ladies in particular are so soft-mouthed, so tender in replying to those who have their lot cast far below them, that one feels one's own harsher disposition corrected by their sweetness. And when they called my maid sister in good time, pressing her hand with affectionate kindness, it melted me, though I feared from time to time there must be hypocrisy at bottom of such sugared words, till I caught a lady of condition yesterday turning to the window and praying fervently for the girl's conversion to Christianity, all from a tender and pious emotion of her gentle heart, as notwithstanding their caresses, no man is more firmly persuaded of a mathematical truth than they are of mine and my maid's living in a state of certain and eternal reprobation. Ma fanno veramente vergogna a noi altri. Note, but they really shame even us, end note, say they. Quite in the spirit of the old Romans, who thought all nations barbarous except their own. A woman of quality, near whom I sat at the fine ball Bagot had made 2 nights ago in honour of this gay season, inquired how I had passed the morning. I named several churches I had looked into, particularly that which they esteem beyond the rest as a favourite work of Palladio, and called the Redentore. You do very right, says she, to look into our churches, as you have none in England, I know. But then you have so many other fine things, such charming steel buttons, for example, pressing my hand to show that she meant no offence. For she added, "Chi penso d'una maniera, chi penso d'un'altra." Note, one person is of one mind, you know, another of another. End note. Here are many theatres, the worst infinitely superior to ours, the best as far below those of Milan and Turin. But then here are other diversions, and everyone's dependence for pleasure is not placed upon the opera. They have now thrown up a sort of temporary wall of painted canvas in an oval form within St. Mark's Place, profusely illuminated round the new formed walk, which is covered in at the top and adorned with shops round the right-hand side, with pillars to support the canopy, the lamps, etc., on the left hand. This open ranelagh, so suited to the climate, is exceedingly pleasing. Here is room to sit, to chat, to saunter up and down from 2 o'clock in the morning, when the opera ends, till a hot sun sends us all home to rest. For late hours must be complied with at Venice, or you can have no diversion at all, as the earliest casino belonging to your soberest friends has not a candle lighted in it till past midnight. It strikes a person who has lived some months in other parts of Italy to see so very few clergymen at Venice, and none hardly have much the look of an air of a man of fashion. Milan, though such heavy complaints are daily made there of encroachments on church power and depredations on church opulence, still swarms with ecclesiastics, and in an assembly of 30 people there are never fewer than 10 or 12 at the very least. But here it should seem as if the political cry of "Fuori i preti," note, out with the clergy, end note, which is said loudly in the council chamber before any vote is suffered to pass into a law, were carried in the conversation rooms too. For a priest is here less frequent than a clergyman at London, and those one sees about are almost all ordinary men, decent and humble in their appearance, of a bashful, distant carriage, like the parson of a parish in North Wales, or le curé du village in the south of France, and to seem no way related to an abbate of Milan or Turin, still less to Monsieur l'Abbé at Paris. Though this republic has long maintained a sort of independency from the court of Rome, having shown themselves weary of the Jesuits 200 years before any other potentate dismissed them, for many of the Venetian populace followed them about, crying, "Andate, andate, niente pigliate, mai ritornate." Note, begone, begone, nothing take, nor turn anon. End note. And although there is a patriarch here who takes care of church matters and is attentive to keep his clergy from ever meddling with or even mentioning affairs of state, as in such a case the Republic would not scruple punishing them as laymen, yet has Venice kept, as they call it, St. Peter's boat from sinking more than once, when she saw the Pope's territories endangered or his sovereignty insulted. Nor is there any city more eminent for the decency with which divine service is administered, or the devout and decorous behaviour of individuals at the time any sacred office is performing. She has ever behaved like a true Christian potentate, keeping her faith firm and her honour scrupulously clear in all treaties and conventions with other states, fewer instances being given of Venetian falsehood or treachery towards neighbouring nations than of any other European power, excepting only Britain, her truly beloved ally, with whom she never had a difference, and whose cause was so warmly espoused last war by the inhabitants of this friendly state that numbers of young nobility were willing to run a volunteering in her defence, but that the laws of Venice forbid her nobles ranging from home without leave given from the state. It was therefore not an ill saying, though an old one perhaps, that the government of Venice was rich and consolatory like its treacle, being compounded nicely of all the other forms, a grain of monarchy, a scruple of democracy, a dram of oligarchy, and an ounce of aristocracy, as the teriaca, so much esteemed, is said to be a composition of the 4 principal drugs, but can never be got genuine, except here at the original dispensary. Indeed, the longevity of this incomparable commonwealth is a certain proof of its temperance, exercise and cheerfulness, the great preservatives in everybody, politic as well as natural. Nor should the love of peace be left out of her eulogium, who has so often reconciled contending princes that Tuanus gave her some centuries ago due praise for her pacific disposition, so necessary to the health of a commercial state, and called her city Civilis Prudentiae Officina. Another reason may be found for the long-continued prosperity of Venice in her constant adherence to a precept the neglect of which must at length shake, or rather loosen, the foundations of every state. For it is a maxim here, handed down from generation to generation, that change breeds more mischief from its novelty than advantage from its utility. The patriotism inherent in the breasts of individuals makes another strong cause of this state's exemption from decay. They say themselves that the soul of old Rome has transmigrated to Venice, and that every galley which goes into action considers itself as charged with the fate of the Commonwealth. Dulce et decorum est pro patria mores seems a sentence grown obsolete in other Italian states, but is still in full force here. And I doubt not but the high-born and high-souled ladies of this day would willingly, as did their generous ancestors in 1600, part with their rings, bracelets, every ornament, to make ropes for those ships which defend their dearer country. The perpetual state of warfare maintained by this nation against the Turks has never lessened nor cooled. Their vicinity to Turkey has, however, made them contract some similarity of manners. For what, except being imbued with Turkish notions, can account for the people's rage here, young and old, rich and poor, to pour down such quantities of coffee? I have already had 7 cups today, and feel frightened lest we should some of us be killed with so strange an abuse of it. On the opposite shore, across the Adriatic, opium is taken to counteract its effects, but these dear Phoenicians have no notion of sleep being necessary to their existence, I believe, as some or other of them seem constantly in motion, and there really is no hour of the 4 and 20 in which the town seems perfectly still and quiet. I am persuaded if one were to live here, which could not be for long, I think, he should forget the use of sleep, for what with the market folks bringing up the boats from terra firma, loaded with every produce of nature, neatly arranged in these flat-bottomed conveyances, the coming up of which begins about 3 o'clock in the morning and ends about 6, the gondoliers rowing home their masters and ladies about that hour, and so on till 8, the common business of the town, which is then time to begin, the state affairs and pregae, which often, like our House of Commons, sit late and detain many gentlemen from the circles of morning amusements that I find very entertaining, particularly the street orators and mountebanks in Piazza San Marco, the shops and stalls where chickens, ducks, etc. are sold by auction, comically enough, to the highest bidder, a flourishing fellow with a hammer in his hand shining away in character of auctioneer, the crowds which fill the courts of judicature when any cause of consequence is to be tried, the clamorous voices, keen observations, poignant sarcasms and acute contentions carried on by the advocates, who seem more awake, or, in their own phrase, svelti, than all the rest. All these things take up so much time that 24 hours do not suffice for the business and diversions of Venice. where dinner must be eaten as in other places, though I can scarcely find a minute to spare for it. While such fish waits one's knife and fork as I most certainly did never see before, and as I suppose are not to be seen in any sea but this in such perfection. Fresh sturgeon, ton as they call it, and fresh anchovies, large as herrings and dressed like sprats in London, incomparable. Turbots like those of Torbay exactly, and plentiful as there, with enormous pipers, are what one principally eats here. The fried liver, without which an Italian hardly can go on from day to day, is so charmingly dressed at Milan that I grew to like it as well as they. But at Venice it is sad stuff, and they call it vegao. Well, the ladies, who hardly ever dine at all, rise about 7 in the evening, when the gentlemen are just got ready to attend them, and sit sipping their chocolate on a chair at the coffee-house door with great tranquillity, chatting over the common topics of the times. Nor do they appear half so shy of each other as the Milanese ladies, who seldom seem to have any pleasure in the soft converse of a female friend. But though certainly no women can be more charming than these Venetian dames, they have forgotten the old mythological fable that the youngest of the Graces was married to sleep. There are men here, however, who, because they are not quite in the gay world, keep themselves awake whole nights at study. And much has been told me of a collection of books belonging to a private scholar, Pinelli, who goes very little out, as worthy attentive examination. All literary topics are pleasingly discussed at Quirini's Casino, where everything may be learned by the conversation of the company, as Dr. Johnson said of his literary club, but more agreeably because women are always half the number of persons admitted here. One evening our society was amused by the entrance of a foreign nobleman, exactly what we should in London emphatically call a character, learned, loud and overbearing, though of a carriage that impressed great esteem. I have not often listened to so well furnished a talker, nor one more capable of giving great information. He had seen the pyramids of Egypt, he told us, had climbed Mount Horeb and visited Damascus, but possessed the art of detaining our attention more on himself than on the things or places he harangued about. For conversation, that can scarcely be called where one man holds the company suspended on his account of matters pompously, though instructively, related. He stayed here a very little while among us, is a native of France, a grandee of Spain, a man of uncommon talents and a traveller. I should be sorry never to meet him more. An odd thing to which I was this morning witness has called my thoughts away to a curious train of reflections upon the animal race and how far they may be made companionable and intelligent. The famous Ferdinand Bertoni, so well known in London by his long residence among us, and from the undisputed merit of his compositions, now inhabits his native city, and being fond of dumb creatures, as we call them, took to petting a pigeon, one of the few animals that can live at Venice, where, as I observed, scarcely any quadrupeds can be admitted, or would exist with any degree of comfort to themselves. This creature has, however, by keeping his master company, I trust, obtained so perfect an ear and taste for music that no one who sees his behaviour can doubt for a moment of the pleasure he takes in hearing Mr. Bertoni play and sing. For as soon as he sits down to the instrument, Colombo begins shaking his wings, perches on the pianoforte, and expresses the most indubitable emotions of delight. If, however, he or anyone else strike a note false or make any kind of discord upon the keys, the dove never fails to show evident tokens of anger and distress, and if teased too long, grows quite enraged pecking the offender's legs and fingers in such a manner as to leave nothing less doubtful than the sincerity of his resentment. Signora Cecilia Giuliani, a scholar of Bertoni's, who has received some overtures from the London theatre lately, will, if she ever arrives here, bear testimony to the truth of an assertion very difficult to believe, and to which I should hardly myself give credit, were I not witness to it every morning that I chose to call and confirm my own belief. A friend present protested he should feel afraid to touch the harpsichord before so nice a critic, and though we all laughed at the assertion, Bertoni declared he never knew the bird's judgment fail, and that he often kept him out of the room for fear of his affronting or tormenting those who came to take musical instructions. With regard to other actions of life, I saw nothing particular in the pigeon but his tameness and strong attachment to his master, for though never winged and only clipped a very little, he never seeks to range away from the house or quit his master's service. I do think the Turkish sailor gave an admirable account of a carnival when he told his Mahometan friends at his return that those poor Christians were all disordered in their senses and nearly in a state of actual madness while he remained among them, till one day, on a sudden, they luckily found out a certain grey powder that cured such symptoms, and laying it on their heads one Wednesday morning, the wits of all the inhabitants were happily restored at a stroke. The people grew sober, quiet and composed, and went about their business just like other folks. He meant the ashes strewed on the heads of all one meets in the streets through many a Catholic country, when all masquerading, money-making, etc. subside for 40 days, and give, from the force of the contrast, a greater appearance of devotion and decorous behaviour in Venice than almost anywhere else during Lent. The Venetians, to confess the truth, are not quite so strenuously bent on the unattainable felicity of finding every man in the same mind as others of the Italians are, and one great reason why they are more gay and less malignant, have fewer strong prejudices than others of their countrymen, is merely because they are happier. Most of the second rank, and I believe all of the first rank among them, have some share in governing the rest. It is therefore necessary to exclude ignorance and natural to encourage social pleasures. Each individual feels his own importance and scorns to contribute to the degradations of the whole by indulging a gross depravity of manners, or at least of principles. Every person lifted one degree from the lowest finds it in his interest as well as duty to love his country and lend his little support to the general fabric of a state they all know how to respect, while the very vulgar willingly perform the condition exacted and punctually pay obedience for protection. They have an unlimited confidence in their rulers, who live amongst them and can desire only their utmost good. How they are governed comes seldom into their heads to inquire. Que ne pense-lu? Note, let him look to that. End note, says a low Venetian if you ask him, and humorously points at a Clarissimo passing by while you talk. They have indeed all the reason to be certain that where the power is divided among such numbers, one will be sure to counteract another if mischief towards the whole be intended. The subjects of this republic resident in the capital are less savage and more happy than those who live upon the terra firma, where many outrages are still committed, disgraceful to the state, from the mere facility offenders find either in escaping to the dominion of other princes, or of finding shelter at home from the madly bestowed protection these old barons on the continent cease not yet to give to ruffians who profess their service and acknowledge dependence upon them. In the town, however, little is known of these enormities, and less is talked on, And what information has come to my ears of the murders done at Brescia and Bergamo was given me at Milan, where Blainville's accounts of that country, though written so long ago, did not fail to receive confirmation from the lips of those who knew perfectly well what they were talking about. And I am told that Labbia, Giovanni Labbia, the new podestar sent to Brescia, has worked wonderful reformation among the inhabitants of that territory, where I'm ashamed to relate the computation of subjects lost to the state by being killed in cold blood during the years 1780 and 1781. I see that I have said more about Venice, where I have lived 5 weeks, than about Milan, where I stayed 5 months. On Saturday next I am to forsake, but I hope not forever, this gay, this gallant city, so often described, so certainly admired, seen with rapture, quitted with regret. Seat of enchantment, headquarters of pleasure, farewell. Leave us as we ought to be, leave the Britons rough and free. It was on the 21st of May, then, that we returned up the Brenta in a barge to Padua, stopping from time to time to give refreshment to our conductors and their horse, which draws on the side as one sees them at Richmond, where the banks are scarcely more beautifully adorned by art than here by nature, though the Brenta is a much narrower river than the Thames at Richmond, and its villas, so justly celebrated, far less frequent. The sublimity of their architecture, however, the magnificence of their orangeries, the happy construction of the cool arcades, and the general air of festivity which breathes upon the banks of this truly wizard stream, planted with dancing, not weeping willows, to which on a bright evening the lads and lasses run for shelter from the sunbeams. Et fugidat salices, et sicubat ante videri. Note, while tripping to the wood, my wanton hies, she wishes to be seen before she flies. End note. Willows that are, I suppose, peculiar to itself, and best described by Monsieur de Voltaire, whose Pococurante, the Venetian senator in Candide, that possesses all delights in his villa upon the banks of the Brenta, is a very lively portrait, and would be natural too, but that Voltaire, as a Frenchman, could not forbear making his character speak in a very un-Italian manner, boasting of his felicity in a style they never use. For they are really no puffers, no vaunters of that which they possess, make no disgraceful comparisons between their own rarities and the want of them in other countries, nor offend you as the French do with false pity and hateful consolations. If anything in England seemed to excite their wonder and ill-placed compassion, it is our coal fires, which they persist in thinking strangely unwholesome, and a melancholy proof that we are grievously devoid of wood before we can prevail upon ourselves to dig the bowels of old earth for fuel, at the hazard of our precious health, if not of its certain loss. Nor could I convince the wisest man I tried at that wood burnt to chark is a real poison, while it will be difficult by any process of chemistry to force much evil out of coal. They are steadily of opinion that consumptions are occasioned by these fires, and that all the subjects of Great Britain are consumptively disposed, merely because those who are so go into Italy for change of air, though I never heard that the wood smoke helped their breath, or a brazier full of ashes under the table their appetite. Meanwhile, whoever seeks to convince instead of persuade an Italian will find he has been employed in a Sisyphean labour. The stone may roll to the top, but it's sure to return and rest at his feet who had courage to try the experiment. Logic is a science they love not, and I think steadily refuse to cultivate, nor is argument a style of conversation they naturally affect. As Lady Macbeth says, question enrages him, and the dialogues of Socrates would to them be as disgusting as the violence of Xantippe. Now then, I must leave this lovely state of Venice, where if the paupers in every town of it did not crowd about one, tormenting passengers with unextinguishable clamour, and surrounding them with sights of horror unfit to be surveyed by any eyes except those of a surgeon, who should alleviate their anguish, or at least conceal their truly unspeakable distresses, one should break one's heart almost at the thought of quitting people who show such tenderness towards their friends, that less than ocular conviction would scarce persuade me to believe such wandering misery could remain disregarded among the most amiable and pleasing people in the world. His Excellency Bragadin half promised me that some steps should be taken at Venice, at least to remove a nuisance so disgraceful, and said that when I came again I should walk about the town in white satin slippers and never see a beggar from one end of it to the other. End of Chapter 4, Part 2. Chapter 5 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ferrara and Bologna. Ferrara, May 1785. The road from Padua hither is not a good one, but so adorned, one cares not much whether it is good or no. So sweetly are the mulberry trees planted on each side, with vines richly festooning up and down them, as if for the decoration of a dance at the opera. One really expects the flower girls with baskets or garlands, and scarcely can persuade oneself that all is real. Never sure was anything more rejoicing to the heart than this lovely season in this lovely country. The city of Ferrara, too, is a fine one. Ferrara la Civile, the Italians call it, but it seems rather to merit the epithet solenne. So stately are its buildings, so wide and uniform its streets. My pen was just upon the point of praising its cleanliness too, till I reflected there was nobody to dirty it. I looked half an hour before I could find one beggar. A bad account of poor Ferrara, but it brought to my mind how unreasonably my daughter and myself had laughed 7 years ago at reading in an extract from some of the foreign gazettes how the famous improvisatore Talassi, who was in England about the year 1770, and entertained with his justly admired talents the literati at London, had published an account of his visit to Mr. Thrale at a villa 8 miles from Westminster Bridge during that time, when he had the good fortune, he said, to meet many celebrated characters at his country seat, and the mortification which nearly overbalanced it to miss seeing the immortal Garrick, then confined by illness. In all this, however, there was nothing ridiculous, but we fancied his description of Streatham village truly so, when we read that he called it luogo assai popolato ed ameno, quote, a populous and delightful place, end quote. An expression apparently pompous and inadequate to the subject. But the jest disappeared when I got into his town, a place which perhaps may be said to possess every other excellence but that of being populato ed ameno. And I sincerely believe that no Ferrara man could have missed making the same or like observation. As in this finely constructed city, the grass literally grows in the street. Nor do I hear that the state of the air and water is such as is likely to tempt new inhabitants. How much, then, and how reasonably must he have wondered, and how easily must he have been led to express his wonder at seeing a village no bigger than that of Streatham contain a number of people equal, as I doubt not but it does, to all the dwellers in Ferrara. Mr. Tolazzi is reckoned in his own country a man of great genius. In ours he was, as I recollect, received with much attention as a person able and willing to give us demonstration that improvise verses might be made and sung extemporaneously to some well-known tune, generally one which admits of and requires very long lines, that so alternate rhymes may not be improper, as they give more time to think forward and gain a moment for composition. Of this power many, till they saw it done, did not believe the existence, and many, after they had seen it done, persisted in saying, perhaps in thinking, that it could be done only in Italian. I cannot, however, believe that they possess any exclusive privileges or supernatural gifts, though it would be hard to find one who thinks better of them than I do. But Spaniards can sing seguidillas under their mistress's window well enough, and our Welsh people can make the harper sit down in the churchyard after service is over, and placing themselves round him, command the instrument to go over some old song tune, when, having listened a while, one of the company forms a stanza of verses which run to it in well-adapted measure, and as he ends, another begins, continuing the tale or retorting the satire, according to the style in which the first began it. All this, too, in a language less, perhaps, than any other, melodious to the ear, though Howell found out a resemblance between their prosody and that of Italian writers in the early days, when they held agnominations, or the enforcement of consonant words and syllables one upon the other, to be elegant in a more eminent degree than they do now. For example, in Welsh, tu gris, toleris, tiederin, gult, etc. In Italian, donne o danno che velo affronta, in selva salvo a me, with 1,000 more. The whole secret of improvisation, however, seems to consist in this, that extempore verses are never written down, and one may easily conceive that much may go off well with a good voice in singing, which no one would read if they were once registered by the pen. I have already asserted that the Italians are not a laughing nation. Were ridicule to step in among them, many innocent pleasures would soon be lost, and this among the first. For who would risk the making impromptu poems at Paris, pour s'attirer persiflage in every coterie comme il faut, quote, to draw upon oneself the ridicule of every polite assembly, end quote, or in London, at the hazard of being taken off and held up for a laughing-stock at every print-seller's window. A man must have good courage in England before he ventures at diverting a little company by such devices, while one would yawn and one would whisper, a third would walk gravely out of the room and say to his friend upon the stairs, "Why, sure, we had better read our old poets at home than be called together like fools to hear what comes uppermost in such a one's head about his Daphne in good time. Why, I've been tired of Daphne since I was 14 years old." But the best jest of all would to see an ordinary fellow, a strolling player, for example, set seriously to make or repeat verses in our streets or squares concerning his sweetheart's cruelty, when he would be in more danger from that of the mob and the magistrates, who, if the first did not throw dirt at him and drive him home quickly, would come themselves and examine into his sanity, and if they found him not statutorily mad, commit him for a vagrant. Bologna. This fat Bologna has a tristful look from the numberless priests, friars, and women all dressed in black who fill the streets, and to stop on a sudden to pray when I see nothing done to call forth immediate addresses to heaven. Extremes do certainly meet, however, and my Lord Peter in this place is so like his fanatical brother Jack that I know not what has come to him. Tomorrow is the day of Corpus Domini. Why it should be preceded by such dismal ceremonies I know not. There is nothing melancholy in the idea, but we shall be sure of a magnificent procession. So it was too, and wonderfully well attended. Noblemen and ladies with tapers in their hands and their trains borne by well-dressed pages had a fine effect, all still in black. Quote, black, but such as in esteem Prince Memnon's sister might beseem, with sable stole of cypress lawn over their decent shoulders drawn. End quote. I never saw a spectacle so stately, so solemn a show in my life before, and was much less tired of the long continued march than were my Roman Catholic companions. Our inn is not a good one. The Pellegrino is engaged for the King of Naples and his train. The place we are housed in is full of bugs and every odious vermin. No wonder, surely, where such oven-like porticos catch and retain the heat, as if constructed on set purpose so to do. The Montagnola at night was something of a relief, but contrary to every other resort of company, the less it is frequented, the gayer it appears. For nature there has been lavish of her bounties which seem disregarded by the Bolognese, who unluckily find out that there is a burying ground within view, though at no small distance really, and planting themselves over against that, they stand or kneel for many minutes together in whole rows, praying, as I understand it, for the souls which once animated the bodies of the people whom they believe to lie interred there. All this, too, even at the hours dedicated to amusement. Cardinal Boncompagni, the legate sent from Rome here, is gone home, and the vice-legate officiated in his place, much to the consolation of the inhabitants, who observed with little delight or gratitude his endeavours to improve their trade or his care to maintain their privileges, while his natural disinclination to hypocritical manners, or what we so emphatically call cant, gave them an aversion to his person and dislike of his government, which he might have prevented by formality of look and very trifling compliances. But everything helps to prove that if you would please people, it must be done their way, not your own. Here are some charming manufactures in this town, and I fear it requires much self-denial in an Englishwoman not to long at least for the fine crepes, Tiffany's, etc., which might here be bought I know not how cheap, and would make one so happy in London or at Bath. But these custom-house officers, these ras de cave, as the French comically call them, will not let a ribbon pass. Such is the restless jealousy of little states, and such their unremitted attention to keep the goods made in one place out of the gates of another. Few things upon a journey contribute to torment and disgust one more than the teasing inquiries at the door of every city: who one is, what one's name is, what one's rank in life or employment is, that, so all may be written down and carried to the chief magistrate for his information, who immediately dispatches a proper person to examine whether you gave in a true report, where you lodge, why you came, how long do you mean to stay, with 20 more inquisitive speeches, which to a subject of more liberal governments must necessarily appear impertinent as frivolous, and make all my hopes of bringing home the most trifling presents for a friend abortive. So there is an end to that felicity, and we must sit like the girl at the fair described by Gay, where the coin nymph, quote, knives, combs, and scissors spies, and looks on thimbles with desiring eyes, end quote. A church situated on the only hill one can observe for miles is dedicated to the Madonna St. Luke, as it is called. Before the figure of the Madonna I did see some men kneel with a truly idolatrous devotion. That it was painted by St. Luke is believed by them all. The girls who sit in clusters at the chapel doors as one goes up, singing hymns in praise of the Virgin Mary, pleased me much, as it was a mode of veneration inoffensive to religion and agreeable to the fancy. But seeing them bow down to that black figure in open defiance of the Decalogue shocked me. Why, all the very, very early pictures of the Virgin, and many of our blessed Saviour himself, done in the first stages of Christianity, should be black, or at least tawny, is to me wholly incomprehensible. Nor could I ever yet obtain an explanation of its cause from men of learning or from connoisseurs. Whilst I perambulated the palaces of the Bolognese nobility, gloomy though spacious, and melancholy though splendid, I could not but admire at Richardson's judgment when he makes his beautiful bigot, his interesting Clementina, an inhabitant of superstitious Bologna. The unconquerable attachment she shows to original prejudices, and the horror of what she has been taught to consider as heresy, could scarcely have been attributed so happily to the dweller in any town but this, where I hear nothing but the sound of people saying their rosaries, and to see nothing in the street but people telling their beads. But the King of Naples is arrived, and that attention which wits and scholars can retain for centuries may not be unjustly paid to princes while they last. Our Bolognese have hit upon an odd method of entertaining him, however, no other than making a representation of Mount Vesuvius on the Montanuola, or place of evening resort, hoping at least to treat him with something new, I trow. Were the King of England to visit these cari Bolognese, surely they would show him Westminster Bridge with a view of the Archbishop's Palace at Lambeth on one side of the river and Somerset House on the other. A pretty throne or state box was soon got in order. That it was, and the motion excited by carrying the fireworks to have them prepared for the evening's show gave life to the morning, which hung less heavily than usual. Nor did the people recollect the churchyard at a distance while the merry King of Naples was near them. His Majesty appeared perfectly contented and good-humoured, and happy with whatever was done for his amusement. I remember his behaviour at Milan, though, too well to be surprised at his pleasantness of disposition, when my maid was delighted to see him dance among the girls at a festa di ballo, from whence I retired early myself and sent her back to enjoy it all in my domino. He played at cards, too, when at Milan, I recollect, in the common ridotto chamber at the theatre, and played for common sums, so as to charm everybody with his kindness and affability. I am glad, however, that we shall now be soon released from this, upon the whole, disagreeable town, where there is the best possible food, too, for body and mind, but where the inhabitants seem to think only of the next world, and do little to amuse those who have not yet quite done with this. If they are sincere, meantime, God will bless them with a long continuance of the appellation they so justly deserve, and those travellers who pass through will find some amends in the rich cream and incomparable dinners every day for the insects that devour them every night, and will, if they are wise, seek compensation from the company of the half-animated pictures that crowd the palaces and churches, for the half-dead inhabitants who kneel in the streets of Bologna. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Florence. We slept nowhere, except perhaps in the carriage, between our last residence at Bologna and this delightful city, to which we passed apparently through a new region of the earth or even air, clambering up mountains covered with snow, and viewing with amazement the little valleys between, where, after quitting the summer season all glowing with heat and spread into verdure, we found cherry trees in blossom, oaks and walnuts scarcely beginning to bud. These mountains are, however, much below those of Savoy for dignity and beauty of appearance, though high enough to be troublesome and barren enough to be desolate. We arrived late at our inn, an English one they say it is, and many of the last miles were passed very pleasantly by my maid and myself, in anticipating the comforts we should receive by finding ourselves among our own country folks in good time, and by once more eating, sleeping, etc., all in the English way, as her phrase is. Accordingly, here are small, low beds again, soft and clean, and down pillows. Here are currant tarts, which the Italians scorn to touch, but which we are happy and delighted to pay not 10, but 20 times their value for, because a currant tart is so much in the English way. And here are beans and bacon, in a climate where it is impossible that bacon should be either wholesome or agreeable, and one eats infinitely worse than one did at Milan, Venice or Bologna, and infinitely dearer too, but that makes it still more completely in the English way. The fruits in this place begin to astonish me. Such cherries did I never yet see or even hear tell of, as when I caught the lucky de Place weighing 2 of them in a scale to see if they came to an ounce. These are, in the London street phrase, cherries like plums, in size at least, but in flavour they far exceed them, being exactly of the kind that we call bleeding hearts, hard to the bite and parting easily from the stone, which is proportionately small. Figs, too, are here in such perfection that it is not easy for an English gardener to guess at their excellence, for it is not by superior size, but taste and colour that they are distinguished, small and green on the outside, a bright full crimson within. And we eat them with raw ham, and truly delicious is the dainty. By raw ham I mean ham cured, not boiled or roasted. It is no wonder, though, that fruit should mature in such a sun as this is, which, to give a just notion of its penetrating fire, I will take leave to tell my countrywomen it is so violent that I use no other method of heating the pinching irons to curl my hair than that of poking them out of a south window, with the handle shut in and the glasses darkened to keep us from being actually fired in its beams. Before I leave off speaking about the fruit, I must add that both fig and cherry are produced by standards, that the strawberries here are small and high-flavoured like our woods, and that there are no other. England affords greater variety in that kind of fruit than any nation, and as to peaches, nectarines or green-graped plums, I have seen none yet. Lady Cooper has made us a present of a small pineapple, but the Italians have no taste to it. Here is sun enough to ripen them without hothouses, I'm sure, though they repeatedly told us at Milan and Venice that this was the coolest place to pass the summer in, because of the Apennine Mountains shading us from the heat, which they confess to be intolerable with them. Here, however, they inform us that it is madness to retire into the country as English people do during the hot season, for as there is no shade from high timber trees, one is bit to death by animals, gnats in particular, which here are excessively troublesome even in the town, notwithstanding we scatter vinegar and use all the arts in our power. But the ground floor is coolest, and everybody struggles to get themselves a terreno, as they call it. Florence is full just now, and Mr. Jean Filiazzi, an intelligent gentleman who lives here and is well acquainted with both nations, says that all the genteel people come to take refuge from the country to Florence in July and August, as the subjects of Great Britain run to the country from the heats of London or Bath. The flowers, too, how rich they are in scent here, how brilliant in colour, how magnificent in size. Wallflowers perfuming every street and even every passage, while pinks and single carnations grow beside them with no more soil than they require themselves. And from the tops of houses where you least expect it, an aromatic flavour highly gratifying is diffused. The jessamine is large, broad-leaved and beautiful as an orange flower, but I have seen no roses equal to those at Lichfield, where on one tree I recollect counting 84 within my own reach. It grew against the house of Dr. Darwin. Such a profusion of sweets made me inquire yesterday morning for some scented pomatum, and they brought me accordingly one pot smelling strong of garden mint, the other of rue and tansy. Thus do the inhabitants of every place forfeit or fling away those pleasures which the inhabitants of another place think they would use in a much wiser manner, had Providence bestowed the blessing upon them. A young Milanese once, whom I met in London, saw me treat a hatter that lives in Pall Mall with the respect due to his merit. When the man was gone, "Pray, madam," says the Italian, "is this a gran riccone?" Footnote, heavy pursed fellow, end footnote. "He is perhaps," replied I, "worth 20 or 30,000 pounds. I do not know what ideas you annex to a gran riccone." "Oh, Santissima Vergine!" exclaims the youth. "S'avessi io mai 70.000 zecchini, non so purtroppo cosa ne farai. Ma questo è chiaro, non venderai mai capelli." Footnote, "Oh dear me, had I once 70,000 sequins in my pocket, I cannot think myself what I should do with them all, but this at least is certain, I would not sell hats." End footnote. June the 24th, 1785. St. John the Baptist is the tutelary saint of this city, and upon this day, of course, all possible rejoicings are made. After attending divine service in the morning, we were carried to a house whence we could conveniently see the procession pass by. It was not solemn and stately as that I saw at Bologna, neither was it gaudy and jocund like the show made at Venice upon St. George's Day, but consisted chiefly in vast heavy pageants, or a sort of temporary building set on wheels and drawn by oxen, some, and some by horses, others carried upon things made not unlike a chairman's horse in London and supported by men, while priests in various coloured dresses according to their several stations in the church and to distinguish the parishes, etc., to which they belong, follow, singing in praise of the saint. Here is much emulation showed too, I am told, in these countries where religion makes the great and almost the sole amusement of men's lives, who shall make most figure on St. John the Baptist's Day, produce most music and go to most expense. For all these purposes subscriptions are set on foot for ornamenting and venerating such a picture, statue, etc., which are then added to the procession by the managers and called a confraternity in honour of the Blessed Virgin, the angel Raphael, or who comes into their heads. The lady of the house where we went to partake the diversion was not wanting in her part. There could not be fewer than 150 people assembled in her rooms, but not crowded as we should have been in England, for the apartments in Italy are all high and large and run in suites, like Wanstead House in Essex or Devonshire House in London exactly, but larger still, and with immense balconies and windows, not sashes, which move all away and give good room and air. The ices, refreshments, etc. were all excellent in their kinds and liberally dispensed. The ladies seemed to do the honours of her house with perfect good humour, and everybody being full dressed, though so early in the morning, added to the general effect of the whole. Here I had the honour of being introduced to Cardinal Corsini, who put me a little out of countenance by saying suddenly, "Well, madam, you never saw one of us red-legged partridges before, I believe, but you are going to Rome, I hear, where you will find such fellows as me no rarities." The truth is, I had seen the amiable Prince Dorini at Milan, who was a cardinal, and who had taken delight in showing me prodigious civilities. Nothing ever struck me more than his abrupt entrance one night at our house when we had a little music, and everybody stood up the moment he appeared. The Prince, however, walked forward to the harpsichord and blessed my husband in a manner the most graceful and affecting, then sat the amusement out, and returned the next morning to breakfast with us, when he indulged us with 2 hours' conversation at least, adding the kindest and most pressing invitations to his country seat among the mountains of Brianza, when we should return from our tour of Italy in the spring of 1786. Florence, therefore, was not the first place that showed me a cardinal. In the afternoon we all looked out of our windows which faced the street, not mine, as they, happily, command a view of the river, the Cascini woods, etc., and from them enjoyed a complete sight of an Italian horse race. For after the coaches have paraded up and down some time to show the equipage liveries, etc., all have on a sudden notice to quit the scene of action, and all do quit it in such a manner as is surprising. The street is now covered with sawdust and made fast at both ends. The starting post is adorned with elegant booths lined with red velvet for the court and first nobility. At the other end a piece of tapestry is hung to prevent the creatures from dashing their brains out when they reach the goal. Thousands and 10,000s of people on foot fill the course, that it is a standing wonder to me still that numbers are not killed. The prizes are now exhibited to view quite in the old classical style. A piece of crimson damask for the winner, perhaps, a small silver basin and ewer for the second, and so on, leaving no performer unrewarded. And at last come out the concorrenti, without riders, but with a narrow leathern strap hung across their backs, which has a lump of ivory fastened to the end of it, all set full of sharp spikes, like a hedgehog, and this goads them along while galloping, worse than any spurs could do, because the faster they run, the more this odd machine keeps jumping up and down and pricking their sides, ridiculously enough. And it makes one laugh to see that some of them are provoked by it not to run at all, but to set about plunging in order to rid themselves of the inconvenience, instead of driving forward to divert the mob, who leap and shout and caper with delight and lash the laggers along with great indignation indeed, and with the most comical gestures. I never saw horses in so droll a state of degradation before, for they are all striped or spotted or painted of some colour to distinguish them each from other, and 9 or 10 often start at a time, to the great danger of lookers-on, I think, but exceedingly to my entertainment, who have the comfort of Mrs. Greathead's company, and the advantage of seeing all safely from her well-situated terreno, or ground floor. The chariot race was more splendid, but less diverting. This was performed in the piazza or square, an unpaved open place not bigger than Covent Garden, I believe, and the ground strangely uneven. The cars were light and elegant, one driver and 2 horses to each, the first very much upon the principle of the antique chariots described by old poets, and the last trapped showily in various colours adapted to the carriages, that people might make their bets accordingly upon the pink, the blue, the green, etc. I was exceedingly amused with seeing what so completely revived all classic images and seemed so little altered from the classic times. Cavalier Delci, in reply to my expressions of delight, told me that the same spirit still subsisted exactly, but that in order to prevent accidents arising from the disputants' endeavours to overturn or circumvent each other, it was now sunk into a mere appearance of a contest, for that all the chariots belonged to one man, who would doubtless be careful enough that his coachman should not go to sparring at the hazard of their horses. The farce was carried on to the end, however, and the winner spread his velvet in triumph and drove round the course to enjoy the acclamations and caresses of the crowd. We had another and another, just such a race for 3 or 4 evenings together, and they got an English cocktailed nag and set him to the business, as they said he was trained to it. But I don't recollect his making a more brilliant figure than his painted and chalked neighbours of the continent. We will not be prejudiced, however. That the Florentines know how to manage horses is certain, if they would take the trouble. Last night's theatre exhibited a proof of skill which might shame Astley and all his rivals. Count Pazzi, having been prevailed on to lend his 4 beautiful chestnut favourites from his own carriage to draw a pageant upon the stage, I saw them yesterday evening harnessed all abreast, their own master in a dancer's habit, I was told, guiding them himself and personating the Cid, which was the name of the ballet, if I remember right, making his horses go clear round the stage and turning at the lamps of the orchestra with such dexterity, docility and grace that they seemed rather to enjoy than feel disturbance at the deafening noise of instruments, the repeated bursts of applause, and the hollow sound of their own hoofs upon the boards of a theatre. I had no notion of such discipline, and thought the praises, though very loud, not ill bestowed, as it is surely one of man's earliest privileges to replenish the earth with animal life and to subdue it. I have, for my own part, generally speaking, little delight in the obstreperous clamours of these heroic pantomimes. Their battles are so noisy, and the acclamations of the spectators so distressing to weak nerves. I dread an Italian theatre, it distracts me, and always the same thing so every night. How tedious it is! This want of variety in the common pleasures of Italy, though, and that surprising content with which a nation so sprightly looks on the same stuff and laughs at the same joke for months and months together, is perhaps less despicable to a thinking mind than the affectation of weariness and disgust, where probably it is not felt at all, and where a gay heart often lurks under a clouded countenance, put on to deceive spectators into a notion of his philosophy who wears it, and, what is worse, who wears it chiefly as a mark of distinction, cheaply obtained. For neither science, wit, nor courage are now found necessary to form a man of fashion. In Italy, so far at least as I have gone, there is no impertinent desire of appearing what one is not, no searching for talk and torturing expression to vary its phrases with something new and something fine, or else sinking into silence from despair of diverting the company and taking up the opposite method, contriving to impress them with an idea of bright intelligence concealed by modest doubts of our own powers, and stifled by deep thought upon abstruse and difficult topics. To get quit of all these deep-laid schemes of enjoyment, where to take our breakfast we project a scheme, nor drink our tea without a stratagem, like the lady and Dr. Young, the surest method is to drop into Italy, where a conversazione at Venice or Florence, after the Society of London or Le Petit Souper de Paris, where, in their own phrase, un tableau n'attend pas l'autre, footnote, one picture don't wait for another, end footnote, is like taking your walk in Ham Gardens or the Leazes after the Parterre de Versailles ed I Terrazzi di Genoa. We are affected in the house, but natural in the gardens. Italians are natural in society, affected and constrained in the disposition of their grounds. No one, however, is good or bad or wise or foolish without a reason why. Restraint is made for man. And where religious and political liberty is enjoyed to its full extent, as in Great Britain, the people will forge shackles for themselves and lay the yoke heavy on society, to which, on the contrary, Italians give a loose as compensation for their want of freedom in affairs of church or state. I was observing that restraint was necessary to man. I have now learned a notion that noise is necessary too. The clatter made here in the Piazza del Duomo, where you sit in your carriage at a coffee-house door and chat with your friends, according to Italian custom, while one eats ice and another calls for lemonade to while away the time after dinner. The noise made then and there, I say, is beyond endurance. Our Florentines have nothing on earth to do, yet a dozen fellows crying ciambelli, little cakes across the square, assisted by beggars who lie upon the church steps and pray, or rather promise to pray, as loud as their lungs will let them, for the anime sante di purgatorio, footnote, holy souls in purgatory, end footnote, ballad singers meantime endeavouring to drown these clamours in their own, and gentlemen's servants disputing at the doors whose master shall be first served, ripping up the pedigrees of each to prove superior claims for a biscuit or macaroon, to make such an intolerable clatter among them that one cannot for one's life hear one another speak. And I did say just now that it were as good live at Brest or Portsmouth when the rival fleets were fitting out as here, where real tranquillity subsists under a bustle merely imaginary. Our Grand Duke lives with little state, for aught I can observe here, but where there is least pomp there is commonly most power, for a man must have something pour se dédommager, footnote, to make himself amends, end footnote, as the French express it, and this gentleman, possessing the solide, has no care for the clinquant, I trow. He tells his subjects when to go to bed, and who to dance with till the hour he chooses they shall retire to rest, with exactly that sort of old-fashioned paternal authority that fathers used to exercise over their families in England, before commerce had run her levelling plough over all ranks and annihilated even the name of subordination. If you hear of any person living long in Florence without being able to give a good account of his business there, the Duke warns him to go away, and if he loiter after such a warning given, sends him out. Does any nobleman shine in pompous equipage or splendid table, the Grand Duke inquires soon into his pretensions, and scruples not to give personal advice, and add grave reproofs with regard to the management of each individual's private affairs, the establishment of their sons, marriage of their sisters, etc. When they appeared to complain of this behaviour to me, I know not, replied I, what to answer, One has always read and heard that the sovereigns ought to behave in despotic governments like the fathers of their family, and the Archbishop of Cambrai inculcates no other conduct than this when advising his pupil, heir to the crown of France. "Yes, madam," replied one of my auditors, with an acuteness truly Italian, "but this prince is our father-in-law." The truth is, much of an English traveller's pleasure is taken off at Florence by the incessant complaints of a government he does not understand and of oppressions he cannot remedy. 'Tis so dull to hear people lament the want of liberty, to which I question whether they have any pretensions, and without ever knowing whether it is the tyranny or the tyrant they complain of. Tedious, however, and most uninteresting are their accounts of grievances which a subject of Great Britain has much ado to comprehend, and more to pity, as they are now all heartbroken because they must say their prayers in their own language and not in Latin, which, how it can be construed into misfortune, a Tuscan alone can tell. Lord Cork has given us many pleasing anecdotes of those who were formerly princes in this land. Had they a sovereign of the old Medici family, they would go to bed when he bid them quietly enough, I believe, and say their prayers in what language he would have them. 'Tis, in our parliamentary phrase, the men, not the measures, that offend them. And while they pretend to whine as if despotism displeased them, they detest every republican state, feel envy towards Venice, and contempt for Lucca. End of chapter 6, part 1. Chapter 6, part 2 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Florence, part 2. I have been out to dinner in the country near Prato, and what a delightful thing is a nobleman's seat near Florence. How cheerful the society, how splendid the climate, how wonderful the prospects in this glorious country, the Arno rolling before his house, the Apennines rising behind it. A sight of fertility enjoyed by its inhabitants, and a view of such defences to their property as nature alone can bestow. A peasantry so rich, too, that the wives and daughters of the farmer go dressed in jewels, and those of no small value. A pair of one-drop earrings, a broadish necklace with a long piece hanging down the bosom and terminated with a cross, all of set garnets, clear and perfect, is a very common treasure to the females about this country. And on every Sunday or holiday, when they dress and mean to look pretty, their elegantly disposed ornaments attract attention strongly, though I do not think them as handsome as the Lombard lasses, and our Venetian friends protest that the farmers at Kramer in their state are still richer. La Contadinella Toscana, however, in a very rich white silk petticoat, exceedingly full and short to show off her neat pink slipper and pretty ankle, her pink corps de robe and straps with white silk lacing down the stomacher, puffed shirt sleeves with heavy lace robins ending at the elbow and fastened at the shoulders with at least 8 or 9 bows of narrow pink ribbon, a lawn handkerchief trimmed with broad lace put on somewhat coquettishly and finishing in front with a nosegay, must make a lovely figure at any rate, though the hair is drawn away from the face in a way rather too tight to be becoming, under a red velvet cushion edged with gold, which helps to wear it off, I think, but gives the small Leghorn hat, lined with green, a pretty perking air, which is infinitely nymphish and smart. A tolerably pretty girl so dressed must surely more than vie with a fille d'opera upon the Paris stage, even if she were not set off as these are, with a very rich suite of pearls or set garnets, that in France or England would not be purchased for less than £40 or £50. And I am now speaking of the women perpetually under one's eye, not one or two picked from the crowd, like Mrs. Fanny, an innkeeper's wife in Florence, who, when she was dressed for the masquerade 2 nights ago, submitted her finery to Mrs. Greatheed's inspection and my own, who agreed she could not be so adorned in England for less than £1,000. It is true the nobility are proud of letting you see how comfortably their dependents live in Tuscany, but can any pride be more rational or generous, or any desire more patriotic? Oh, may they never look with less delight on the happiness of their inferiors, and then they will not murmur at their prince, whose protection of this rank among his subjects is eminently tender and attentive. I have been showed at the horse race, the theatre, etc., the unfortunate grandson of King James II. He goes much into public still, though old and sickly, gives the English arms and livery, and wears the garter, which he has likewise bestowed upon his natural daughter. The Princess of Stolberg, his consort, whom he always called Queen, has left him to end a life of disappointment and sorrow by himself, with the sad reflection that even conjugal attachment and, of course, domestic comfort was denied to him, and fled, in defiance of poetry and fiction, fled with the crown to its powerful and triumphant possessors. The states of Italy, being all under different rulers, are kept separate from each other, and speak a different dialect. That of Milan, full of consonants and harsh to the ear, but abounding with classical expressions that rejoice one's heart and fill one with the oddest but most pleasing sensations imaginable. I heard a lady there call a runaway nobleman profugo mighty prettily, and added that his conduct had put all the town into orgasmo grande. All this, however, the Tuscans may possibly have in common with them. My knowledge of the language must remain ever too imperfect for me to depend on my own skill in it. All I can assert is that the Florentines appear, as far as I've been competent to observe, to depend more on their own copious and beautiful language for expression than the Milanese do, who run to Spanish, Greek or Latin for assistance, while half their tongue is avowedly borrowed from the French, whose pronunciation in the letter U they even profess to retain. At Venice, the sweetness of the patois is irresistible. Their lips, incapable of uttering any but the sweetest sounds, reject all consonants they can get quit of, and make their mouths drop honey more completely than it can be said by any eloquence less mellifluous than their own. The Bolognese dialect is detested by the other Italians as gross and disagreeable in its sounds, but every nation has the good word of its own inhabitants, and the language which Abate Bianconi praises as nervous and expressive. I would advise no person less learned than himself to censure as disgusting or condemn as dull. I stayed very little at Bologna, saw nothing but their pictures, and heard nothing but their prayers. Those were superior, I fancy, to all rivals. Language can never be spoken of by a foreigner to any effect of conviction. I have heard our countryman, Mr. Greatheed himself, who perhaps possesses more Italian than almost any Englishman, and studies it more closely, refuse to decide in critical disputations amongst his literary friends here, though the sonnets he writes in the Tuscan language are praised by the natives who best understand it, and have been by some of them preferred to those written by Milton himself. Meantime, this is acknowledged to be the prime city for purity of phrase and delicacy of expression, which at last is so disguised to me by the guttural manner in which many sounds are pronounced, that I feel half weary of running about from town to town so, and never arriving at any where I can understand the conversation, without putting all the attention possible to their discourse. I am now told that less effort will be necessary at Rome. Nothing can be prettier, however, than the slow and tranquil manners of a Florentine, nothing more polished than his general address and behaviour. Ever in the third person, though to a blackguard in the street, if he has not the honour of his particular acquaintance, while intimacy produces voi in those of the highest rank, who call one another Carlo and Angelo very sweetly, the ladies taking up the same notion by saying Luisa or Maddalena, without any addition at all. The Don and Donna of Milan were offensive to me somehow, as they conveyed an idea of Spain, not Italy. Here Signora is the term which better pleases one's ear, and Signora Contessa, Signora Principessa, if the person is of higher quality, resembles our manners more when we say my Lady Duchess, etc. What strikes me as most observable is the uniformity of style in all the great towns. At Venice, the men of literature and fashion speak with the same accent, and I believe the same quick turns of expression, as their gondolier. And the coachman of Milan talks no broader than the Countess, who, if she does not speak always in French to a foreigner, as she would willingly do, tries in vain to talk Italian, and having asked you thus, "Aglia capì?" which means, "Ha ella capita?" laughs at herself for trying to toscaneggiare, as she calls it, and gives the point up with "no quo altro," that comes in at the end of every sentence and means "non occorre altro." There is no more occurs upon the subject. The laquais de place who attended us at Bologna was one of the few persons I had met with who spoke a language perfectly intelligible to me. "Are you a Florentine, pray, friend?" said I. "No, madam, but the combinations of this world having led me to talk much with strangers, I contrive to Tuscanize it all I can for their advantage, and doubt not but it will tend to my own at last." Such a sentiment, so expressed by a footman, would set a plain man in London a-laughing, and make a fanciful lady imagine he was a nobleman disguised. Here nobody laughs, nor nobody stares, nor wonders that their valet speaks just as good language or utters as well-turned sentences as themselves. Their cold answer to my amazement is as comical as a fellow's fine style. "È battezzato," say they, "come noi altri." Footnote, "He has been baptized as well as we." End footnote. But we are called away to hear the fair Fantastici, a young woman who makes improviso verses and sings them, as they tell me, with infinite learning and taste. She is successor to the celebrated Corilla, who no longer exhibits the power she once held without a rival, yet to her conversations everyone still strives for admittance, though she is now ill and old and hoarse with repeated colds. She spares, however, now by no labour or fatigue to obtain and keep that superiority and admiration which one day perhaps gave her almost equal trouble to receive and to repay. But who can bear to lay their laurels by? Corilla is gay by nature and witty, if I may say so, by habit, replete with fancy and powerful to combine images apparently distant. Mankind is at last more just to people of talents than is universally allowed, I think. Corilla, without pretensions either to immaculate character in the English sense, deep erudition or high birth, which an Italian esteems above all earthly things, has so made her way in the world that all the nobility of both sexes crowd to her house, that no prince passes through Florence without waiting on Corilla, that the Capitol will long recollect her being crowned there, and that many sovereigns have not only sought her company, but have been obliged to put up with slights from her independent spirit,
and from her airy, rather than haughty, behaviour. She is, however, I cannot guess why, not rich, and keeps no carriage, but enjoying all the effect of money, convenience, company, and general attention, is probably very happy, as she does not much suffer her thoughts on the next world to disturb her felicity in this, I believe, while willing to turn everything into mirth and to make all admire her wit, even at the expense of their own virtue. The following epigram made by her will explain my meaning and give a specimen of her present powers of improvisation, undecayed by ill health, and, I might add, undismayed by it. An old gentleman here, one Gaetano Testagrossa, had a young wife whose name was Mary, and who brought him a son when he was more than 70 years old. Carilla led him gaily into the circle of company with these words: Miei signori, io vi presento il buon uomo Gaetano che non sa che cosa sia il misterio sovrumano del figliuolo di Maria. We were walking last night in the gardens of Porta San Gallo and met 2 or 3 well-looking women of the second rank, with a baby, 4 or 5 years old at most, dressed in the habit of a Dominican friar, bestowing the benediction as he walked along like an officiating priest. I felt a shock given to all my nerves at once, and asked Cavalier Delci the meaning of so strange a device. His reply to me was, "E devozione malintesa, signora." Footnote, "It's an ill-understood devotion, madam." End footnote. And turning round to the other gentleman, "Now this folly," said he, 100 years ago would have been the object of profound veneration and prodigious applause. 50 years hence it will be censured as hypocritical. It is now passed by wholly unnoticed, except by this foreign lady, who, I believe, thought it was done as a joke. But I must bid adieu to beautiful Florence, where the streets are kept so clean one is afraid to dirty them and not oneself by walking in them, where the public walks are all nicely weeded as in England, and the gardens have a homish and bath-like look that is exceedingly cheering to an English eye, where, when I dined at Prince Corsini's table, I heard the Cardinal say grace and thought of the ceremonies at Queen's College, Oxford, where I had the honour of entertaining at my own dinner on the 25th of July many of the Tuscan and many of the English nobility, and Nardini kindly played a solo in the evening at a concert we gave in Meggett's great room, where we have compiled the little book amongst us known by the name of The Florence Miscellany, as a memorial of that friendship which does me so much honour, and which I earnestly hope may long subsist among us, where, in short, we have lived exceeding comfortably, but where dear Mrs. Greyteed and myself have encouraged each other in saying, it would be particularly sad to die not of the gnats, or more properly mosquitoes, for they do not sting one quite to death, though their venom has swelled my own arm so as to oblige me to carry it for this last week in a sling, but of the mal de petto, which is endemial in this country, and much resembling our pleurisy in its effects. Blindness, too, seems no uncommon misfortune at Florence, from the strong reverberation of the sun's rays on houses of the cleanest and most brilliant whiteness, kept so elegantly nice, too, that I should despair of seeing more delicacy at Amsterdam. Apoplexies are likewise frequent enough. I saw a man carried out stone dead from San Pancrazio's church one morning about noonday, but nobody seemed disturbed at the event, I think, except myself. So this is no good town to take one's last leave of life in, neither, as the body one has been so long taking care of would, in 24 hours, be hoisted up upon a common cart with those of all the people who died the same day, and being fairly carried out of Porto San Gallo towards the dusk of evening, will be shot into a hole dug away from the city, properly enough to protect Florence and keep it clear of putrid disorders and disagreeable smells, all this with little ceremony to be sure, and less distinction. For the Grand Duke suffers the pride of birth to last no longer than life, however, and demolishes every hope of the woman of quality lying in a separate grave from the distressed object who begged at her carriage door when she was last on an airing. Let me add that his liberality of sentiment extends to virtue on the one hand, if hardness of heart may be complained of on the other. He suffers no difference of opinions to operate upon his philosophy, and I believe we heretics here should sleep among the best of his Tuscan nobles, but there is no comfort in the possibility of being buried alive by the excessive haste with which people are catched up and hurried away, before it can be known almost whether all sparks of life are extinct or no. Of elegant Florence, then, so ornamented and so lovely, so neat that it is said she should be seen only on holidays, dedicated of old to Flora, and still the residence of sweetness, grace, and the fine arts particularly, of these kind friends too, so amiable, so hospitable, when I had the choice of 4 boxes every night at the theatre, and a certainty of charming society in each, we must at last unwillingly take leave. And on tomorrow, the 12th day of September 1785, once more commit ourselves to our coach, which has hitherto met with no accident that could affect us, and in which, with God's protection, I fear not my journey through what is left of Italy. Though such tremendous tales are told in many of our travelling books of terrible roads and wicked postilions, and ladies labouring through the mire on foot to arrive at bad inns where nothing eatable could be found. End of Chapter 6, Part 2.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lucca, Pisa. From the headquarters of painting, sculpture and architecture then, where art is at her acme, and from a people polished into brilliancy, perhaps a little into weakness, we drove through the celebrated Vale of Arno, thick hedges on each side of us, which in spring must have been covered with blossoms and fragrant with perfume, now loaded with uncultivated fruits, the wild grape, raspberry and azaroli, inviting to every sense and promising every joy. This beautiful and fertile, this highly adorned and truly delicious country carried us forward to Lucca, where the panther sits at the gate and liberty is written up on every wall and door. It is so long since I have seen the word that even the letters of it rejoice my heart. But how the panther came to be its emblem, who can tell? Unless the philosophy we learned from old Lilly in our childhood were true, nec vult pantera domari, footnote, that the panther will never be tamed, end footnote. That this very commonwealth should so long have maintained its independency is strange, but Howell attributes her freedom to the active and industrious spirit of the inhabitants, who, he says, resemble a hive of bees for order and for diligence. I never did see a place so populous for the size of it. One is actually thronged running up and down the streets of Lucca, though it is a little town enough for a capital city, to be sure, larger than Salisbury, though, and prettier than Nottingham, the beauties of both which places it unites with all the charms peculiar to itself. The territory they claim, and of which no power dares attempt to dispossess them, is much about the size of Rutlandshire, I fancy, surrounded and apparently fenced in on every side by the Apennines as by a wall, that wall a hot one on the southern side, and wholly planted over with vines, while the soft shadows which fall upon the declivity of the mountains make it inexpressibly pretty,
and form by the particular disposition of their light and shadow a variety which no other prospect so confined can possibly enjoy. This is the Ham Gardens of Europe, and whoever has seen that singular spot in Derbyshire belonging to Mr. Port has seen little Lucca in a convex mirror. Some writer calls it a ring upon the finger of the Emperor, under whose protection it has been hitherto preserved safe from the Grand Duke of Tuscany, till these days, when the interests of those two sovereigns, united by intimacy as by blood and resemblance of character, are become almost exactly the same. A Doge, whom they call the Principe, is elected every 2 months, and is assisted by 10 senators in the administration of justice. Their armoury is the prettiest plaything I ever yet saw, neatly kept and capable of furnishing 25,000 men with arms. Their revenues are about equal to the Duke of Bedford's, I believe, 80 or 85,000 pounds sterling a year, every spot of ground belonging to these people being cultivated to the highest pitch of perfection that agriculture, or rather gardening, for one cannot call these enclosures fields, will admit. And though it is holiday time just now, I see no neglect of necessary duty. They were watering away this morning at 7 o'clock, just as we do on a nursery ground about London. 100 men at once or more before they came home to make themselves smart and go to hear music in their best church in honour of some saint. I've forgotten who, but he is the patron of Lucca, and cannot be accused of neglecting his charge, that is certain. This city seems really under admirable regulations. Here are fewer beggars than even at Florence, where, however, 1 for 50 in the states of Genoa or Venice do not meet your eyes. And either the word liberty has bewitched me, or I see an air of plenty without insolence and business without noise that greatly delight me. Here is much cheerfulness too, and gay good humour. But this is the season of devotion at Lucca, and in these countries the ideas of devotion and diversion are so blended that all religious worship seems connected with, and to me now regularly implies, a festive show. Well, as the Italians say, il mondo è bello perché è variabile. Footnote, the world is pleasant because it is various. End footnote. We English dress our clergymen in black and go ourselves to the theatre in colours. Here matters are reversed. The church at noon looked like a flower garden, so gaily adorned with the priests, contemporaries, etc., while the opera house at night wore more the air of a funeral, as everybody was dressed in black, a circumstance I had forgotten the meaning of, till reminded that such was once the emulation of finery among the persons of fashion in this city, that it was found convenient to restrain the spirit of expense by obliging them to wear constant mourning. A very rational and well-devised rule in a town so small, where everybody is known to everybody, and where, when this silly excitement to envy is wisely removed, I know not what should hinder the inhabitants from living like those one reads of in the Golden Age, which above all others this climate most resembles, where pleasure contributes to soothe life, commerce to quicken it, and faith extends its prospects to eternity. Such is, or at least appears to me, this lovely territory of Lucca, where cheap living, free government, and genteel society may be enjoyed with a tranquillity unknown to larger states, where there are delicious and salutary baths a few miles out of town for the nobility to make villeggiatura at, and where, if those nobility were at all disposed to cultivate and communicate learning, every opportunity for study is afforded. Some drawbacks will, however, always be found from human felicity. I once mentioned this place with warm expectations of delight to a Milanese lady of extensive knowledge and every elegant accomplishment worthy her high birth, the Contessa Mezzi-Resta. "Why, yes," said she, "if you were to find out the place where common sense stagnates, and every topic of conversation dwindles and perishes away by too frequent or too unskilful touching and handling, you must go to Lucca. My ill health sent me to their beautiful baths one summer, where all the faculties of my body were restored, thank God, but those of my soul were stupefied to such a degree that at last I was fit to keep no other company but Dame Lucchesi, I think." And our talk was soon ended, heaven knows, for when they had once asked me of an evening what I had for dinner, and told me how many pairs of stockings their neighbours sent to the wash, we had done. This was a young, charming, a lively lady of quality, full of curiosity to know the world and of spirits to bustle through it. But had she been battered through the various societies of London and Paris for 18 or 20 years together, she would have loved Lucca better and despised it less. "We must not look for whales in the Euxine Sea," says an old writer, "and we must not look for great men or great things in little nations, to be sure. But let us respect the innocence of childhood, and regard with tenderness the territory of Lucca, where no man has been murdered during the life or memory of any of its peaceful inhabitants, where one robbery alone has been committed for 16 years, and the thief hanged by a Florentine executioner borrowed for the purpose, no Lucchese being able or willing to undertake so horrible an office, with terrifying circumstances of penitence and public reprehension, where the governed are so few in proportion to the governors, all power being circulated among 450 nobles, and the whole country producing scarcely 90,000 souls. A great boarding school in England is really an infinitely more licentious place, and grosser immoralities are every day connived at in it than are known to pollute this delicate and curious commonwealth, which keeps a council always subsisting called the Discori, to examine the lives and conduct, professions, and even health of their subjects, and once a year they sweep the town of vagabonds, which till then are caught up and detained in a house of correction and made to work, if not disabled by lameness, till the hour of their release and demission. I wondered there were so few beggars about, but the reason is now apparent. These we see are neighbours, come hither only for the 3 days' gala. I was wonderfully solicitous to obtain some of their coin, which carries on it the image of no earthly prince, but his head only who came to redeem us from general slavery on the one side, Jesus Christ, and on the other the word libertas. Our peasant girls here are in a new dress to me. No more jewels to be seen, no more pearls, the finery which so dazzled me in Tuscany. These wenches are prohibited such ornaments, it seems. A muslin handkerchief, folded in a most becoming manner and starched exactly enough to make it wear clean 4 days, is the headdress of Lucchese lasses. It is put on turban-wise, and they button their gowns close with long sleeves à la Savoyarde, but it is made often of a stiff brocaded silk and green lapels with cuffs of the same colour. Nor do they wear any hats at all to defend them from a sun which does undoubtedly mature the fig and ripen the vine, but which by the same excess of power exalts the venom of the viper, and gives the scorpion means to keep me in perpetual torture for fear of his poison, of which, though they assure us death is seldom the consequence among them, I know his sting would finish me at once, because the gnats at Florence were sufficient to lame me for a considerable time. The dialect has lost much of the guttural sound that hurt one's ear at the last place of residence, but here is an odd squeaking accent that distinguishes the Tuscan of Lucca. The place appropriated for airing, showing fine equipage, etc., is beautiful beyond all telling from the peculiar shadows on the mountains. They make the bastions of the town their corso, but none except the nobles can go and drive upon one part of it. I know not how many yards of ground is thus set apart to sovereignty, but it makes one laugh. Our inn here is an excellent one as far as I am concerned, and the salad oil green like Irish usquebaugh. Nothing was ever so excellent. I asked the French valet who dresses our hair si ce n'était pas une république mignonne, footnote, if it were not a dear little pretty commonwealth this, end footnote. Ma foi, madame, je la trouve plutôt la république des rats et des souris, footnote. Faith, madam, I call it the republic of the rats and mice, end footnote, replies the fellow, who had not slept all night, I afterwards understood, for the noise those troublesome animals made in his room. Pisa. The Battle of the Bridge here at Pisa drew a great many spectators this year, as it has not been performed for a considerable time before. The waiters at our inn here give a better account of it than one should have got perhaps from cavalier or dama, who would have felt less interested in the business and seen it from a greater distance. The armies of Sant' Antonio and I think Sant' Giovanni Battista, but I will not be positive as to the last, disputed the possession of the bridge and fought gallantly, I fancy, but the first remained conqueror, as our very conversable camerieres took care to inform us, as it was on that side, it seems, that they had exerted their valour. Calling theatres and ships and running horses and mock fights, and almost everything so, by the names of saints, whom we venerate in silence, and they themselves publicly worship, has a most profane and offensive sound with it, to be sure, and shocks delicate ears very dreadfully. And I used to reprimand my maids at Milan for bringing up the Blessed Virgin Mary's name on every trivial, almost on every ludicrous occasion, with a degree of sharpness they were not accustomed to, because it kept me in a constant shivering. Yet let us reflect a moment on our own conduct in England, and we shall be forced candidly to confess that the Puritans alone keep their lips unpolluted by breach of the third commandment, because the common exclamation of "Good God," scrupled by few people on the slightest occurrences, and apparently without any temptation in the world, is no less than gross irreverence of his sacred name. The misery of Tuscany is that all animals thrive so happily under this productive sun, so that if you scorn the Sansariere, you are half devoured before morning, and so disfigured that I defy one's nearest friends to recollect one's countenance, while the spiders sting as much as any of their insects, and one of them bit me this very day till the blood came. With all this not ill-founded complaint of these our active companions, my constant wonder is that the grapes hang untouched this 20th September in vast hairy clusters covered with bloom and unmolested by insects, which with a quarter of this heat in England are encouraged to destroy all our fruit, in spite of the gardener's diligence to blow up nests, cover the walls with netting and hang them about with bottles of syrup to court the creatures in, who otherwise so damage every fig and grape and plum of ours, that nothing but the skins are left remaining by now. Here no such contrivances are either wanted or thought of, and while our islanders are sedulously bent to guard and studious to invent new devices to protect their half-dozen peaches from their half-dozen wasps, the standard trees of Italy are loaded with high-flavoured and delicious fruits. The roadside is indeed hedged with festoons of vines, crawling from olive to olive, which they plant in the ditches of Tuscany, as we do willows in Britain. Mulberry trees, too, by the thousand, and some piloted poplars serve for support to the glorious grapes that will now soon be gathered. What least contributes to the beauty of the country, however, is perhaps most subservient to its profits. Now, I'm ashamed to write down the returns of money gained by the oil alone in this territory and that of Lucca, where I was much struck with the colour as well as the excellence of this useful commodity. Nor can I tell why none of that green cast comes over to England, unless it is that, like essential oil of chamomile, it loses the tint by exposure to the air. An olive tree, however, is no elegantly growing or happily coloured plant. Straggly and dusky, one is forced to think of its produce before one can be pleased with its merits, as in a deformed and ugly friend or companion. The fogs now begin to fall pretty heavily in a morning, and rising about the middle of the day, leave the sun at liberty to exert his violence very powerfully. At night come forth the inhabitants, like door beetles at sunset on the coast of Sussex. Then is their season to walk and chat, and to sing and to make love, and run about the street with a girl and a guitar, to eat ice and drink lemonade, but never to be seen drunk or quarrelsome or riotous. Though night is the true season of Italian felicity, they place not their happiness in brutal frolics any more than in malicious titterings. They are idle and they are merry. It is, I think, the worst we can say of them. They are idle because there is little for them to do, and merry because they have little given to them to think about. To the busy Englishman they might well apply these verses of his own Milton in The Mask of Comus. What have we with day to do? Sons of care, 'twas made for you. End of chapter 7, part 1. Chapter 7, part 2 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Leghorn, Bagni di Pisa, Siena. Here we are by the seaside once more, in a trading town too, and I should think myself in England almost, but for the difference of dresses that pass under my balcony. For here we were immediately addressed by a young English gentleman, who politely put us in possession of his apartments, the best situated in the town, and with him we talked of the dear coast of Devonshire, agreed upon the resemblance between that and these environs, but gave the preference to home, on account of its undulated shore finely fringed with woodlands, which here are wanting, nor is this verdure equal to ours in vivid colouring, or variegated with so much taste, as those lovely hills which are adorned by the antiquities of Powderham Castle and the fine disposition of Lord Lisbon's Park. But here is an English consul at Leghorn. Yes, indeed. An English chapel too, our own King's Arms over the door, and in the desk and pulpit an English clergyman, high in character, eminent for learning, genteel in his address, and charitable in every sense of the word. As such, truly loved and honoured by those of his own persuasion, exceedingly respected by those of every other which fill this extraordinary city, a place so populous that Cheapside alone can surpass it. It is not a large place, however, one very long straight street and one very large wide square, not less than Lincoln's Inn Fields, I think, but bigger, form the whole of Leghorn, which I can compare to nothing but a camera obscura or magic lantern, exhibiting prodigious variety of different and not uninteresting figures that pass and repass to my incessant delight,
and give that sort of empty amusement which is à la portée de chacun, footnote, within everyone's reach, end footnote, so completely that for the present it really serves to drive everything else from my head and makes me little desirous to quit for any other diversion the windows or balcony, whence I look down now upon a Levantine Jew dressed in long robes, a sort of odd turban and immense beard, now upon a Tuscan contadinella with little straw hat, nosegay and jewels I have been so often struck with, here an Armenian Christian with long hair, long gown, long beard, all black as a raven, who calls upon an old grey Franciscan friar for a walk, while a Greek woman, obliged to cross the street on some occasion, throws a large white veil over all her person, lest she should undergo the disgrace of being seen at all. Sometimes a group goes by composed of a broad Dutch sailor, a dry starched Puritan, and an old French officer whose knowledge of the world and habitual politeness contrive to conceal the contempt he has of his companions. The contorni of Leghorn are really very pretty. The Apennine Mountains degenerate into hills as they run round the bay, but gain in beauty what in sublimity they lose. To enjoy an open sea view one must drive further, and it really affords a noble prospect from that rising ground where I understand that the rich Jews hold their summer habitations. They have a synagogue in the town, where I went one evening and heard the Hebrew service, and thought of what Dr. Burney says of their singing. It is, however, no credit to the Tuscans to tell that of all the people gathered together here, they are the worst looking. I speak of the men, but it is so. When compared with the German soldiery, the English sailors, the Venetian traders, the Neapolitan peasants, for I have seen some of them here, how feeble a fellow is a genuine Florentine. And when one recollects the cottagers of Lombardy, that handsome hardy race, bright in their expression and muscular in their strength, it is still stranger what can have weakened these two delicate Tuscans so, as they are very rich and might be very happy under the protection of a prince who let slip no opportunity of preferring his plebeian to his patrician subjects. Yet here at Leghorn they have a tender frame and an unhealthy look, occasioned possibly by the stagnant waters, which render the environs unwholesome enough, I believe, and the millions of live creatures they produce are enough to distract a person not accustomed to such buzzing company. We went out for air yesterday morning 3 or 4 miles beyond the town walls, where I looked steadily at the sea till I half thought myself at home. The ocean, being peculiarly British property, favoured the idea, and for a moment I felt as if on our southern coast. We walked forward towards the shore, and I stepped upon some rocks that broke the waves as they rolled in, and was wishing for a good bathing house, that one might enjoy the benefit of salt water so long withheld, till I saw our laquais de place crossing himself at the carriage door and wondering, as I afterwards found out, at my matchless intrepidity. The mind, however, took another train of thought, and we returned to the coach, which, when we arrived at, I refused to enter, not without screaming, I fear, as a vast hornet had taken possession in our absence, and the very notion of such a companion threw me into an agony. Our attendant's speech to the coachman, however, made me more than amends. "Ora si vede, amico," says he, "cos'è la donna. Del mare stesso non ha paura, eppur va in convulsioni per via d'una mosca." Footnote. Now, my friend, do but observe what a thing is a woman. She is not afraid even of the roaring ocean, and yet she goes into fits almost at the sight of a fly. End footnote. This truly Tuscan and highly contemptuous harangue, uttered with the utmost deliberation and added to the absence of the hornet, sent me laughing into the carriage, with great esteem of our philosophical Rosso, for so the fellow was called because he had red hair. Our evening's walk was directed towards the burying ground appointed here to receive the bodies of our countrymen and consecrated according to the rites of the Anglican Church. For here, under protection of a factory, we enjoy what is vainly sought for under the auspices of a king's ambassador. Here we have a churchyard of our own, and are not condemned, as at other towns in Italy, to be stuffed into a hole like dogs, after having spent our money among them like princes. Prejudice, however, is not banished from Leghorn, though convenience keeps all in good humour with each other. The Italians fail not to class the subjects of Great Britain among the pagan inhabitants of the town, and to distinguish themselves say, noi altri Christiani, footnote, we that are Christians, end footnote. Their aversion to a Protestant, conceal it as they may, is ever implacable, and the last day only will convince them that it is criminal. Caelum non animum mutant, footnote, one changes one's sky, but not one's soul, end footnote, is an old observation. I passed this afternoon in confirming the truth of it among the English traders settled here, whose conversation, manners, ideas and language were so truly Londonish, so little changed by transmigration, that I thought some enchantment had suddenly operated and carried me to drink tea in the regions of Bucklersbury. Well, it is a great delight to see such a society subsisting in Italy after all, established where distress may run for refuge and sickness retire to prepare for lasting repose, whence narrowness of mind is banished by principles of universal benevolence, and prejudice precluded by Christian charity, where the purse of the British merchant, ever open to the poor, is certain to succour and to soothe affliction, and where it is agreed that more alms are given by the natives of our island alone than by all the rest of Leghorn and the palaces of Pisa put together. Bagni di Pisa. It was perhaps particularly delightful to me to obtain once more a cottage in the country, after running so from one great city to another, and for the first week I did nothing but rejoice in a solitude so new, so salutiferous, so total. I therefore begged my husband not to hurry us to Rome, but to take the house we lived in for a longer term, as I would now play the English housewife in Italy, I said, and accordingly began calling the chickens and ducks under my window, tasted the new wine as it ran purple from the cask, caressed the meek oxen that drew it to our door, and felt sensations so unaffectedly pastoral that nothing in romance ever exceeded my felicity. These springs are much frequented by the court, I find, and here are very tolerable accommodations. But it is not the season now, and our solitude is perfect in a place which beggars all description, where the mountains are mountains of marble, and the bushes on them bushes of myrtle, large as our hawthorns and white with blossoms as they are at the same time of year in Devonshire, where the waters are salubrious, the herbage odoriferous, every trodden step breathing immediate fragrance from the crushed sweets of thyme and marjoram and winter savoury, while the birds and the butterflies frolic around and flutter among the loaded lemon and orange and olive trees, till imagination is fatigued with following the charms that surround one. I am come home this moment from a long but not tedious walk among the crags of this glorious mountain, the base of which nearly reaches, within half a mile perhaps, to the territories of Lucca. Some country girls passed me with baskets of fruit, chickens, etc., on their heads. I addressed them as natives of the last named place, saying I knew them to be such by their dress and air. One of them instantly replied, "Oh sì, siamo lucchesi noi altri, già si può vedere subito una repubblicana, e credo bene che se ne accorga benissimo che siamo del paese della libertà." Footnote. Oh yes, we are Lucca people, sure enough, and I am persuaded that you soon saw in our faces that we come from a land of liberty. End footnote. I will add that these females wear no ornaments at all, are always proud and gay, and sometimes a little saucy too. The Tuscan damsels loaded with gold and pearls have a less assured look, and appear disconcerted when in company with their freer neighbours. Let them tell why. Meantime, my fairy dreamer fantastic delight seems fading away apace. Mr. Piozzi has been ill, and of a putrid complaint in his throat, which above all things I should dread in this hot climate. This accident, assisted by other concurring circumstances, has convinced me that we are not shut up in measureless content, as Shakespeare calls it, even under St. Julian's Hill. For here was no help to be got in the first place, except the useless conversation of a medical gentleman whose accent and language might have pleased a disengaged mind, but had little chance to tranquillize an affrighted one. What is worse, here was no rest to be had for the multitudes of vermin upstairs and below. When we first hired the house, I remember my maid jumping up on one of the kitchen chairs while a ragged lad cleared that apartment for her of scorpions to the number of 17. But now the biters and stingers drive me quite wild, because one must keep the windows open for air, and a sick man can enjoy none of that, being closed up in the zanzariere and obliged to respire the same breath over and over again, which with a sore throat and fever is most melancholy. But I keep it wet with vinegar and defy the hornets how I can. What is more surprising than all, however, is to hear that no lemons can be procured for less than 2d English apiece. And now I am almost ready to join myself in the general cry against Italian imposition, and recollect the proverb which teaches us, "Chi ha da far con tosco, non bisogna essere losco." Footnote, who has to do with Tuscan white, of both his eyes will need the light. End footnote. As I am confident they cannot be worth even 2d a hundred here, where they hang like apples in our cider countries. But the rogues know that my husband is sick, and upon poor me they have no mercy. I have sent our folks out to gather fruit at a venture, and now this misery will be soon ended with his illness, driven away by deluges of lemonade, I think, made in defiance of wasps, flies, and a kind of volant beetle, wonderfully beautiful and very pertinacious in his attacks, and who makes dreadful depredations on my sugar and currant jelly, so necessary on this occasion of illness, and so attractive to all these detestable inhabitants of a place so lovely. My patient, however, complaining that although I kept these harpies at a distance, no sleep could yet be obtained, I resolved, when he was risen and had changed his room, to examine into the true cause, and with my maid's assistance unripped the mattress, which was, without exaggeration or hyperbole, all alive with creatures wholly unknown to me. Nondescripts in nastiness, I believe they are, like maggots, with horns and tails, such a race as I never saw or heard of, and as would have disgusted Mr. Leeuwenhoek himself. My willingness to quit this place and its 100-footed inhabitants was quickened 3 nights later by a thunderstorm such as no dweller in more northern latitudes can form an idea of, which, assisted by some few slight shocks of an earthquake, frightened us all from our beds, sick and well, and gave me an opportunity of viewing such flashes of lightning as I had never contemplated till now, and such as it appeared impossible to escape from with life. The tremendous claps of thunder, re-echoing among these Apennines, which double every sound, were truly dreadful. I really and sincerely thought Sir Julian's mountain was rent by one violent stroke accompanied with a rough concussion, and that the rock would fall upon our heads by morning, while the agonies of my English maid and French valet became equally insupportable to themselves and me, who could only repeat the same unheeded consolations and protest our resolution of releasing them from this theatre of distraction the moment our departure should become practicable. Meantime the rain fell, and such a torrent came tumbling down the sides of Mount Giuliano as I am persuaded no female courage could have calmly looked on. I therefore waited its abatement in a darkened room, packed up our coach without waiting to copy over the verses my admiration of the place had prompted, and drove forward to Siena, through Pisa again, where our friends told us of the damages done by the tempest, and showed us a pretty little church just out of town, where the officiating priest at the altar was saved almost by a miracle, as the lightning melted one of the chalices completely and twisted the brazen gilt crucifix quite round in a very astonishing manner. Siena. Siena, 20th of October 1786. We arrived here last night, having driven through the sweetest country in the world, and here are a few timber trees at last, such as I have not seen for a long time, the Tuscan spirit of mutilation being so great that everything till now has been pollarded that would have passed 20 feet in height. This is done to support the vines and not suffer their rambling produce to run out of the way and escape the gripe of the gatherers. I have eaten too many of these delicious grapes, however, and it is now my turn to be sick. No wonder I know few who would resist a like temptation, especially as the inn afforded but a sorry dinner, whilst every hedge provided so noble a dessert. Passerà pur la malattia. Footnote, the disorder will die away, though. End footnote, as these soft-mouthed people tell me. The sooner, perhaps, as we are not here annoyed by insects, which poison the pleasure of other places in Italy. Here are only lizards, lovely creatures, who, being of a beautiful light green colour upon the back and legs, reside in whole families at the foot of every tree, and turn their scarlet bosoms to the sun, as if to display the glories of colouring which his beams alone can bestow. The pleasing tales told of this pretty animal's amicable disposition towards man are strictly true, I hear, and it is no longer ago than yesterday I was told an odd anecdote of a young farmer who, carrying a basket of figs to his mistress, lay down in the field as he crossed it, quite overcome with weather, and fell fast asleep. A serpent, attracted by the scent, twined round the basket and would have bit the fellow as well as robbed him, had not a friendly lizard waked and given him warning of the danger. Swift says that in the course of life he meets many asses, but they have not lucky names. I have met many vipers, and so few lizards. It is surprising, but they will not live in London. All the stories one has ever heard of sweetness of language and delicacy in pronunciation fall short of Sienese converse. The girls who waited us at the inn here would be treasures in England, could one get them thither, and they need move nothing but their tongues to make their fortunes. I told Rosetta so, and said I would steal from them a poor girl of 8 years old whom they kept out of charity and called Olympia to be my language mistress. But it's alta come, la lasceremo cristiana, was the answer. Footnote, being baptized as she is, we will leave her a Christian. End footnote. It is impossible, without their manners, to express their elegance, their superior delicacy, graceful without diffusion, and terse without laconicism. You ask the way to town of a peasant girl, and she replies, "Passato ponte o, por peccato il fiume, eccola a Siena." Footnote, the bridge once passed, or the river crossed, Siena lies before you. End footnote. As we drove towards the city in the evening, our postilion sung improviso verses on his sweetheart, a widow who lived down at Pistoia, they told me. I was ashamed to think that no desk or study was likely to have produced better on so trite a subject. Candour must confess, however, that no thought was new, though the language made them for a moment seem so. This town is neat and cleanly and comfortable and airy. The prospect from the public walks wants no beauty but water. And here is a suppressed convent on the neighbouring hill, where we half longed to build a pretty cottage, as the ground is now to be disposed of vastly cheap, and half one's work is already done in the apartments once occupied by the friars. With half a word's persuasion, I should fix for life here. The air is so pure, the language so pleasing, the place so inviting. But we drive on. End of chapter 7, part 2. Chapter 8 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rome. This is the first town in Italy I have arrived at yet, where the ladies fairly drive up and down a long street by way of showing their dress, equipage, etc., without even a pretence of taking fresh air. At Turin, the view from the place destined to this amusement would tempt one out merely for its own sake, and at Milan they drive along a planted walk at least a stone's throw beyond the gates. Bologna calls its serious inhabitants to a little rising ground, whence the prospect is luxuriantly verdant and smiling. The Lucca bastions are beyond all in a peculiar style of miniature beauty, and even the Florentines, though lazy enough, creep out to Porta San Gallo. But here at Roma la Santa, the street is all our Corso, a fine one doubtless, and called the Strada del Popolo, with infinite propriety, for except in that strada there is little populousness enough, God knows. 12 men to a woman even there, and as many ecclesiastics to a layman. All this, however, is fair. When celibacy is once enjoined as a duty in one profession and encouraged as a virtue in all, where females are superfluous and half prohibited, it were foolish to complain of the decay of population. Au reste, as the French say, we must not be too sure that all who dress like abates are such. Many gentlemen wear black as the court garb, many because it is not costly, and many for reasons of mere convenience and dislike of change. I see not here the attractive beauty which caught my eye at Venice, but the women at Rome have a most Juno-like carriage, and fill up one's idea of Livia and Agrippina well enough. The men have rounder faces than one sees in other towns, I think, bright black and somewhat prominent eyes, with the finest teeth in Europe. A story told me this morning struck my fancy much, of an noblewoman who kept a stall here in the market, and who, when the people ran out flocking to see the Queen of Naples as she passed, began exclaiming to her neighbours, "Ah, povera Roma, tempo fu quando passò qui prigioniera la regina Zenobia. Altra cosa amica, roba tutta diversa di questa reginuccia." Footnote:
Ah, poor degraded Rome! Time was mighty when the great Zenobia passed through these streets in chains. Another, guess, figure from this little Queenie in good time. End footnote. A characteristic speech enough, but in this town, unlike to every other, the things take my attention all away from the people, while in every other the people have had much more of my mind employed upon them than the things. The music is not in a state so capital as we left it in the north of Italy. We regret Nardini of Florence, Alessandri of Venice, and Oronzi of Milan. And who that has heard Signor Marchesi sing could ever hear a successor? For rival he has none, without feeling a total indifference to all their best endeavours. The conversations of Cardinal de Burney and Madame de Boccapadulli are what my countrywomen talk most of. But the Roman ladies cannot endure perfumes, and faint away even at an artificial rose. I went but once among them, when Memo, the Venetian ambassador, did me the honour to introduce me somewhere, but the conversation was soon over, not so my shame, when I perceived all the company shrink from me very oddly and stop their noses with rue, which a servant brought to their assistance on open salvers. I was by this time more like to faint away than they, from confusion and distress. My kind protector informed me of the cause, said I had some grains of Marechal powder in my hair perhaps, and led me out of the assembly, to which no entreaties could prevail on me ever to return, or make further attempts to associate with a delicacy so very susceptible of offence. Meantime the weather is exceedingly bad, heavy, thick and foggy as our own, for what I see. But so it was at Milan too, I well remember. One's eye could not reach many mornings across the Nobilio that ran directly under our windows. For fine, bright Novembers we must go to Constantinople, I fancy. Certain it is that Rome will not supply them. What, however, can make these Roman ladies fly from odori so, that a drop of lavender water in one's handkerchief or a carnation in one's stomacher is to throw them all into convulsions thus? Sure, this is the only instance in which they forbear to fabricare su l'antico, footnote, build upon the old foundations, end footnote, in their own phrase. The dames of whom Juvenal delights to tell liked perfumes well enough, if I remember, and Horace and Martial cry carpe rosas perpetually. Are the modern inhabitants still more refined than they in their researches after pleasure? And are the present race of ladies capable of increasing, beyond that of their ancestors, the keenness of any corporeal sense? I should think not. Here are, however, amusements enough at Rome without trying for their conversations. The Barberini Palace, whither I carried a distracting toothache, amused even that torture by the variety of its wonders. Nothing can equal the nastiness at one's entrance to this magazine of perfection. But the Roman nobles are not disgusted with all sorts of scents, it is plain. These are not what we should call perfumes indeed, but certainly odori, of the same nature as those one is obliged to wade through before Trajan's pillar can be climbed. That the general appearance of a city which contains such treasures should be mean and disgusting, while one literally often walks upon granite and tramples red porphyry under one's feet, is one of the greatest wonders to me in a town of which the wonders seem innumerable. That it should be nasty beyond all telling, all endurance, with such perennial streams of the purest water liberally dispersed and triumphantly scattered all over it, is another unfathomable wonder. That so many poor should be suffered to beg in the streets, when not a hand can be got to work in the fields, and that those poor should be permitted to exhibit
sights of deformity and degradations of our species to me unseen till now, at the most solemn moments, and in churches where silver and gold and richly arrayed priests scarcely suffice to call off attention from their squalid miseries, I do not try to comprehend. That the palaces which taste and expense combine to decorate should look quietly on while common passengers use their noble vestibules, nay stairs, for every nauseous purpose, that princes, whose incomes equal those of our Dukes of Bedford and Marlborough, should suffer their servants to dress other men's dinners for hire, or lend out their equipage for a day's pleasuring, and hang wet rags out of their palace windows to dry, as in the mean habitation of a pauper, while, looking in at those very windows, nothing is to be seen but proofs of opulence and scenes of splendour, I will not undertake to explain. Sure I am that whoever knows Rome will not condemn this ébauche of it. When I spoke of their beggars, many not unlike Salvator Rosa's Job at the Santa Croce Palace, I ought not to have omitted their eloquence and various talents. We talked to a lame man one day at our own door, whose account of his illness would not have disgraced a medical professor, so judicious were his sentiments, so scientific was his discourse. The accent here, too, is perfectly pleasing, intelligible and expressive, and I like their cantilena vastly. The excessive lenity of all Italian states makes it dangerous to live among them. A seeming paradox, yet certainly most true, and whatever is evil in this way at any other town is worst at Rome, where those who deserve hanging enjoy almost a moral certainty of never being hanged, so unwilling is everybody to detect the offender, and so numerous the churches to afford him protection if found out. A man asked importunately in our antechamber this morning for the padrone, naming no names, and our servants turned him out. He went, however, only 5 doors further, found a sick old gentleman sitting in his lodging, attended by a feeble servant, whom he bound, stuck a knife in the master, rifled the apartments, and walked coolly out again at noonday. Nor should we have ever heard of such a trifle, but that it happened just by so, for here are no newspapers to tell who is murdered, and nobody's pity is excited unless for the malefactor when they hear he is caught. But the Palazzo Farnese is a more pleasing speculation. There were several broken statues in the place, and while my companions were examining the group after I had done, the wench's conversation who showed it made my amusement. As we looked together at an Egyptian Isis, or as many call her, the Ephesian Diana, with 100 breasts, very hideous, and swathed about the legs like a mummy at Cairo or a baby at Rome, I said to the girl, "They worshipped these filthy things formerly, before Jesus Christ came, but he taught us better," added I, "and we are wiser now. How foolish was it not to pray to this ugly stone?" "The people were wickeder then, very likely," replied my friend the wench, "but I do not see that it was foolish at all." Who says the modern Romans are degenerated? I swear I think them so like their ancestors that it is my delight to contemplate the resemblance. A statue of a peasant carrying game at this very palace is habited precisely in the modern dress, and shows how very little change has yet been made. The shoes of the low fellows, too, particularly attract my notice. They exactly resemble the ancient ones. After 3 days more we go to Naples, news perfectly agreeable to me, who never have been well here for 2 hours together. All the great churches remain yet unvisited. They are to be taken at our return in spring. Vopiscus said
that the statues in his time at Rome outnumbered the people, and I trust the remark is now almost doubly true, as every day and hour digs up dead worthies, and the unwholesome weather must surely send as many of the living ones to their ancestors. Upon the whole, the men and women of Porphyry, etc., please me best, as they do not handle long knives to so good an effect as the others do. Qui aiment bien à s'égorger encore, footnote, who have still a taste to be cutthroats, end footnote, says a French gentleman of them the other day. There is, however, an air of cheerfulness in the streets at a night among the poor, who fry fish and eat roots, sausages, etc., as they walk about gaily enough, and though they quarrel too often, never get drunk, at least. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Naples, Part 1. On the 10th day of this month we arrived early at Naples, for I think it was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and sure the providence of God preserved us, for never was such weather seen by me since I came into the world. Thunder, lightning, storm at sea, rain and wind contending for mastery, and combining to extinguish the torches brought to light us the last stage. Vesuvius vomiting fire and pouring torrents of red-hot lava down its sides was the only object visible, and that we saw plainly in the afternoon 30 miles off, when I asked a Franciscan friar if it was the famous volcano. "Yes," replied he, "that's our mountain, which throws up money for us by calling foreigners to see the extraordinary effects of so surprising a phenomenon." The weather was quiet then, and we had no notion of passing such a horrible night. But an hour after dark a storm came on which was really dreadful to endure or even look upon. The blue lightning, whose colour showed the nature of the original minerals from which she drew her existence, shone round us in a broad expanse from time to time, and sudden darkness followed in an instant. No object then but the fiery river could be seen, till another flash discovered the waves tossing and breaking at a height I never saw before. Nothing, sure, was ever more sublime or awful than our entrance into Naples at the dead hour we arrived, when not a whisper was to be heard in the streets, and not a glimpse of light was left to guide us, except the small lamp hung now and then at a high window before a favourite image of the Virgin. My poor maid had by this time nearly lost her wits with terror, and the French valet, crushed with fatigue and covered with rain and sea spray, had just life enough left to exclaim, "Ah, madame, il me semble que nous sommes venus ici express pour voir la fin du monde." Footnote, "Lord, madam, why, we came here on purpose, sure, to see the end of the world." End footnote. The Ville de Londres inn was full and could not accommodate our family, but calling up the people of the Crocelle, we obtained a noble apartment, the windows of which look full upon the celebrated bay which washes the wall at our door. Caprea lies opposite the drawing-room or gallery, which is magnificent, and my bedchamber commands a complete view of the mountain, which I value more, and which called me the first night 20 times away from sleep and supper, though never so in want of both as at that moment, surely. Such were my first impressions of this wonderful metropolis, of which I had been always reading summer descriptions and had regarded somehow as an Hesperian garden, an earthly paradise, where delicacy and softness subdued every danger and general sweetness captivated every sense.
nor have I any reason yet to say it will not still prove so, for though wet and weary and hungry, we wanted no fire, and found only inconvenience from that they lighted on our arrival. It was the fashion at Florence to struggle for a terreno, but here we are all perched up 142 steps from the level of the land and sea. Large balconies, apparently well secured, give me every enjoyment of a prospect which no repetition can render tedious. And here we have agreed to stay till spring, which I trust will come out in this country as soon as the new year calls it. Our eagerness to see sights has been repressed at Naples only by finding everything a sight. One need not stir out to look for wonders, sure, while this amazing mountain continues to exhibit such various scenes of sublimity and beauty at exactly the distance one would choose to observe it from, a distance which almost admits examination and certainly excludes immediate fear. When in the silent night, however, one listens to its groaning, while hollow sighs as of gigantic sorrow are often heard distinctly in my apartment, nothing can surpass one's sensations of amazement, except the consciousness that custom will abate their keenness. I have not, however, yet learned to lie quiet when columns of flame, high as the mountain self, shoot from its crater into the clear atmosphere with a loud and violent noise, nor shall I ever forget the scene it presented one day to my astonished eyes, on a thick cloud, charged heavily with electric matter passing over, met the fiery explosion by mere chance, and went off in such a manner as effectually baffles all verbal description, and lasted too short a time for a painter to seize the moment and imitate its very strange effect. Monsieur de Voltaire, however, a native of France, long resident in the city, has obtained by perpetual observation a power of representing Vesuvius without that black shadow which others have thought necessary to increase the contrast, but which greatly takes away all resemblance of its original. Upon reflection, it appears to me that the men most famous at London and Paris for performing tricks with fire have been always Italians in my time, and commonly Neapolitans. No wonder I should think Naples would produce prodigious connoisseurs in this way. We have almost perpetual lightning of various colours, according to the soil from whence the vapours are exhaled, sometimes of a pale straw or lemon colour, often white like artificial flame produced by camphor, but oftenest blue, bright as the rays emitted through the coloured liquors set in the window of a chemist's shop in London, and with such thunder. "For God's sake, sir," said I to some of them, "is there no danger of the ships in the harbour here catching fire? Why, we should all fly up in the air directly if once these flashes should communicate to the room where any of the vessels keep their powder." "Powder, madam?" replies the man, amazed. "Why, if St. Peter and St. Paul came here with gunpowder on board, we should soon drive them out again. Don't you know," added he, "that every ship discharges her contents at such a place," naming it, "and never comes into our port with a grain on board?" Superstition still keeps her footing in this country, and inspires such veneration for Saint Januarius, his name, his blood, his statue, etc., that the Neapolitans, who were famous for blasphemous oaths and a facility of taking the most sacred words into their mouths on every, and I may say on no, occasion, are never heard to repeat his name without pulling off their hat or making some reverential sign of worship at that moment. And I have seen Italians from other states greatly shocked at the grossness of these their unenlightened neighbours, particularly the half-Indian custom of burning figures upon their skins with gunpowder. These figures large and oddly displayed too, according to the coarse notions of the wearer. As the weather is exceedingly warm and there is little need of clothing for comfort, our Lazzaroni have a small care about appearances and go with a vast deal of their persons uncovered, except by these strange ornaments. The man who rows you about this lovely bay has perhaps the angel Raphael or the Blessed Virgin Mary delineated on one brawny sunburnt leg, the saint of the town upon the other. His arms represent the glory or the 7 spirits of God or some strange things, while a brass medal hangs from his neck expressive of his favourite martyr, who, they confidently affirm, is so madly venerated by these poor uninstructed mortals that when the mountain burns or any great disaster threatens them, they beg of our Saviour to speak to Saint Januarius in their behalf and entreat him not to refuse them his assistance. Now, though all this was told me by friends of the Romish persuasion, and told me too with a just horror of the superstitious folly, I think my remarks and inferences were not agreeable to them when expressing my notion that it was only a relic of the adoration originally paid to Janus in Italy. As to Saint Januarius, there certainly was a martyr of that name at Naples, and to him was transferred much of the veneration originally bestowed on the deity, from whom he was probably named. One need not, however, wander round the world with Banks and Solander, or stare so at the accounts given us in Cook's Voyages of tattooed Indians, when Naples will show one the effects of a like operation, very, very little better executed, on the broad shoulders of numberless Lazzaroni. And of this there is no need to examine books for information. He who runs over Chiagne may read in large characters the gross superstition of the Napolitani, who have no inclination to lose their old classical character for laziness. Et inotia natam Parthenopen, says Ovid. I wonder, however, whether our people would work much, surrounded by similar circumstances. I fancy not. Englishmen, poor fellows, must either work or starve. These folks want for nothing. A house would be an inconvenience to them. They like to sleep out of doors, and it is plain they have small care for clothing, as many who possess decent habiliments enough, I speak of the Lazzaroni, throw almost all off till some holiday or time of gala, and sit by the seaside playing at morrow with their fingers. A Florentine nobleman told me once that he asked one of these fellows to carry his portmanteau for him, and offered him a canine, no small sum certainly to a Neapolitan, and rather more in proportion than an English shilling. He had not 20 yards to go with it. "Are you hungry, master?" cries the fellow. "No," replied Count Manucci, "but what of that?" "Right then, no more am I," was the answer, "and it is too hot weather to carry burdens," so turned about upon the other side and lay still. This class of people, amounting to a number that terrifies one but to think on, some say 60,000 souls, and experience confirms no less, give the city an air of gaiety and cheerfulness that one cannot help honestly rejoicing in. The Strada del Toledo is one continual crowd. Nothing can exceed the confusion to a walker. Here are little gigs drawn by one horse, which, without any bit in its mouth but a string tied round its nose, tears along with inconceivable rapidity, a small narrow gilt chair set between the two wheels, and no spring to it, nor anything else which can add to the weight. And this flying car is a kind of fiacre you pay so much for a drive-in. I forget the sum. Horses are particularly handsome in this town, not so large as at Milan, but very beautiful and spirited. The cream-coloured creatures, such as draw our King's state coach, are a common breed here, and shine like satin. Here are some, too, of a shining silver white, wonderfully elegant, and ladies upon the Corso exhibit a variety scarcely credible in the colour of their cattle which draw them. But the coaches, harness, trappings, etc., are vastly inferior to the Milanese, whose liveries are often splendid, while the 4 or 5 ill-dressed, strange-looking fellows that disgrace the Neapolitan equipage seem to be valued only for their number, and have often very much the air of Sir John Falstaff's recruits. Yesterday, however, showed me what I knew not had existed: a skewball or piebald ass, eminently well proportioned, coated like a racer in an English stud, 16 hands and a half high, his colour bay and white in large patches, and his temper, as the proprietor told me, singularly docile and gentle. I have longed, perhaps, to purchase few things in my life more earnestly than this beautiful and useful animal, which I might have had for £2 15 English, but dared not, lest, like Dogberry, I should have been written down for an ass by my merry country folks, who, I remember, could not let the Queen of England herself possess in peace a creature of the same kind, but handsomer still, and from a still hotter climate, called the zebra. Apropos to quadrupeds, when Portia, in The Merchant of Venice, enumerates her lovers, she names the Neapolitan prince first, who, she says, does nothing for his part but talk of his horse, and makes it his greatest boast that he can shoe him himself. This is almost literally true of a nobleman here, and they really do not throw their pains away, for it is surprising to see what command they have their cattle in, though bits are scarcely used among them. The coat armour of Naples consists of an unbridled horse, and by what I can make out of their character, they much resemble him. Qualis ubi abruptus fuge praesepia vinclis tandem libe equus, etc. Footnote: freed from his keepers thus with broken reins, the wanton courser prances o'er the plains. Dryden. End footnote. Resemble him: generous and gay, headstrong and violent in their disposition, easy to turn, but difficult to stop. No authority is respected by them when some strong passion animates them to fury, yet lazily quiet and unwilling to stir till accident rouses them to terror, or rage urges them forward to incredible exertions of suddenly bestowed strength. In the eruption of 1779, their fears and superstitions rose to such a height that they seized the French ambassador upon the bridge, tore him almost out of his carriage as he fled from Portici, and was met by them upon the Ponte della Maddalena, where they threatened him with instant death if he did not get out of his carriage, and, prostrating himself before the statue of Saint Januarius, which stands there, entreat his protection for the city. All this, however, Monsieur le Comte de Clermont d'Amboise did not comprehend a word of, but taking all the money out of his pocket, threw it down, happily for him, at the feet of the figure, and pacified them at once, gaining time by those means to escape their vengeance. It was, I think, upon some other occasion that Sir William Hamilton's book relates their unworthy treatment of the venerable Archbishop, who refused them the relics with which they had no doubt of saving the menaced town. But every time Vesuvius burns with danger to the city, they scruple not to insult their sovereign as he flies from it, throwing large stones after his chariot, guards, etc., making the insurrection, it is sure to occasion, more perilous, if possible, than the volcano itself. And last night, when la montagne fut cattiva, footnote, when the mountain was in ill humour, end footnote, as their expression was, a laquais de place observed that it might possibly be because so many heretics and unbelievers had been up it the day before. End of chapter 9, part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Naples, Part 2. I wished exceedingly to purchase here the genuine account of Masaniello's far-famed sedition and revolt, more dreadful in a certain way than any of the earthquakes which have at different times shaken this hollow-founded country. But my friends here tell me it was suppressed and burned by the hands of the common executioner, with many chastisements beside bestowed upon the writer, who tried to escape, but found it more prudent to submit to justice. Thomas Agnello was the unluckily adapted name of the mad fisherman who headed the mob on that truly memorable occasion. But it is not an unusual thing here to cut off the first syllable, and by the figure epheresis alter the appellation entirely. By that device of dropping the to, he has been called Masaniello. And this is one of their methods to render the patois of Naples as unintelligible to us as if we had never seen Italy till now. And one is above all things tormented with their way of pronouncing names. Here are Don and Donna again at this town as at Milan. However, because the King of Spain, or Re Cattolico as these people always call him, has still much influence, and they seem to think nearly as respectfully of him as of their own immediate sovereign, who is, however, greatly beloved among them. And so he ought to be, for he is the representative of them all. He rides and rows and hunts the wild boar, and catches fish in the bay and sells it in the market, as dear as he can too, but gives away the money they pay him for it, and that directly, so that no suspicion of meanness or of anything worse than a little rough merriment can be ever attached to his truly honest, open, undesigning character. Stories of monarchs seldom give me pleasure, who am seldom persuaded to give credit to tales told of persons few people have any access to, and whose behaviour towards those few is circumscribed within the laws of insipid and dull routine. But this prince lives among his subjects with the old Roman idea of a window before his bosom, I believe. They know the worst of him is that he shoots at the birds, dances with the girls, eats macaroni, and helps himself to it with his fingers, and rows against the watermen in the bay, till one of them burst out a-bleeding at the nose last week with his uncourtly efforts to outdo the king, who won the trifling wager by this accident, conquered, laughed, and leaped on shore, amidst the acclamations of the populace who huzzaed him home to the palace, from whence he sent double the sum he had won to the waterman's wife and children, with other tokens of kindness. Meantime, while he resolves to be happy himself, he is equally determined to make no man miserable. When the Emperor and the Grand Duke talked to him of their new projects for reformation in the Church, he told them he saw little advantage they brought into their states by these new-fangled notions, that when he was at Florence and Milan, the deuce a Neapolitan could he find in either, while his capital was crowded with refugees from thence. That, in short, they might do their way, but he would do his, and that he had not now an enemy in the world, public or private, and that he would not make himself any for the sake of propagating doctrines he did not understand and would not take the trouble to study, that he should say his prayers as he used to do, and had no doubt of their being heard, while he only begged blessings on his beloved people. So if these wise brothers-in-law would learn of him
to enjoy life instead of shortening it by unnecessary cares, he invited them to see him the next morning play a great match of tennis. The truth is, the jolly Neapolitans lead a coarse life, but it is an unoppressed one. Never sure was there in any town a greater show of abundance, no settled market in any given place, I think, but every third shop full of what the French call so properly a munition de bouche, while whole boars, kids and small calves dangle from a sort of neat scaffolding with all their skins on, and to make a pretty appearance. Poulterers hang their animals in the feathers too, not to lay them on the boards plucked, as at London or Venice. The Strada del Toledo is at least as long as Oxford Road and straight as Bond Street. Very wide too. The houses all of stone and at least 8 stories high. Over the shops live people of fashion, I'm told, but the persons of particularly high quality have their palaces in other parts of the town, which town at last is not a large one, but full as an egg. And Mr. Clark, the antiquarian, who resides here always, informed me that the late distresses in Calabria had driven many families to Naples this year, beside single wanderers innumerable, which wonderfully increased the daily throng one sees passing and repassing. To hear the Lazzaroni shout and bawl about the streets night and day, one would really fancy oneself in a semi-barbarous nation, and a Milanese officer, who has lived long among them, protested that the manners of the great corresponded in every respect with the idea given of them by the little. It is, however, observable, and surely very praiseworthy, that if the Italians are not ashamed of their crimes, neither are they ashamed of their contrition. I saw this very morning an odd scene at church, which, though new to me, appeared, perhaps from its frequent repetition, to strike no one but myself. A lady with a long white dress and veiled came in her carriage, which waited for her at the door with her own arms upon it, and 3 servants, better dressed than is common here, followed and put a lighted taper in her hand. En cet état, as the French say, she moved slowly up the church, looking like Jane Shore in the last act, but not so feeble, and being arrived at the steps of the high altar, threw herself quite upon her face before it, remaining prostrate there at least 5 minutes in the face of the whole congregation, who, equally to my amazement, neither stared nor sneered, neither laughed nor lamented, but minded their own private devotions, no mass was saying, till the lady rose, kissed the steps, and bathed them with her tears, mingled with sobs of no affected or hypocritical penitence, I'm sure, retiring afterwards to her own seat, where she waited with others the commencement of the sacred office, having extinguished her candle and apparently lighted her heart. I felt mine quite penetrated by her behaviour. Let not this story, however, mislead anyone to think that more general decorum or true devotion can be found in churches of the Romish persuasion than in ours. Quite the reverse. This burst of penitential piety was in itself an indecorous thing, but it is the nature and genius of the people not to mind small matters. Dogs are suffered to run about and dirty the churches all the time divine service is performing, while the crying of babies and the most indecent methods taken by the women to pacify them give one still juster offence. There is no treading for spittle and nastiness of one sort or another in all the churches of Italy, whose inhabitants allow the filthiness of Naples, but endeavour to justify the disorders of other cities, though I do believe nothing ever equalled the Chiesa dei Cavalieri at Pisa in any Christian land. Santa Giustina at Padua, the Redentore at Venice, St. Peter's at Rome, and some of the least frequented churches at Milan are exceptions. They are kept very clean, and do not by the scandalous neglect of those appointed to keep them disgrace the beauty of their buildings. Here has, however, been a dreadful accident, which puts such slight considerations out of one's head. A friar has killed a woman in the church just by the Crocella Inn, for having refused him favours he suspected she had granted to another. No step was taken, though, towards punishing the murderer, because he is religioso e di più cavaliere. What a miracle that more such outrages are not daily committed in a country where profession of sanctity and real high birth are protections from law and justice. Surely nothing but perfect sobriety and great goodness of disposition can be alleged as a reason why worse is not done every day. I said so to a gentleman just now, who assured me the criminal would not escape very severe castigation, and that perhaps the convent would inflict such severities upon that gentleman as would amply supply the want of activity in the exertion of civil power. It is a stupid thing not to mention the common dress of the ordinary women here, which ladies likewise adopt if they venture out on foot, desiring not to be known. 2 black silk petticoats then serve entirely to conceal their own figure, as, when both are tied round their waist, one is suddenly turned up, and as they pull it quick over their heads, a loose trimming of narrow black gauze drops over the face, while a hook and eye fastens all close under the chin, and gives them an air not unlike our country wenches, who throw the gown tail over their heads to protect them from a summer's shower. The holiday dresses, meantime, of the peasants around Naples are very rich and cumbersome. One often sees a great, coarse, raw-boned fellow on a Sunday panting for heat, under a thick blue velvet coat, comically enough. The females in a scarlet cloth petticoat with a broad gold lace at the bottom, a jacket open before, but charged with heavy ornaments, and the head not unbecomingly dressed with an embroidered handkerchief from Turkey, exactly as one sees them represented here in prints, which they sell dear enough, God knows, and ask, as I am informed by the purchasers, not twice or thrice, but 4 or 5 times more than at last they take, as indeed for everything one buys here. One portrait is better, however, than 1,000 words when single figures are to be delineated, but of the Grotta del Cane, description gives a completer idea than drawing. Both are perhaps nearly unnecessary indeed when speaking of a place so often and so accurately described. What surprised me most among the ceremonies of this extraordinary place was that the pent-up vapour shut in an excavation of the rock should, upon opening the door, gradually move forwards a few yards, but not rise up above a foot from the surface, nor, by what I could observe, ever dissipate in air. I think we left it hovering over the favourite spot where the poor cur's nose had been forcibly held in it for a minute or 2. But he took care after his recovery to keep a very judicious distance. Sporting with animal life is always highly offensive, and the fellow's account that his dog was used to the operation and had already gone through it 8 times, that it did him no harm, etc., I consider it as words used merely to quiet our impatience of the experiment, which is infinitely more amusing when tried upon a lighted flambeau, extinguishing it most completely in a moment. What connection there is between flame and vitality Those who know more of the matter than I do must expound. The Christmas season here at Naples is very pleasingly observed. The Italians are peculiarly ingenious in adorning their shops, I think, and setting out their wares. Every grocer, fruiterer, etc., now mingles orange and lemon and myrtle leaves among the goods exposed at his door, as we do greens in the churches of England, but with infinitely more taste. And this device produces a very fine effect upon the whole, as one drives along La Strada del Toledo, which all morning looks showy from these decorations, and all evening splendid from the profusion of torches, flambeaux, etc., that shine with less regularity indeed, but with more lustre and greater appearance of expensive gaiety than our neat, clean, steady London lamps. Some odd, pretty, movable coffee houses, too, are lemonade shops, set on wheels and adorned according to the possessor's taste with gilding, painting, etc., and covered with ices, orgeats, and other refreshments, as in emulation each of the other, and in a strange variety of shapes and forms, too, exquisitely well imagined for the most part, help forward the finery of Naples exceedingly. I have counted 30 of these galante shops on each side of the street, which, with their necessary illuminations, make a brilliant figure by candlelight till 12 o'clock, when all the show is over and everybody puts out their lights and quietly lies down to rest. Till that hour, however, few things can exceed the tumultuous merriment of Naples, while the volantes, or running footmen, dressed like tumblers before a show, precede all characters of distinction and endeavour to keep the people from being run over. Yet, whilst they are listening to Polichinello's jokes, or to some such street orator as Dr. Moore describes with equal truth and humour, they often get crushed and killed. Yet, as Pope says, "See some strange comfort every state attend." The Lazzaroni who has his child run over by the coach of a man of quality has a regular claim upon him for no less than 12 carlines, about 5 shillings English. If it is his wife that meets with the accident, he gets 2 ducats, live or die. And for the master of the family, house he has none, 3 is the regular compensation, and no words pass here about trifles. Truth is, human life is lower rated in all parts of Italy than with us. They think nothing of an individual, but see him perish, excepting by the hand of justice, as a cat or dog. A young man fell from our carriage at Milan one evening. He was not a servant of ours, but a friend, which, after we were gone home, the coachman had picked up to go with him to the fireworks which were exhibited that night near the Corso. There was a crowd and an embarras, and the fellow tumbled off and died upon the spot, and nobody even spoke, or I believe thought about the matter, except one woman, who supposed that he had neglected to cross himself when he got up behind. There is a work of art peculiar to this city, and attempted in no other, on which surprising sums of money are lavished by many of the inhabitants, who connect or associate to this amusement ideas of piety and devotion. The thing, when finished, is called a presepio, and is composed in honour of this sacred season, after which all is taken to pieces and arranged after a different manner next year. In many houses a room, in some a whole suite of apartments, in others the terrace upon the housetop, is dedicated to this very uncommon show, consisting of a miniature representation in sycamore wood, properly coloured, of the house at Bethlehem, with the Blessed Virgin, St. Joseph, and our Saviour in the manger, with attendant angels, etc., as in pictures of the Nativity. The figures are about 6 inches high, and dressed with the most exact propriety. This, however, though the principal thing intended to attract the spectator's notice, is kept back, so that sometimes I scarcely saw it at all, while a general and excellent landscape, with figures of men at work, women dressing dinner, a long road in real gravel, with rocks, hills, rivers, cattle, camels, everything that can be imagined, fill the other rooms. So happily disposed, too, for the most part, the light introduced so artfully, the perspective kept so surprisingly. One wonders, and cries out it is certainly but a baby house at best, yet managed by people whose heads, naturally turned towards architecture and design, give them power thus to defy a traveller not to feel delighted with the general effect, while if every single figure is not capitally executed and nicely expressed beside, the proprietor is truly miserable and will cut a new cow or bury the horse's attitude against next Christmas, coûte que coûte. And perhaps I should not have said so much about the matter if there had not been shown me within this last week presepios which have cost their possessors 1,500 or 2,000 English pounds, and rather than relinquish or sell them, many families have gone to ruin. I have wrote the sums down in letters, not figures, for fear of the possibility of a mistake. One of these playthings had the journey of the 3 kings represented in it, and the presents were all of real gold and silver, finely worked. Nothing could be better or more livelily finished. "But, sir," said I, "why do you dress up one of the wise men with a turban and crescent? 600 years before the birth of Mahomet, who first put that mark in the forehead of his followers. The Easter Magi were not Turks. This is a breach of costume." My gentleman paused and thanked me and said he would inquire if there was nothing heretical in the objection, and if all was right, it should be changed next year without fail. A young lady here of English parents, just 10 years old, asked me very pertinently why this pretty sight was called a presepio. "But," said she suddenly, answering herself, "I suppose it is because it is preceptive." End of chapter 9, part 2. Chapter 9, part 3 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Naples, part 3. Let me now tell about the 2 assemblies, or sio conversazioni, where one goes in search of amusement as to the rooms of Bath or Tunbridge exactly, only that one of these places is devoted to the nobiltà, the other is called dei buoni amici, and such is the state of subordination in this country that though the great people may come among the little ones, and to be sure of the grossest adulation, a merchant's wife shining in diamonds, being obliged to stand up reverentially before the chair of a countess who does her the honour to speak to her, the poor amici are totally excluded from the subscription of the nobles, nor dare even to return the salutation of a superior, should a good-natured person of that rank be tempted from frequently seeing them at the rooms to give them a kind nod in the street or elsewhere. All this seems comical enough to us, and I had much ado to look grave, while a beautiful and well-educated wife of a rich banker here confessed herself not fit company for an ignorant, mean-looking woman of quality. But though such unintelligible doctrines make one for a moment ashamed both of one's sex and species, that lady's knowledge of various languages, her numerous accomplishments in 1,000 methods of passing time away with innocent elegance,
and a sort of studied address never observed in Italy before gave me an infinite delight in her society and daily increased my suspicion that she was a foreigner, till nearer intimacy discovered her a German Lutheran, with a singular head of thick blonde hair, so unlike those I see around me. We grew daily better acquainted, and she showed me, but not indignantly at all, some ladies from the higher assemblies sitting among these, very low-dressed indeed, a knotting bag and counters in their lap to show their contempt of the company, while such as spoke to them stood before their seat like children before a governess in England as long as the conversation lasted. Our Duke and Duchess of Cumberland have made all Naples adore them, though, by going richly dressed and behaving with infinite courtesy and good humour at the assembly or ball given in the lower rooms, as the English comically call them. A young Palermitan prince applauded them for it exceedingly, so I took the liberty to express my wonder. "Oh," replied he, "we are not ignorant how much English manners differ from our own. I have already, though but just 18 years old, as sovereign of my own state under the King of both Sicilies, condemned a man to death because he was a rascal. But the law and the people govern in England, I know." My desire of hearing about Sicily, which we could not contrive to visit, made me happy to cultivate Prince Fenimelia's acquaintance. He was very studious, very learned of his age, and uncommonly clever. Told me of the antiquities his island had to boast with great intelligence and a surprising knowledge of ancient history. It is wonderfully mortifying to think how little information after all can be obtained of anything new or anything strange, though so far from one's own country. What I picked up most curious and diverting from our conversation was his expression of surprise when at our house one day he read a letter from his mother telling him that such a lady, naming her, remained still unmarried and even unbetrothed, though now past 10 years old. "She will," said I, "perhaps break through old customs and choose for herself, as she is an orphan and has no one whom she need consult." "Impossible, madam," was the reply. "But tell me, Prince, for information's sake, if such a lady, this girl, for example, should venture to assert the rights of humanity and make a choice somewhat unusual, what would come of it?" "Why, nothing in the world would come of it," answered he. "The lass would be immediately at liberty again, for no man so circumstanced could be permitted to leave the country alive, you know. Nor would her folly benefit his family at all, as her estate would be immediately adjudged to the next heir. No person of inferior rank in our country would therefore, unless absolutely mad, set his life to hazard for the sake of a frolic the event of which is so well known beforehand." I will mention another talk I had with a Sicilian lady. We met at the house of the Swedish minister, Monsieur André, uncle to the lamented officer who perished in our sovereign's service in America. And while the rest of the company were entertaining themselves with cards and music, I began laughing in myself at hearing the gentleman and lady who sat next to me called by others Don Raphael and Donna Camilla, because those two names bring Gil Blas into one's head. Their agreeable and interesting conversation, however, soon gave my mind a more serious turn. When discoursing on the liberal premiums now offered by the King of Naples to those who are willing to rebuild and repeople Messina, Donna Camilla politely introduced me to a very sick but pleasing-looking lady who she said was going to return thither. At which she, starting, cried, "Oh, God forbid, dear friend," in an accent that made me think she had already suffered something from the concussions that overwhelmed that city in the year 1783. Her inviting manner, her soft and interesting eyes, whose languid glances seemed to show beauty sunk in sorrow and spirit oppressed by calamity, engaged my utmost attention, while Don Raphael pressed her to indulge the foreigner's curiosity with some particulars of the distresses she had shared. Her own feelings were all she could relate, she said, and those confusedly. "You see that girl there?" pointing to a child of about 7 or 8 years old who stood listening to the harpsichord. "She escaped. I cannot for my soul guess how, for we were not together at the time." "Where were you, madam, at the moment of the fatal accident?" "Who? Me?" And her eyes lighted up with recollected terror. "I was in the nursery with my maid, employed in taking stains out of some Brussels lace upon a brazier. 2 babies, neither of them 4 years old, playing in the room. The eldest boy, dear lad, had just left us and was in his father's country house. The day grew so dark all of a sudden, and the brazier, oh Lord Jesus, I felt the brazier slide from me, and I saw it run down the long room on its 3 legs. The maid screamed and I shut my eyes and knelt at a chair. We thought all over. But my husband came and, snatching me up, cried, 'Run, run!' I know not how nor where, but all amongst falling houses it was. The people shrieked so, and there was such a noise. My poor son, he was 15 years old. He tried to hold me fast in the crowd. I remember kissing him. 'Dear lad,' I said. I could speak just then. But the throng at the gate, oh, that gate, thousands at once, thousands at once. And my poor old confessor too, I knew him. I threw my arms about his aged neck. 'Padre mio,' I said, 'Padre mio.' Down he dropped. A great stone struck his shoulder. I saw it coming and my boy pulled me. He saved my life, dear lad. But the crash of the gate, the screams of the people, the heat, oh, such a heat. I felt no more on't, though. I saw no more on't. I waked in bed, this girl by me, and her father giving me cordials. We were on shipboard, they told me, coming to Naples, to my brother's house here. And do you think I'll ever go back there again? Oh, no, that's a cursed place. I lost my son in it. Never, never will I see it more. All my friends try to persuade me, but the sight of it would do my business. If my poor boy were alive indeed, but he, our poor lad, he loved his mother. He held me fast. No, I'll never see that place again. God has cursed it now. I am sure he has." A narrative so melancholy, so tender and so true could not fail of its effect. I ran for refuge to the harpsichord where a lady was singing divinely. I could not listen, though. Her grateful sweetness who told the dismal story followed me thither. She had seen my ill-suppressed tears and followed to embrace me. The tale she had told saddened my heart, and the news we heard returning to the Carcella did not contribute to lighten its weight. While an amiable young Englishman who had long lain ill there was now breathing his last, far from his friends, his country, or their customs, all easily dispensed with, perhaps derided during the bustle of a journey and the madness of superfluous health, but sure to be sighed after when life's last twilight shuts in precipitately closer and closer round a man and leaves him only the nearer objects to repose and dwell on. Such was Captain Dasher's situation. He had none but a foreign servant with him. We thought it might soothe him to hear, "Can I do anything for you, sir?" in an English voice. So I sent him my maid. He had no commands, he said. He could not eat the jelly she had made him. He wished some clergyman could be found that he might speak to. Such a one was vainly inquired for, till it was discovered that ill health had driven Mr. Mensah to Naples, who kindly administered the last consolation a Christian can receive, and heard the next day, when confined himself to bed, of his countryman's being properly thrust by the banker into the book of Protestante. So they contemptuously call a dirty garden one drives by. In this town, where not less than 100 people, small and great, from our island annually resort, leaving £50,000 or £60,000 behind them at a moderate computation, though if their bodies are obliged to take perpetual apartments here, no better place has been hitherto provided for them than this kitchen ground, on which grow cabbages, cauliflowers, etc., sold to their country folks for double price, I trow, the remaining part of the season. 20th of January 1786. Here are the most excellent, the most incomparable fish I ever ate. Red mullets, large as our mackerel and of singularly high flavour, besides the calamaro or inkfish, a dainty worthy of imperial luxury. Almond and even apple trees in blossom to delight those who can be paid for coarse manners and confined notions by the beauties of a brilliant climate. Here are all the hedges in blow as you drive towards Pozzuoli, and a snow of white mayflowers clustering round Virgil's tomb. So strong was the sun's heat this morning, even before 11 o'clock, that I carried an umbrella to defend me from his rays as we sauntered about the walks, which are spacious and elegant, laid out much in the style of St. James's Park, but with the sea on one side of you, the broad street called Chioggia on the other. What trees are planted there, however, either do not grow up so as to afford shade, or else they cut them and trim them about to make them in pretty shapes, forsooth, as we did in England half a century ago. The castle on this hill, called the Castel Sant Elmo, would be much my comfort did I fix at Naples, for here are 8,000 soldiers constantly kept to secure the city from sudden insurrection, His Majesty most wisely trusting their command only to Spanish or German officers, or some few gentlemen from the northern states of Italy, that no personal tenderness for any in the town below may intervene if occasion for sudden severity should arise. We went today and saw their garrison comfortably and even elegantly kept, and I was wicked enough to rejoice that the soldiers were never, but with the very utmost difficulty, permitted to go among the townsmen for a moment. Tomorrow we mount the volcano, whose present peaceful disposition has tempted us to inspect it more nearly, though it appears little less than presumption thus to profane, with eyes of examination, the favourite alembic of nature while the great work of projection is carrying on, guarded as all its secret caverns are too, with every contradiction, snow and flame, solid bodies heated into liquefaction and rolling gently down one of its sides, while fluids congeal and harden into ice on the other. Nothing can exceed the curiosity of its appearance now the lava is less rapid and stiffens as it flows. Stiffens too in ridges very surprisingly and gains an odd aspect, not unlike the pasteboard waves representing theatre, but black, because this year's eruption has been mingled with coal. The connoisseurs here know the different degrees, dates and shades of lava to a perfection that amazes me. And Sir William Hamilton's courage, learning and perfect skill in these matters is more people's theme here than the volcano itself. Bartolomeo, the Cyclops of Vesuvius as he is called, studies its effects and operations too with much attention and philosophical exactness, relating the adventures he's had with our minister on the mountain to every Englishman that goes up with great success. The way one climbs is by tying a broad sash with long ends round this Bartolomeo, letting him walk before one and holding it fast. As far as the hermitage there is no great difficulty, and to that place some choose to ride an ass, but I thought walking safer. And there you are sure of a welcome and refreshment from the poor good old man who sets up a little cross wherever the fire has stopped near his cell, shows you the place with a sort of polite solemnity that impresses, spreads his scanty provisions before you kindly, and tells the past and present state of the eruption accurately, inviting you to partake of his rushy couch, his frugal fare, his blessing and repose. Goldsmith. This hermit is a Frenchman. J'ai dansé dans mon lit tant de fois, said he. The expression was not sublime when speaking of an earthquake, to be sure. I looked among his books, however, and found Bruyère. Would not the Duc de Rochefoucauld have done better? Said I. Did I never see you before, madam? Said he. Yes, sure I have, and dressed you too, when I was a hairdresser in London and lived with Monsieur Maintenon. And I dressed pretty Miss Wynne too in the same street. Vit-elle encore? Vit-elle encore? Ah, I am old now, continued he. I remember when black pins first came up. Though the situation of the crater changed in this last eruption is of little consequence, it will change and change again, I suppose. The wonder is that nobody gets killed by venturing so near while red-hot stones are flying about them so. The Bishop of Derry did very nearly get his arm broke, and the Italians are always recounting the exploits of these rash Britons who look into the crater and carry their wives and children up to the top, while we are, with equal justice, amazed at the courageous Neapolitans who build little snug villages and dwell with as much confidence at the foot of Vesuvius as our people do in Paddington or Hornsey. When I inquired of an inhabitant of these houses how she managed, and whether she was not frightened when the volcano raged, lest it should carry away her pretty little habitation, "Let it go," said she. "We don't mind now if it goes tomorrow, so as we can make it answer by raising our vines, oranges, etc. against you for 3 years. Our fortune is made before the 4th arrives. And then, if the Red River comes, we can always run away, scappar via ourselves, and hang the property. We only desire 3 years' use of the mountain as a hot wall or forcing house, and then we are above the world. Thanks be to God and Saint Januarius." End of Chapter 9, Part 3. Chapter 9, Part 4 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Naples, Part 4. These dear people at Rome and Naples do live so in the very hulk of shipwrecked, or rather foundered, paganism, have their habitation so at the very bottom of the cask, can it fail to retain the scent when the lees are scarce yet dried up, clean or evaporated? That an odd jumble of past and present days, past and present ideas of dignity, events, and even manner of portioning out their time still confuse their heads may be observed in every conversation with them. And when a few weeks ago we revisited, in company of some newly arrived English friends, the old baths of Baiae, Lochreen Lake, etc., Tobias, who rowed us over, bid us observe the Appian Way under the water, where indeed it appears quite clearly, even to the tracks of wheels on its old pavement made of very large stones, and seeing me perhaps particularly attentive, "Yes, madam," said he, "I do assure you that Don Horace and Don Virgil, of whom we hear such a deal, used to come from Rome to their country seats here in a day over this very road, which is now overflowed, as you see it, by repeated earthquakes,
but which was then so good and so unbroken that if they rose early in the morning, could easily gallop hither against the Ave Maria. It was very observable in our second visit paid to the Stufe San Germano that they had increased prodigiously in heat since Mount Vesuvius had ceased throwing out fire, though at least 14 miles from it and a vast portion of the sea between them. It vexed me to have no thermometer again, but by what one's immediate feelings could inform us, there were many degrees of difference. I could not now bear my hand on any part of them for a moment. The same luckless dog was again produced and again restored to life, like the lady in Dryden's Fables who was condemned to be hunted, killed, recovered and set on foot again for the amusement of her tormentors, a story borrowed from the Italian. Solfatara burned my fingers as I plucked an incrustation off which allured me by the beauty of its colours, and roared with more violence than when I was there before. This horrible volcano is by no means extinguished yet, but seems pregnant with wonders principally combustible, and likely to break with one at every step, all the earth round it being hollow as a drum. And I should think of no great thickness neither, so plainly does one hear the sighings underneath, which some of the country people imagine to be tortured spirits howling with agony. It is supposed that Lake Agnano, where the dog is flung in if the dewy grass do not suffice to recover him with its humidity and freshness, as it often does, is but another crater of another volcano, long ago self-destroyed by scorpion-like suicide. And it is like enough it may be so. There is not wanting, however, those that think, or say at least, how a subterraneous or subaqueous city remains even now under that lake, but lies too deep for inspection. Though surrounded by such terrifying objects, the Neapolitans are not, I think, disposed to cowardly, though easily persuaded to devotional, superstitions. They are not afraid of spectres or supernatural apparitions, but sleep contentedly and soundly in small rooms made for the ancient dead, and now actually in the occupation of old Roman bodies, the catacombs belonging to whom are still very impressive to the fancy, and I have known many an English gentleman who would not endure to have his courage impeached by living white, whose imagination would notwithstanding have disturbed his slumbers not a little, had he been obliged to pass one night where these poor women sleep securely, wishing only for that money which travellers are not unwilling to bestow. And perhaps a walk among these hollow caves of death, these sad repositories of what was once animated by valour and illuminated by science, strikes one much more than all the urns and lacrimatories of Portici. The Queen of Naples is delivered, and we are all to make merry. The Castello d'Orvo, just under our windows, is to be illuminated, and from the Carthusian convent on the hill to my poor solitary old acquaintance, the hermit and hairdresser who inhabits a cleft in Mount Vesuvius, all resolve to be happy and to rejoice in the felicity of a prince that loves them. Shouting and candles and torches and coloured lamps, and Polichinello above all the rest, did their best to drive forward the general joy and make known the birth of the royal baby for many miles round the capital. And there was a splendid opera the next night in this finest of all fine theatres, though that of Milan pleases me better, as I prefer the elegant curtains which festoon it over the boxes there to our heavy gilt ornaments here at Naples, and their boasted looking-glasses, never cleaned, have no effect, as I perceive, towards helping forward the enchantment. A festa di ballo, or masquerade, given here, however, was exceedingly gay, and the dresses surprisingly rich. Our party, a very large one, all Italians, retired at 1 a.m. to quite the finest supper of its size I ever saw. Fish of various sorts, incomparable in their kinds, composed 8 dishes of the first course. We had 38 set on the table in that course, 49 in the second, with wines and dessert truly magnificent. For all of which Mr. Piozzi protested to me that we paid only 3 shillings and 6pence a head English money, but for the truth of that he must answer. We sat down 22 persons to supper, and I observed there were numbers of these parties made in different taverns or apartments adjoining to the theatre, whither, after refreshment, we returned and danced till daylight. The theatre is a vast building, even when not inhabited or set off by lights and company. All of stone, too, like that of Milan, but particularly defended from fire by St. Anthony, who has an altar and chapel erected to his honour and showily decorated at the door. And on Sunday night, January the 22nd, there were fireworks exhibited in honour of himself and his pig, which was placed on the top and illuminated with no small ingenuity, the fire catching hold of his tail first, con rispetto, as said our Cicerone, but Il Re Lear et i sue 3 figlie is advertised, and I am sick tonight and cannot go. My loss, however, is somewhat compensated, for though I could not see our own Shakespeare's play acted at Naples, I went some days after to one of the charming theatres this town is entertained by every evening, and saw a play which struck me exceedingly. The plot was simply this. An Englishman appears, dressed precisely as a Quaker, his hat on his head, his hands in his pockets, and with a very pensive air says he will take that pistol, producing one, and shoot himself. For, says he, the politics go wrong at home now, and I hate the ministerial party, so England does not please me. I tried France, but the people there laughed so about nothing and sung so much out of tune, I could not bear France, so I went over to Holland. Those Dutch dogs are so covetous and hard-hearted. They think of nothing but their money. I could not endure a place where one heard no sound in the whole country but frogs croaking and ducats chinking. Maledetti. So I went to Spain, where I narrowly escaped a sunstroke for the sake of seeing those idle, beggarly dons that, if they do condescend to cobble a man's shoe, think they must do it with a sword by their side. I came here to Naples, therefore, and though it is so fine a country, one can get no fox hunting, only running after a wild pig. Yes, I must shoot myself. The world is so very dull. I'm tired on't. He then coolly prepares matters for the operation, when a young woman bursts into his apartment, bewails her fate for a moment, then faints away. Our countryman lays by his pistol, brings the lady to life, and, having heard part of her story, sets her in a place of safety. More confusion follows. A gentleman enters, storming with rage at a treacherous friend he hints at and a false mistress. The Englishman gravely advises him to shoot himself. No, no, replies the warm Italian, I will shoot them, though, if I can catch them. But want of money hinders me from prosecuting the search. That, however, is now instantly supplied by the generous Briton, who enters into their affairs, detects and punishes the rogue who had betrayed them all, settles the marriage and reconciliation of his new friends, adds himself something to the good girl's fortune, and concludes the piece with saying that he has altered his intentions and will think no more of shooting himself, while life may be in all countries rendered pleasant to him who will employ it in the services of his fellow creatures, and finishes with these words, that such are the sentiments of an Englishman. but I'm called from my observations and reflections to see what the Neapolitans call il trionfo di Polichinello, a person for whom they profess peculiar value. Harlequin and Brighella here scarcely share the fondness of an audience, while at Milan, Venice, etc., much pleasantry is always cast into their characters. The Triumph was a pageant of prodigious size, set on 4 broad wheels, like our wagons, but larger. It consisted of a pyramid of men, 28 in number, placed with wonderful ingenuity, all of one size, something like what one has seen at Sadler's Wells, the Royal Circus, etc., dressed in one uniform, namely the white habit and puce-coloured mask of Caro Polichinello, disposed too with that skill which tumblers alone can either display or describe. A single figure, still in the same dress, crowning the whole and forming a point at the top by standing fixed on the shoulders of his companions and playing merrily on the fiddle, while 12 oxen of a beautiful white colour and trapped with many shining ornaments drew the whole slowly over the city, amidst the acclamations of innumerable spectators that followed and applauded the performance with shouts. What I have learned from this show, and many others of the same kind, is of no greater value than the derivation of his name, who is so much the favourite of Naples. But from the mask he appears in, cut and coloured so as exactly to resemble a flea, with hook, nose and wrinkles like the body of that animal, his employment too being ever ready to hop and skip and jump about, with affectation of uncommon elasticity, giving his neighbours a sly pinch from time to time, all these circumstances, added to the very intimate acquaintance and connection all the Neapolitans have with this, the least offensive of all the innumerable insects that infest them, and last of all his name, which, corrupt it how we please, was originally Polichinello, leaves me persuaded that the appellation is merely Little Flea. Vanvitelli's aqueduct is a prodigiously beautiful, magnificent, and what is more, a useful performance. Having the finest models of antiquity, he is said to have surpassed them all. Why such superb and expensive methods should still be used to conduct water up and down Italy any more than other nations, or why they are not equally necessary in France and England, nobody informs me. Madame de Bocage inquired long ago, when she was taken to see the Fountain Trevi at Rome, why they had no water at Paris but the Seine. I think the question so natural that one wishes to repeat it. And one great reason, little urged by others, incites me to look with envy on the delicious and almost innumerable gushes of water that cool the air of Naples and Rome, and pour their pellucid tides through almost every street of those luxurious cities. It is this, that I consider them as a preservative against the dreadfulest of all maladies, canine madness, a distemper which, notwithstanding the excessive heat, has here scarcely a name. Sure, it is the plenty of drink the dogs meet at every turn that must be the sole cause of a blessing so desirable. My stay has always been much shorter than I wished in every great town of Italy, but here, when numberless wonders strike the sense without fatiguing it, I do feel double pleasure, and among all the new ideas I have acquired since England lessened my sight upon the sea, those gained at Naples will be the last to quit me. Everyone who leaves her carries off the same sensations. I have asked several inhabitants of other Italian states what they liked best in Italy except home. It was Naples always. Dear, delightful Naples. End of chapter 9, part 4. Chapter 10 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI.
This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rome Revisited. We are come here just in time to see the 3 last days of the Carnival, and very droll it is to walk or drive and see the people run about the streets all in some gay disguise or other, and masked and patched and painted to make sport. The Corso is now quite a scene of distraction, the coachman on the boxes pretending to be drunk and throwing sugar plums at the women, which it goes hard to find out in the crowd and confusion, as the evening, which shuts in early, is the festive hour, and there is some little hazard in parading the streets, lest an accident might happen, though a temporary rail and trottoir are erected to keep the carriages off. Our high joke, however, seems to consist in the men putting on girls' clothes. A woman is somewhat a rarity at Rome, and strangely superfluous, as it should appear, by the extraordinary substitutes found for them on the stage. It is more than wonderful to see great, strong fellows dancing the women's parts in these fashionable dramas, pastoral and heroic ballets, as they call them. Soprano singers did not so surprise me with their feminine appearance in the opera. These clumsy figurantes, or stout, coarse-looking men kicking about in hooped petticoats, were to me irresistibly ridiculous. The gentlemen with me, however, both Italians and English, were too much disgusted to laugh, while la première danseuse acted the coquette beauty or distracted mother with a black beard, which no art could subdue, and destroyed every illusion of the pantomime at a glance. All this struck nobody but us foreigners, after all. Tumultuous and often tender applauses from the pit convinced us of their heartfelt approbation, and in the parterre sat gentlemen much celebrated at Rome for their taste and refinement. As their exhibition did not please our party, notwithstanding its singularity, we went but once to the theatre, except when a festa di ballo was advertised to begin at 11 o'clock one night, but detained the company waiting on its stairs for 2 hours at least beyond the time. For my own part, I was better amused outside the doors than in. Masquerades can of themselves give very little pleasure, except when they are new things. What was most my delight and wonder to observe was the sight of perhaps 200 people of different ranks, all, in my mind, strangely ill-treated by a nobleman who, having a private supper in the room, prevented their entrance, who paid for admission. All mortified, all crowded together in an inconvenient place, all suffering much from heat and more from disappointment, yet all in perfect good humour with each other, and with the gentleman who detained, in longing and ardent, but not impatiently expressed expectation, such a number of Romans who, as I could not avoid remarking, certainly deserve to rule over all the world once more, if, as we often read in history, command is to be best learned from the practice of obedience. The masquerade was carried on, when we had once begun it, with more taste and elegance here than either at Naples or Milan. So it was at Florence, I remember, more dresses of contrivance and fancy being produced. We had a very pretty device last night of a man who pretended to carry statues about as if for sale. The gentlemen and ladies who personated the figures were incomparable from the choice of attitudes and skill in colouring, but il carnovale è morto, as the women of quality told us last night from their coaches, in which they carried little transparent lanterns of a round form, red, blue and green, etc., to help forward the shine. And these they throw at each other as they did sugar plums in the other towns, while the millions of small, thin, bougie candles held in every hand and stuck up at every balcony make the Strada del Popolo as light as day and produce a wonderfully pretty effect, gay, natural and pleasing.
The unstudied hilarity of Italians is very rejoicing to the heart, from one's consciousness that it is the result of cheerfulness really felt, not a mere incentive to happiness hoped for. The death of Carnevale, who was carried to his grave with so many candles suddenly extinguished at 12 o'clock last night, has restored to us a tranquil possession of ourselves and to an opportunity of examining the beauties of nature and art that surround one. Nothing can look very grand in St. Peter's Church, and though I saw the general benediction given, I hope partook it, upon Easter Day, my constant impression was that the people were below the place. No pomp, no glare, no dove and glory on the chair of state, but what looked too little for the area that contained them. Sublimity disdains to catch the vulgar eye, she elevates the soul. Nor can long-drawn processions or splendid ceremonies suffice to content those travellers who seek for images that never tarnish and for truths that never can decay. Pius Sextus, in his mourning dress, paying his private devotions at the altar without any pageantry and very few attendants, struck me more 1,000 and 1,000 times than when, arrayed in gold, in colours and diamonds, he was carried to the front of a balcony big enough to contain the conclave, and there, shaded by 2 white fans, which, though really enormous, looked no larger than that a girl carries in her pocket, pronounced words which, on account of the height they came from, were difficult to hear. All this is known and felt by the managers of these theatrical exhibitions so certainly that they judiciously confine great part of them to the Cappella Sistina, which, being large enough to impress the mind with its solemnity, and not spacious enough for the priest's congregation and all to be lost in it, is well adapted for those various functions that really make Rome a scene of perpetual gala during the Holy Week, which, as an English friend here protested to me, he had never spent with so little devotion in his life before. The Miserere has, however, a strong power over one's mind. The absence of all instrumental music, the steadiness of so many human voices, the gloom of the place, the picture of Michelangelo's Last Judgment covering its walls, with the mourning dress of the spectators, is altogether calculated with great ingenuity to give a sudden stroke to the imagination and kindle that temporary blaze of devotion it is wisely enough intended to excite. But even this has much of its effect destroyed from the admission of too many people. Crowd and bustle and struggle for places leave no room for any ideas to range themselves, and least of all serious ones. Nor would the opening of our sacred music in Westminster Abbey, when 900 performers joined to celebrate Messiah's praises, make that impression which it does upon the mind, were not the king and court and all the audience as still as death when the first note is taken. The ceremony of washing the pilgrims' feet is a pleasing one. It is seen in high perfection here at Rome, where all that the Pope personally performs is done with infinite grace and with an air of mingled majesty and sweetness, difficult to hit, but singularly becoming in him who is both priest of God and sovereign of his people. But how, said Cyrus, shall I make men think me more excellent than themselves? By being really so, replies Xenophon, putting his words into the mouth of Cambyses. Pius Sextus takes no deeper method, I believe, yet all acknowledge his superior merit. No prince can less affect state, nor no clergyman can less adopt hypocritical behaviour. The Pope powders his hair like any other of the cardinals, and is, it seems, the first who has ever done so. When he takes the air, it is in a fashionable carriage with a few, very few, guards on horseback, and is by no means desirous of making himself a show. Now and then an old woman begs his blessing as he passes, but I almost remember the time when our bishops of Bangor and St Asaph were followed by the country people in North Wales, full as much or more, and with just the same feelings. One man in particular we used to talk of, who came from a distant part of our mountainous province, with much expense in proportion to his abilities, poor fellow, and terrible fatigue. He was a tenant of my father's, who asked him how he ventured to undertake so troublesome a journey. "It was to get my good Lord's blessing," replied the farmer. "I hope it will cure my rheumatism." Kissing the slipper at Rome will probably in 100 years more be a thing to be thus faintly recollected by a few very old people, and it is strange to me that it should have lasted so long. No man better knows than the present learned and pious successor of St. Peter that St. Peter himself would permit no act of adoration to his own person, and that he severely reproved Cornelius for kneeling to him, charging him to rise and stand upon his feet, adding these remarkable words: "Seeing I also am a man," footnote, "surge, et ego ipse homo sum, valget," end footnote. Surely it will at last be found out among them that such a ceremony is inconsistent with the Pope's character as a Christian priest, however it may suit state matters to continue it in the character of a sovereign. The roads he is now making on every side his capital to facilitate foreigners' approach, the money he has laid out on the conveniences of the Vatican, the desire he feels of reforming a police much in want of reformation, joined to an immaculate character for private virtue and elegant taste for the fine arts, must make everyone wish for a long continuance of his health and dignity, though the wits and jokers, when they see his arms up, as they are often placed in galleries, etc., about the palace, and consist of a zephyr blowing on a flower, a pair of eagle's wings and a few stars, have invented this epigram to say that when the emperor has got his eagle back, the King of France his fleur-de-lis, and the stars are gone to heaven, Braschi will have nothing left him but the wind. Rede aquilam Caesari, Francorum lilia regi, sidra rede polo, cetera Braschi tibi. These verses were given me by an agreeable Benedictine friar, member of a convent belonging to St. Paul's for delle Mura. He was a learned man, a native of Ragusa, had been particularly intimate with Wortley Montagu, whose variety of acquirements had impressed him exceedingly. He showed us the curiosities of his church, the finest in Rome next to St. Peter's, and had silver gates, but the plating is worn off and only the brass remains. There is an old Egyptian candlestick above 5 feet high preserved here, and many other singularities adorn the church. Here is an altar supported by 4 pillars of red porphyry, and here are the pictures of all the popes. St. Peter first, and our present Braschi last. It has given much occasion for chat that there should now be no room left to hang a successor's portrait, and that he who now occupies the chair is painted in powdered hair and a white headdress, such as he wears every day, to the great affliction of his courtiers, who recommended the usual state diadem, but "No, said he, there have been red-cap popes enough. Mine shall be only white." And white it is. This beautiful edifice was built by the Emperor Theodosius, and there is an old picture at the top of our Saviour giving the benediction in the form that all the Greek priests give it now. Apropos, there have been many sects of Oriental Christians dropped into the Church of Rome within these latter years. A very venerable old Armenian says Greek Mass regularly in St. Peter's Church every day before one particular altar. His long black dress and white beard attracted much of my notice. He saw it did, and now whenever we meet in the street, by chance, he kindly stands still to bless me. But the Syriac or Maronites have a church to themselves, just by the Bocca della Verità, and extremely curious we thought it to see their ceremonies upon Palm Sunday, when their aged patriarch, not less than 93 years old, and richly attired with an inconvenient weight of drapery, and a mitre shaped like that of Aaron in our Bibles exactly, was supported by 2 olive-coloured Orientals while he pronounced a benediction on the tree that stood near the altar, and was at least 10 feet high. The attendant clergy, habited after their own Eastern taste and very superbly, had broad phylacteries bound on their foreheads after the fashion of the Jews, and carried long strips of parchment up and down the church with the law written on them in Syriac characters, while they formed themselves into a procession and led their truly reverend principal back to his place. An exhibition so striking, with the view of many monuments round the walls sacred to the memory of such and such a Bishop of Damascus, gave so strong an impression of Asiatic manners to the mind that one felt glad to find Europe round one on going out again. The fireworks exhibited on the castle of St. Angelo on Easter Day are the completest things of their kind in the world. 3,000 rockets, all sent up into the air at once, make a wonderful burst indeed, and serve as a pretty imitation of Vesuvius. The lighting up of the building, too, on a sudden with firepots, had a new and beautiful effect. We all liked the entertainment vastly. The vecchia is here at Rome the common phrase when speaking of our only female servant, a person not unlike an Oxford or Cambridge bedmaker in appearance. And much amazed was I 2 days ago at the answer of our vecchia, when curiosity prompted me to ask her age. "Oh, madam, I am a very aged woman," was the reply, "and have 2 grandchildren married. I am 42 years old. Poveretta me." I told an Italian gentleman who dined with us what Caterina had said, and begged him to ask the laquais de place, who waited on us at table, a similar question. He appeared a large, well-looking, sturdy fellow about 38 years old, but said he was scarce 22, that he had been married 6 years and had 5 children. "How old was your wife when you met?" "13, sir," answered Carlo. So all is kept even at least, for if they end life sooner than in colder climates, they begin it earlier, it is plain. Yet such things seem strange to us, so to 1,000 which occur in these warm countries in the commonest life. Brick floors, for example, with hangings of a dirty printed cotton affording no bad shelter for spiders, bugs, etc. A table in the same room encrusted with verre antique, very fine and worthy of Wilton House, with some exceeding good copies of the finest pictures here at Rome, formed the furniture of our present lodging. And now we have got the little casement windows clean to look at it, I pass whole hours admiring, even in the copy, our glorious Descent from the Cross by Daniel di Volterra. Pius Sextus has had a legacy left him within these last years, to the prejudice of some noblemen's heirs who loudly lamented their fate and his tyranny, who could take advantage, as they expressed it, of their relations' caprice. The Pope did not give it them back because they behaved so ill, he said, but neither did he seize what was left to him by dint of despotic authority. He went to law with the family for it, which I thought a very strange thing, and lost his cause, which I thought a still stranger. Villa Albani is the most dazzling of any place yet, and the caryatid pillars the finest things in it, though replete with wonders and distracting with objects each worthy a whole day's attention. Here is an antique list of Euripides' plays in marble, as those tell me who can read the Greek inscriptions. I lose infinite pleasure every day for want of deeper learning. What has most struck me here as a real improvement upon social and civil life was the school of Abate Sylvestre, who, upon the plan of Monsieur Lepay at Paris, teaches the deaf and dumb people to speak, read, write, and cast accounts. He likewise teaches them the principles of logic and instructs them in the sacred mysteries of our holy religion. I am not naturally credulous, nor apt to take payment in words for meanings. Much of my life has been spent, and all my youth, in the tuition of babies. I was, of course, less likely to be deceived, and I can safely say that they did appear to have learned all that he taught them. That appearance, too, if it were no more, is so difficult to obtain, the patience required from the master is so very great, and the good he is doing to mankind so extensive, that I did not like offensively to detect the difference between knowing a syllogism and appearing to know it. With regard to morality, the pupils have certainly gained many praecognita. While the capital scholars were showing off to another party, I addressed a girl who sat working in the window and perceived that she could explain the meaning of the commandments competently well. To prove the truth, I pretended to pick a gentleman's pocket who stood near me. "Peccato," said the wench distinctly. She was about 10 years old, perhaps. But a little boy of 7 was deservedly the master's favourite. He really possessed the most intelligent and interesting countenance I ever saw, and when to explain the major, minor, and consequence, he put the two first together into his hat with an air of triumph, we were enchanted with him. Someone, to tease him, said he had red hair. He instantly led them to a picture of our Saviour which hung in the room, said it was the same colour as his and ought to be respected. The Italians seem to find out, I know not why, that it is a good thing the Jesuits are gone, though they steadily endeavour to retain those principles of despotism which it was their peculiar province to inspire and confirm, and whilst all men must see that the work of education goes on worse in other hands. Indeed, nothing can be wilder than committing youth to the tuition of monks and nuns, unless, like them, they were intended for the cloister. We have been led to reflections of this sort by a view of girls portioned here at Rome once a year, some for marriage and others for a nunnery. The last set were the handsomest and fewest, and the people I converse with say that every day makes an almost visible diminution in the number of monks and nuns. I know not, however, whether Italy will go on much the better for having so few convents. Some should surely be left. Nay, some must be left in a country where it is not possible for every man to obtain a decent livelihood by labour, as in England. No army, no navy, very little commerce possible to the inland states, and very little need of it in any. Little study of the law, too, where the prince or baron's lips pronounce on the decision of property. What must people do where so few professions are open? Can they all be physicians, priests, or shopkeepers, where little physic is taken and few good sport? There are already more clergy than can live, and I saw an abate with the petit collet at Lucca playing in the orchestra at the opera for 18 pence pay. Now, with regard to the present state of morals at Rome, one must not judge from staring stories told one. It is like Heliogabalus's method of computing the number of his citizens from the weight of their cobwebs. It is wonderful to me that the people are no worse, where no methods are taken to keep them from being bad. As to the society, I speak not from myself, for I saw nothing of it. Some English liked it, but more complained. Wanting amusement, however, can be no complaint, even without society, in a city so pregnant with wonders, so productive of reflections. And if the Roman nobles are haughty, who can wonder? When one sees doors of agate and chimney pieces of amethyst, one can scarcely be surprised at the possessor's pride, should they in contempt turn their backs upon a foreigner, whom they are early taught to consider as the Turks consider women, creatures formed for their use only, or at best amusement, and devoted to certain destruction at the hour of death. With such principles, the hatred and scorn they naturally feel for a Protestant will easily swell into superciliousness, or burst out into arrogance the moment it is unrestrained by the necessity of forms among the rich, and the desire of pillage in the poor. But I shall be glad now to exchange lapis lazuli for violets, and vert antique for green fields. Here are more amethysts about Rome than lilacs, and the laburnum which at this gay season adorns the environs of London I look for in vain about the Porta del Popolo. The proud purple tulip which decorates the ground hereabouts, opposed to the British harebell, is Italy and England again. But the harebell, by cultivation, becomes a hyacinth. The tulip remains where it began. We are now at the 16th of April, yet I know not how or why it is, although the oaks, young, small and straggling as they are, have the leaves come out all broad and full already, though the fig is bursting out every day and hour, and the mulberry tree, so tardy in our climate that I have often been unable to see scarcely a bud upon them even in May, is here completely furnished. Apple trees are yet in blossom about this city, and the few elms that can be found are but just unfolding. Common shrubs continue their wintry appearance, and in the general look of spring little is gained. The hedges now of Kent and Surrey are filled with fragrance, I'm sure, and primroses in the remote provinces torment the sportsman with spoiling the drag on a soft scenting morning. White limes, horse chestnuts, etc. contribute to produce an effect not inferior to that fostered by Italian sunshine, as I expected to find it. Why the first breath of far distant summer should thus affect the oak and fig, yet leave the elm and apple as with us, the botanists must tell. Few advances have been made in vegetation since we left Naples, that is certain. The hedges were as forward near Pozzuoli 2 full months ago. And here are no China oranges to be bought, no nor a cherry or strawberry to be seen, while every man of fashion's table in London is covered with them, and all the shops of Covent Garden and St. James's Street hang out their luxurious temptations of fruit to prove the proximity of summer and the advantages of industrious cultivation. Our eating pleased me more at every town than this, where, however, a man might live very well, I believe, for 6d. a day and lodge for £20 a year, and whoever has no attachment to religion, friends or country, no prejudices to plague his neighbours with, and no dislike to take the world as it goes for 6 or 7 years of his life, may spend them profitably at Rome, if either his business or his pleasure be made out of the works of art, as an income of £200 or indeed £100 per annum will purchase a man more refined delights of that kind here than as many thousands in England. Nor need he want society at the first houses, palaces one ought to call them, as Italians measure no man's merit by the weight of his purse. They know how to reverence even poverty and soften all its sorrows with an appearance of respect when they find it unfortunately connected with noble birth. His own country folks' neglect as they pass through would indeed be likely enough to disturb his felicity and lessen the kindness of his Roman friends, who, having no idea of a person's being shunned for any other possible reason except the want of a pedigree, would conclude that his must be essentially deficient, and lament the having laid out so many caresses on an impostor. The air of the city is unwholesome to foreigners, but if they pass the first year, the remainder goes well enough. Many English seem very healthy who are established here without even the smallest intention of returning home to Great Britain, for which place we are setting out tomorrow, 19th of April 1786, and quit a town that still retains so many just pretences to be styled the first among the cities of the earth, to which almost as many strangers are now attracted by curiosity as were dragged thither by violence in the first stage of its dominion, impelled by superstitious zeal in the second. The rage for antiquities now seems to have spread its contagion of connoisseurship over all those people whose predecessors tore down, levelled and destroyed, or buried underground their statues, pictures, every work of art. Poles, Russians, Swedes and Germans innumerable flock daily thither in this age to admire with rapture the remains of those very fabrics which their own barbarous ancestors pulled down 10 centuries ago, and give for the head of Olivia or Probus or Gallienus what emperors and queens could not then use with any efficacy for the preservation of their own persons, now grown sacred by rust and valuable from their difficulty to be deciphered. The English were wont to be the only travellers of Europe, the only dupes too in this way, but desire of distinction is diffused among all the northern nations, and our Romans here have it more in their power, with that prudence to assist them, which it is said they do not want, if not to conquer their neighbours once again, at least to ruin them, by dint of digging up their dead heroes and calling in the assistance of their old pagan deities, now useful to them in a new manner, and ever propitious to this city. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11, Part 1 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Return to Milan. Loreto. The richest treasures of Europe stand in the most delicious district of it. The number of beggars offended me, because I hold it next to impossibility that they should want in a country so luxuriantly abundant, and their prostrations as they kneel and kiss the ground before you are more calculated to produce disgust from British travellers than compassion. Nor can I think these vagabonds distressed in earnest, at this time above all others, when their sovereign provides them with employment on the beautiful new road he is making, and insists on their being well paid who are found willing to work. But the town itself of Loreto claims my attention. So clear are its streets, so numerous and cheerful and industrious are its inhabitants. One would think they had resolved to rob passengers of the trite remark which the sight of dead wealth always inspires, that the money might be better bestowed upon the living poor. For here there are very few poor families, and fewer idlers than one expects to see in a place where not business but devotion is the leading characteristic. So quiet too and inoffensive are the folks here, that scarcely any robberies or murders or any but very petty infringements of the law are ever committed among them. Yet people grieve to see that wealth collected which, once diffused, would certainly make many happy, and those treasures lying dead which, well dispersed, might keep thousands alive. It was curious to see the devotees drag themselves round the holy house upon their knees, but the Santa Scala at Rome had shown me the same operation performed with more difficulty, and a written injunction at bottom, less agreeable for Italians to comply with than any possible prostration, namely, that no one should spit as he went up or down, except in his pocket handkerchief. The lamps which burn night and day before the black image here at Loreto are of solid gold, and there is such a crowd of them I scarcely could see the figure for my own part, and that one may see still less. The attendant canons throw a veil over one's face going in. The confessionals, where all may be heard in their own language, is not peculiar to this church. I met with it somewhere else, but have forgotten where, though I much esteemed the establishment. It is very entertaining here, too, to see inscriptions in 12 different tongues, giving an account of the miraculous removal and arrival here of the Santa Casa. I was delighted with the Welsh one, and our conductor said there came not unfrequently pilgrims from the Vale of Quid, who in their turns told the wonders of their holy well. I told a learned ecclesiastic at Rome that we should return home by the way of Loreto. "There is no need," said he, "to caution a native of your island against credulity, but pray do not believe that we are ourselves satisfied with the tale you will read there. No man of learning but knows that Adrian destroyed every trace and vestige of Christianity that he could find in the East, and he was acute and diligent and powerful. The Empress Helena, long after him, with piety that equalled even his profaneness, could never hear of this holy house. How then should it have waited till so many long years after Jesus Christ? Truth is, Pope Boniface VIII, who canonized St. Louis, who instituted the Jubilee, who quarrelled with Philippe le Bel about a new crusade, and who at last fretted himself to death, though he had conquered all his enemies, because he feared some loss of power to the Church, desired to give mankind a new object of attention, and encouraged an old visionary in the year 1296 to propagate the tale he half believed himself, how the Blessed Virgin had appeared to him and related the story you will read upon the walls, which was then first committed to paper. In consequence of this intelligence, Boniface sent men into the East that he could best depend upon, and they brought back just such particulars as would best please the Pope. And in those days you can scarce think how quick the blaze of superstition caught and communicated itself. No one wished to deny what his neighbour was willing to believe, and what he himself would then have gained no credit by contradicting. Positive evidence of what the house really was, or whence it came, it was in a few years impossible to obtain. Nor did Boniface VIII know it himself, I suppose, much less the old visionary who first set the matter a-going. Meantime, the house itself has no foundation, whatever the story may have. It is a very singular house, as you may see. It has been venerated by the best and wisest among Christians now for 500 years. Even the Turks, who have the same method of honouring their prophet with gifts as we do the Virgin Mary, respect the very name of Loreto. Why, then, should the place be to any order of thinking beings a just object of insult or mockery? Here he ended his discourse, the recollection of which never left me whilst we remained at the place. But we must leave Loreto to proceed along the side of this lovely sea, hearing the pilgrims sing most sweetly as they go along in troops towards the town, with now and then a female voice peculiarly distinguished from the rest. By this means a new image is presented to one's mind. The sight of such figures, too, half alarm the fancy, and give an air of distance from England which nothing has hitherto inspired half so strongly. This charming Adriatic Gulf, beside, though more than delicious to drive by, does not, like the Mediterranean, convey homish or familiar ideas. One feels that it belongs exclusively to Venice. One knows that ancient Greece is on the opposite shore. Here are plenty of nightingales, but they do not sing as well as in Hertfordshire. Birds gain in colour as you approach the tropic, but they lose in song. Under the torrid zone I have heard they never sing at all. With us in England, the latest leave off by midsummer, when the work of incubation goes forward and the parental duties begin. The nightingale, too, chooses the coolest hour, and though I have yet heard her in Italy only sing in the mornings, Virgil knew she sung in the night. To hear birds, it is, however, indispensably necessary that there should be high trees, and except in these parts of Italy and those about Genoa and Siena, no timber of any good growth can I find. The roccolo, too, and other methods taken to catch small birds, which many delight in eating and more in taking, lessen the quantity of natural music vexatiously enough, while gaudy insects ill supply their place and sharpen their stings at pleasure when deprived of their greatest enemies. We are here less tormented than usual, however, while the prospects are varied, so that every look produces a new and beautiful landscape. Ancona. Ancona is a town perfectly agreeable to strangers, from the good humour with which every nation is received and every religion patiently endured. Here are good fish, and, to say true, everything eatable as much in perfection as possible. I could never, since I arrived at Turin, find real cause of complaint, serious complaint I mean, except at that savage-looking place called Fanny and some other petty town in Tuscany near Siena, where I ate too many eggs and grapes because there was nothing else. Nice accommodations must not be looked for, and need not be regretted, where so much amusement during the day gives one good disposition to sleep sound at night. The worst is, men and women, servants and masters, must often mess together, and if one frets about such things, it is better to stay at home. The Italians like travelling in England no better than the English do travelling in Italy, whilst an exorbitant expense is incurred by the journey, not well repaid to them by the waiters' white chitterlings, tambour waistcoats, and independent "No, sir," echoed round a well-furnished inn or tavern, which puts them but in the place of Socrates at the fair, who cried out, "How many things have these people gathered together that I do not want?" A noble Florentine complained exceedingly to me once of the English hotels, where he was made to help pay for those good gold watches the fellows who attended him drew from their pockets. So he set up his quarters, comically enough, at the waggoner's full moon upon the old bridge at Bath, to be quit of the schiavitù, as he called it, of living like a gentleman where, he says, I am not known to be one. The truth is, a continental nobleman can have little heart of a country where, to be treated as a man of fashion, he must absolutely behave as such. His rank is ascertained at home, and people's deportment to him regulated by long-established customs. Nor can it be supposed flattering to its prejudices to feel himself jostled in the street or driven against upon the road by a rich trader while he is contriving the cheapest method of going to look over his manufactory. Wealth diffused makes all men comfortable and leaves no man splendid, gives everybody 2 dishes, but nobody 200. Objects of show are therefore unfrequent in England, and a foreigner who travels through our country in search of positive sights will, after much money spent, go home but poorly entertained. There is neither carissima, will he say, nor carnevale, in any sense of the word, among those insipid islanders. For he who does not love our government and taste our manners which result from it can never be delighted in England,
while the inhabitants of our nation may always be amused in theirs, without any esteem of it at all. I know not how Ancona produced all these tedious reflections. It is a trading place and a seaport town. Men working in chains upon the new mould did not please me, though, and their insensibility shocks one. "Give a poor thief something, master," says one impudent fellow. "Son stato ladro, padrone." Note, "I'm a light-fingered fellow, master," end note, with a grin. That such people should be corrupt or coarse, however, is no wonder. What surprised me most was that when one of our company spoke of this conduct to a man of the town, "Why, what would you have, sir?" replies the person applied to. "When the poor creature is castigato, it is enough, sure. No need to make him be melancholy too." And added with true Italian good nature, "Siamo tutti peccatori." Note, we are all sinners, you know. End note. Padua. We dined at a lovely villa belonging to an amiable friend upon the margin of the river, where the kind embraces of the padrona di casa, added to the fragrance of her garden and a sweet breath of oxen drawing in her team, revived me once more to the enjoyment of cheerful conversation by restoring my natural health and proving beyond a possibility of doubt that my late disorder was of the putrid kind. We dined in a grotto-like room and partook the evening refreshments, cake, ice and lemonade, under a tree by the riverside, whilst my own feelings reminded me of the sailor's delight described in Anson's voyages when they landed at Juan Fernandez. Night was best disposed of in the barge, and I observed as we entered Padua early in the morning how surprisingly quick had been the progress of summer. But in these countries vegetation is so rapid that everything makes haste to come and more to go. Scarce have you tasted green peas or strawberries before they are out of season, and if you do not swallow your pleasures, as Madame la Présidente said, you will have a chance to miss of getting any pleasures at all. Here is no mediocrity in anything, no moderate weather, no middle rank of life, no twilight. Whatever is not night is day, and whatever is not love is hatred. And that the English should eat peaches in May and green peas in October sounds to Italian ears as a miracle. They comfort themselves, however, by saying that they must be very insipid, while we know that fruits forced by strong fire are, at least many of them, higher in flavour than those produced by sun, the pineapple particularly, which West Indians confess eats better with us than with them. Figs and cherries, however, defy a hothouse, and grapes raised by art are worth little except for show. Peaches, nectarines and ananas are the glory of a British gardener, and no country but England can show such. Our morning passed at the villa of the Senator Querini set us on this train of thinking, for every culled excellence adorned it, and brought to my mind Voltaire's description of Pococurante in Candide, false only in the ostentation. And there the character fails, misled by a French idea that pleasure is nothing without the delight of showing that you are pleased, like the old adage or often quoted passage about learning. Scire tuum nihil est, nisi te scire hoc sciat alter. Note, thy knowledge is nothing till other men know that thou knowest it. End note. A Venetian has no such notions. By force of mind and dint of elegance inherent in it, he pleases himself first, and finds everybody else delighted, of course, nor would quit his own country except for paradise, while an English nobleman clumps his trees and twists his river to comply with his neighbour's taste when perhaps he has none of his own, and feels disgusted with all he has done and runs away to live in Italy. The evening of this day was spent at the theatre, where I was glad the audience were no better pleased, for the plaudits of an Italian platea at an air they like, when one's nerves are weak and the weather very hot, are all but totally insupportable. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of Glimpses of Italian Society in the 18th Century by Hester Lynch PIOZZI. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Return to Milan, Part 2. Verona. The road from Padua hither is a vile one. One can scarcely make 20 miles a day in any part of the Venetian state. Its senators, accustomed to water carriage, have little care for us who go by land. The Palanzuola way is worse, however, and I'm glad once more to see sweet Verona. Petruchio and Catherine might easily have met with all the adventures related by Gremio on their journey thither, but when once arrived, she should have been contented. This city is as lovely as ever, more so than it was last April 12-month, when the spring was sullen and backward. Every hill now glows with the gay produce of summer, and every valley smiles with plenty expected or pleasure possessed. We took leave of our learned friends here with concern, but hope to see them again and tread the stucco floors so prettily mottled and variegated they look like the cold mock turtle soup exactly which London pastry cooks keep in their shops, ready for immediate use. What an odd thing is custom. Here is weather to fry one in, yet after exercise and in a state of the most violent perspiration, no consequences follow the use of iced beverages, except the sense of pleasure resulting from them at the moment. Should a Bath belle indulge in such luxury after dancing down 40 couple at Mr. Tyson's ball, we should expect to hear next day of her sudden surfeit at least, if not of her sudden death. Lying-in ladies take the same liberty with their constitutions and say no harm comes of it, and when I tell them how differently we manage in England, cry, "Mi pare che deve essere schiavitù grande in quel paese della benedetta libertà." Note, methinks there seems to be much slavery required from those who inhabit your fine free country of England. End note. Fine muslin linen nicely got up is, however, say they, one of the things to be produced only in Great Britain, and much do our Italian ladies admire it, though they look very charmingly with much less trouble taken. I lent one lady at some place, I remember, my maid to show her, as she so wished it, how the operation of clear starching was performed. But as soon as it began, she laughed at the superfluous fatigue, as she called it, and her servants crossed themselves in every corner of the room with wonder that such niceties should be required. Well, they might, for I caught a great tall fellow ironing his lady's best neck-handkerchief with the warming pan here at Padua very quietly, and she was a woman of quality too, and looked as lovely when the toilette was once performed as if much more attention had been bestowed upon it. Mantua. We passed through Mantua the 18th of June, where nothing much attracted my notice except a female figure in the street, veiled from head to foot and covered wholly in black. She walked backward and forward along the same portion of the same street from 1 to 3 o'clock in the heat of the burning sun, her hand held out. But when I, more from curiosity than any better motive, put money in it, she threw it silently away, and the beggars picked it up while she held her hand again as before. This conduct in any town of England will be deemed madness or mischief, the woman will be carried before a magistrate to give an account of herself, should the mob forbear to uncase her till they came, or some charitable person would seize and carry her home, fill her pockets with money, and coax her out of the anecdotes of her past life to put in the magazine. Her print will be published, and many engravers struggle for its profits. The name at the bottom, Annabella, or the Sable Matron. While novels will be written without end, and the circulating libraries would lend them out all the livelong day. Things are differently carried on, however, at Mantua. I asked one shopkeeper, and she gravely replied, per devozione, and took no further notice. Another, to my inquiries, which appeared to him far odder than the woman's conduct, said the lady was possibly doing a little penance, that he had not minded her till I spoke, but that perhaps it might be some woman of fashion who, having refused a poor person roughly on some occasion, was condemned by her confessor to try for a couple of hours what begging was, and learn humanity from the experience of evil. The idea charmed me, while the man coolly said all this was only his conjecture, but that such things were done too often to attract attention, and hoped such virtue was not rare enough to excite wonder. My just applause of such sentiments was stopped by the laquais de place calling me to dinner, when he informed me that he had asked about the person whose behaviour struck me so, and could now tell me all there was to be known. She was a lady of quality, he said, who had lost a dear friend on the day some years past, and that she wore black for 2 hours ever since upon the anniversary, but that she would now change her dress, and I should see her in the evening at the opera. My recollecting that if this were her case, I ought to have been keeping her company, as no one ever lost a friend so dear to them as was my incomparable mother, who likewise left me to mourn her loss on this day 13 years, spoiled my appetite, and took from me all power of meeting the lady at the theatre. Piacenza. Piacenza we found to offer us few objects of attention. An improvisatore, and not a very bad one, amused that time which would otherwise have been passed in lamenting our paucity of entertainment, while his artful praises of England put me in a good humour, spite of the weather, which was too hot to bear. With all our lamentations about the heat, however, here is no cicala on the trees or lucciola on the hedges as at Florence. The days are a little longer too, and the crepuscule less abrupt in its departure. How often upon the Ponte della Trinità have I secretly regretted the long-drawn evenings of an English summer, when the dewy nightfall refreshes the air, and silent dusk brings on a train of meditations uninspired by Italian skies. In this decided country, all that is not broad day is dark night. All that is not loud mirth is penitence and grief. When the rain falls, it falls in a torrent. When the sun shines, it glows like a burning glass. Where the people are rich, they stick gems in their very walls and make their chimneys of amethyst. Where they are poor, they clasp your knees in an agony of pinching want and display diseases which cannot be a day survived. Talking on about Italy, in which there is no mediocrity, and of England, in which there is nothing else, we arrived at Lodi, where I began to rejoice in hearing the people cry "Noco altro" again in reply to our commands, because we were now once more returned to the district and dialect of dear Milan, where we have cool apartments and warm friends, and where after an absence of 15 months we shall again see those acquaintances with whom we lived once before, a sensation always delightfully soothing, even when one returns to less amiable scenes and less productive of innocent pleasure than these have been to me. Milan, 21st of June, 1786. After rejoicing over my house and my friends, and asking 100 questions and hearing 100 stories of those long left, after reciprocating common civilities and talking over common topics, we observed how much the general look of Milan was improved in these last 15 months, how the town was become neater, the ordinary people smarter, the roads round their city mended, and the beggars cleared away from the streets. We did not find, however, that the people we talked to were at all charmed with these new advantages. Their convents demolished, their processions put an end to, the number of their priests, of course, contracted, and their church plate carried by cartloads to the mint. Holidays forbidden, and every saint's name erased from the calendar, excepting only St. Peter and St. Paul, whilst those shopkeepers who worked for monasteries and those musicians who sung or played in oratorios are left to find employment how they can, cloud the countenance of all, and justly, as such sudden and rough reforms shock the feelings of the multitude, offend the delicacy of the nobles, and make a general stagnation of business and of pleasure in a country where both depend upon religious functions, and terrify the clergy into no ill-grounded apprehensions of being found in a few years more wholly useless and as such dismissed. Well, whatever is done hastily can scarcely be done quite well, and wherever much is done, a great part of it will doubtless be done wrong. A considerable portion of all this, however, will be confessed useful, and even necessary, when the hour of violence on one side and prejudice on the other is passed away, as the fire of London has been found beneficial by those who live in the newly restored town. Meantime, I think the present precipitation indecent enough for my own part. 1,000 little errors would burn out of themselves were they suffered to die quietly away, and when the morning breaks in naturally, it is superfluous as awkward to put the stars out with one's fingers, like the hours in Guercino's Aurora. Footnote, in the fine ceiling of the Palazzo Ludovigi at Rome, the hours which surround Aurora's chariot are employed in extinguishing the stars with their hands. End footnote. Whoever, therefore, will be at pains a little to pick their principles, not grasp them by the bunch, will find as many unripe at one end, I believe, as there are rotten at the other. For could we see these hasty innovators erecting public schools for the instruction of the poor, or public workhouses for their employment, did they unlock the treasure house of true religion by publishing the Bible in every dialect of their dominions, and oblige their clergy to read it with the souls committed to their charge, I should have a better idea of their sincerity and disinterested zeal for God's glory than they give by tearing down his statues, or those of his Blessed Virgin Mother, which Carlo Borromeo set up. The folly of hanging churches with red damask would surely fade away of itself among people of good sense and good taste, who could not long be simple enough to suppose that concealing Greek architecture with such transient finery, and giving to God's house the air of a tattered theatre, could in any wise promote his service or their salvation. Many superstitious and many unmeaning ceremonies do die off every day because unsupported by reason or religion. Dr. Carpani, a learned lawyer, told me but today that here in Lombardy they had a custom no longer ago than in his father's time of burying a great lord or possessor of lands with a ceremony of killing on his grave the favourite horse, dog, etc., that he delighted in when alive, a usage borrowed from the Oriental pagans, who burn even the widows of the deceased upon their funeral pile. And among our monuments in Westminster Abbey, set in the days of darkness, I have minded now and then the hawk and greyhound of a nobleman lying in marble at his feet. Some of our antiquarians should tell us if they killed them. Another odd affinity strikes me. Half a century ago there was an annual procession at Shrewsbury called, by way of preeminence, Shrewsbury Show, when a handsome young girl of about 12 years old rode round the town and wished prosperity to every trade assembled at the fair. I forget what else made the amusement interesting, but have heard my mother tell of the particular beauty of some wench who was ever after called the Queen, because she had been carried in triumph as such on the day of Shrewsbury show. Now, if nobody gives a better derivation of that old custom, it may perhaps be found a dreg of the Romish superstition which, as many years ago in various parts of Italy, prompted people to dress up a pretty girl on the 25th of March or other season dedicated to the Virgin, and carry her in procession about the streets, singing litanies to her, etc., and ending in profaneness of admiration a day begun in idleness and folly. At Rome, however, no such indecorous absurdities are encouraged. We saw a beautiful figure of the Madonna dressed from a picture of Guido Reni borne about one day, but no human creature in the street offered to kneel or gave one the slightest reason to say or suppose that she was worshipped. Some sweet hymns were sung in her praise as the procession moved slowly on, but no impropriety could I discern, who watched with great attention. Our good Italians here will not condescend to live a lie, if now and then they scruple not to tell one. No man in this country pretends either to tenderness or to indifference when he feels no disposition to be indifferent or tender, and so removed are they from all affectation of sensibility or of refinement, that when a conceited Englishman starts back in pretended rapture from a Raphael he has perhaps little taste for, it is difficult to persuade these sincerer people that his transports are possibly put on only to deceive some of his countrymen who stand by, and who, if he took no notice of so fine a picture, would laugh and say he had been throwing his time away without making even the common and necessary improvements expected from every gentleman who travels through Italy. Yet surely it is a choice delight to live with the everlasting scourge held over London and Bath of what will they think and what will they say has no existence, and to reflect that I have now sojourned nearly 2 years in Italy, and scarcely can name one conceited man or one affected woman with whom in any rank of life I have been in the least connected. There is a natural loyalty among the Lombards which oppression can scarcely extinguish or tyranny destroy, and, as I have said 1,000 times, they pretend to love no one. They do love their rulers, and rather grieve than growl at the afflictions caused by their rapacity. I was told that I should find few discriminations of character in Italy, but the contrary proves to be true, and I do not wonder at it. Among those people who, by being folded or driven all together in a flock, as the French are, with one fashion to serve for the whole society, a man may easily contract a similarity of manners by rubbing down each asperity of character against his nearest neighbour, no less plastic than himself. But here, where there is little apprehension of ridicule and little spirit of imitation, monotonous tediousness is almost sure to be escaped. The very word polite comes from polish, I suppose, and at Paris, the place where you enjoy le véritable vernis ce matin in perfection, the people can scarcely be termed polished or even varnished. They are glazed, and everything slides off the exterior, of course, leaving the heart untouched. It is the same thing with other productions of nature. In caverns we see petrifactions shooting out in angular and eccentric forms, because in Castleton Hole Dame Nature has fair play, while the broad beach of Brighthelmston, ever more battered by the same ocean, exhibits only a heap of round pebbles, and these round pebbles all alike. End of chapter 11, part 2.